The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Another 3 days has gone past. Another group completed Group C final last night, and we saw Skanderborg of Denmark qualify for the first time in Championship Week. Now, Group D are here. We've got a really interesting mix of teams, including a set of previous champions. Get ready, get set. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League Group D, and it starts right now. Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European Cricket. Group D, day one now, and it's hard to believe, but we're actually only 3 groups into the 7 groups of the group stage of this ECL. Of course, the 7 winners do return in Championship Week, Week 4, which is just over 2 weeks away. So now we're getting ready for the start of the day, and it's going to be a really interesting first match, actually. Brno of Czechia taking on the Zurich Nomads of Switzerland. Well, Brno, they have been here before, but it wasn't a very successful visit last time at the Cardamom Oval. Nomads, it's their first time to the ECL. So let's see what happens at the coin toss with Ian Ramage and the 2 captains.
Brno, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Nomads as the away team, you'll call.
Thanks, Ian.
It's been called Dream 11. It's come down Dream 11, you've won the toss.
We'll bowl first.
Okay, toss won by Nomads, who will bowl first.
So the Swiss team here for the first time at the Cardamom Oval, the Nomads. And actually, they were the winners of one of our first ever European Cricket Series all the way back in 2020. So it's great to have them here, and welcome to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Weather conditions today on the Costa del Sol, a little bit milder. Currently 14 degrees, expecting 16. There is the threat of some showers. Hopefully they stay away. They pretty much have stayed away so far, so we'll make a start on time. Obviously really excited to see Brno back in the ECL. We did see them here before. I think it was 2 years ago they were here, but they didn't have a very successful series. More about that in a second. Let's get into the now. Dylan Steyn captains Brno. The Czechs have Mohamed Ratul behind this. He's a very, very talented cricketer as well. Riaz Afridi is an absolute firebrand fast bowler. Can't wait to see him. And he also hits a long ball. Naveed Ahmed provides some spin. And yeah, Brno, they'll certainly want to get off on the right foot. For Zurich Nomads, though, watch out for Fahim Nazir at the top of the order, along with Osama Mahmood and Hassan Ahmed. It's a very strong top 3. Hassan, we have seen him here before. Played for Ginebrescia last year, and he's also played for Italy and Switzerland in international cricket. Azim Nazir is a very experienced campaigner. He will be captaining the side. And as you saw there at the toss, the Nomads have won the toss and sent in Brno. There's Suleiman Saeed and Shu Navjot Singh Anand walking onto the ground. The Nomads looking fantastic in blue, and Brno will be wearing their traditional red. Of course, with the Swiss team in, let's get some local knowledge into the commentary box. Rico stepping out for a few days, as I mentioned last night. But for the first time in ECL 25, we welcome the one, the only, the Rhino, Andrew Ryan. Welcome, Rhino.
Good morning, Mr. Maximo. Great to be here back on the European Cricket Network. I think we've got a cracker of a game coming up here, Brno. They've got some quality players in their lineup. Currently, the supercomputer giving them a 34% chance of victory. But Zurich Nomads definitely going in as favourites. They won a hard-fought T10 competition in the Swiss Domestic Championship last year, and they have reinforced their team over the last couple of years. A few strong additions. Osama Mahmood, someone that the people on the network will be familiar with, seeing him for the Swiss national team from time to time. We've also got a nice influx of young players, which have really given a boost to their bowling lineup. Shiraz Sawari is a guy that I think will really enjoy the pace and bounce out here on the Cardamom deck. But Vinny, it looks like we should be okay as far as weather goes for this first game. Clouds hovering overhead, but not looking too threatening at the moment.
Yeah, cross your fingers, cross everything, because we don't want any more rain issues. But yeah, Rhino, great to have you. Of course, you have played in the European Cricket Series a couple of times that we've been there in Switzerland, so you know these Nomads very well. How do you think they'll go in this group?
Yeah, I think they'll go very well, actually. I think they'll they'll have their eyes on that final. Speaking to a few of the team, including team manager Aswin Lakaraju, last night upon their arrival at the hotel, they were quietly confident, but they also know there's some really top tier talent that's in this group, and they're going to have to play their best, particularly when it comes to finals day. But there's a long road before that, and as you said, there's no shortage of talent in this Brno lineup.
Really interesting group coming up, actually. Welcome to all the viewers in the comment section as well. Changed ends. That's another thing here. Let's get going, as it's going to be Ziaula Amarkel to get us going with a pretty good Yorker. Drops. And Mohamed Ratul is out there, and he's opening with Dylan Stain. So, look, this is a very important opening partnership, I think, for Brno. Brno have a real, I suppose, love-hate relationship with Prague CC, the two main cities, the two biggest cities in Czechia. And it always seems to be between them for the ECL spot. Prague CC, they got it last year. They had a memorable win over Wimbledon, the English champions. Brno, on their last trip, though, they didn't have a lot of success. So I'm happy that they're back and they get another chance. Stain faces up for the first time. Oh, it's called wide. I thought for a second he might have just got a little scratch on that. But Stain's a guy, he's of mixed descent, of South African and New Zealand descent. It's a complicated mixture. But now he resides in Brno. He's a very talented stroke maker. I remember in the Czech ECS final a couple of years ago, he went on just some kind of out-of-body heater where even he couldn't remember the first 5 overs of that, and he put his team in a very strong position. Another wide down the leg side.
Interesting one here for you, Vinny. 2 left-handers to open the innings for Brno. Chances are we'll have 2 left-handers opening the innings for the Nomads as well,
yes,
because
true.
Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir likely to go out and face the opening over. Not something you see in any form of cricket that often.
Very good observation. I remember a few years ago when Australia in a test match had 2 left-handed openers and India had 2 left-handed opening bowlers. It's pretty rare as well. That time, again, it's still directed. It's going to run away. I think it's going to be leg byes, 4 of them. So, Amarkel getting that ball to swing. That's a good sign, but he's just not getting the line right at the moment.
Yeah, I don't mind the length that he's bowling, but just struggling a touch with his control. The young man, I mentioned earlier in the coverage that Nomads have had a group of fiery young fast bowlers come into their team. In fact, the Swiss T10 competition last year, it was actually 2 clubs from the Nomads stable that actually played it out, duking it out in the T10 final to qualify for this tournament. So they've really got some depth now.
Walks in this one to Stain. It's a bit of a dodgy one. I think he's gone here. I think he's run out. They're going to go upstairs.
That's Azim Nazir there at cover, Vinny. Hassan Ahmed was a little bit slow getting up to the stump, so he had to go for the direct hit, but lovely piece of fielding from the Nomad skipper.
Yeah, he's already walking off Ratul. I mean, that's one thing. Their running's actually normally pretty good. And this is a risk they feel it's worth taking. It has to be a perfect bit of fielding. Pick up, throw, hit, and he's gone. I'll show that one a bit slower so everyone gets a good look. But yeah, Ratul, such a dangerous hitter. But there you go. He's just out. He knew he was just out as well. So disappointment for Ratul, disappointment for Brno, but elation for the Nomads. Well, they've wandered into the Cardamom Oval and pulled off perhaps the HCL software player of the day straight away. And Azim Nazir, the captain that provides it.
Wonderful bit of fielding. He's been one of the true stars of Swiss cricket over the last decade. Azim Nazir, experienced player. He's been handed the captaincy badge for this tournament. And to tell you what, Vinny, on a cold morning, first up, your debut here at the Cardamom Oval. Usually a few nerves in the field. Things are a little bit tricky, but Nazir setting the standard for his team.
Yeah, I mean, really, sometimes you got to risk it to get the biscuit. That's how these two run. They're normally really good at ticking over the score that way, but I mean, just undone by a very good piece of fielding.
So it'll probably allow the bowler, Amarkel, just to settle his nerves a touch. When he's got it on target, managed to put the ball in the block hole. Been difficult to negotiate for the batters, but just got to make sure that his radar's on. Probably be a little bit happier bowling to the right-hander. Can't they come out to face?
Kante plays this late, and they won't get a run here. So Nomads up and about. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone that's watching on our YouTube channel as well, Eastern European Cricket Network. And we're on Fox Sports Australia and many many markets here. People love the ECL. I know why they love the ECL as well. It's something different. It's something unlike you'll see anywhere else in the world. And just angles in, holds its line. Stain, quick to get through. Run's hard to come by so far. I've had a bunch of extras. Only had the one run off the bat so far. But hello to Terry O'Connor, who's watching. Nice to see you. Hello to Bob Pook as well. Hello to Johnny Heath. Some Tim Harmer's in there. Dave B's in there. Colin Mustafa. And yeah, Danny Hudacek in there as well. Hi, Danny. Really happy to see you. He'll be cheering on Brno, even though he lives in Prague. The whole of the country's behind him. That's a good shot. That's a really good shot. First shot and angle really from Stain. You can see he's just got natural talent. Nice swing of the bat. And the first boundary off the bat.
Yeah, lovely shot from Stain. Vinny, you mentioned he's a class batter. Didn't try to overhit that ball. But young paceman just probably over pitching a touch, but not a bad first over from him. And interesting start because it wasn't the big swinging format that we're used to seeing from openers in the power play. Vinny, last three groups, hasn't there been some action and some controversy?
Haven't we ever had some of that? But hey, 3 great finals. That's what I will say. 3 great finals so far. Scanderborg last night, they got across the line. Essentially, it was the last ball, though it was a no ball, so they win with 1 ball to spare. Before that, Hornchurch won in a last over thriller. Likewise, Darmstadt CC, so couldn't really hope for more. This looks like Tassal Kumwal, who's going to bowl. You can see the Group D is starting today. And yeah, still hard to believe that we've got 4 more groups to go. And I know you're going to be here, I think, for the next 3 groups. Isn't that right, Rhino?
So excited, Vinny. Can't tell you how happy I am to be back here at the Carter Oval. It's been a great tournament already. Looks like it's going to be a close finals week.
Wide and adjust, remember. It's the first ECL we've had the adjusted wide interpretation, which says that when the ball passes the popping crease, for it to be wide, it has to be wholly outside that tram line.
It's about time some love was given to the bowlers.
Yeah, so you get the line now, although the line is set, so the batters can get a bit funky if they like and still get the wide if it's outside the line. There's another one, which is going to swing just outside the line.
Generates some easy pace though, Cumwell. Fluid action, a little bit of late swing. Good flex in the arm.
Yeah, 133 average batting first. Pretty even split. 15-16 wins batting first versus second. Still think we'll see a high chase at some point, something 160s or better. It's a good rock, isn't it? He's certainly firing. Kumwal, that one angle in, just nip away.
Yeah, enough bounce. He's going to enjoy this. Carter Oval deck does have some poppy parts on a good length. See, he stays nice and high in the action. The seam in a good position. Moves off the deck and in safely into the gigantic gloves of Hassan Ahmed.
That's up in the air, not really timed, and it's dropped. Oh, well, they're going to come back for 2. Lucky moment there for Kande.
Tell you what, if I was the Nomads and the one man I'd want tracking back for a 50-50 chance, it's Fahim Nazir. He's normally a sensational fielder. Be very disappointed in himself. Shelling an opportunity to have the second Brno wicket.
He might have been thinking, do I dive or not? It was one of those ones in the end, he didn't have to, but just misjudged it slightly. He almost actually knocked it to the boundary. Wow, that's pretty good striking as well, but it's higher than it is long. Fielder goes around and he can't do anything. I think that's plugged for 6. Wow, how about this for a shot? Kande with the 51-metre special. We'll check it out on the replay.
Yeah, just a nice little 3-inch putt to pick up the par. There went a mile in the air.
It really did.
Fielder thought he probably had an opportunity, took the hat off. But unfortunately, as you say, just about a foot over the boundary. And much needed Maximo for Brno.
51 was generous. Kumwal with a comeback. It's a tough one. Think about sneaking an extra run, but they won't. It's good keeping there. Got Hassan Ahmed behind the stumps. You know that he's a pretty good outfielder as well, but Hassan also pretty comfortable with the gloves.
Tremendous athlete, Vinny. Dives across to his left, parries the ball. It's amazing how often that happens, though, isn't it? Kumwal probably feels he should have had a wicket on either of the previous 2 balls. Bit of frustration, drags to the leg.
Just a wide. That's very close. Remember, the other principle is that the umpires will call wides if they're not sure. They'll give the benefit to the batter. So does this get a little bit of the line or not? Very close, but umpire says, no, I'm going to call that one a wide.
So still only halfway through this over. Cumwell needs to rein in his extras.
Edged, and that'll be 4. So Kunde living pretty dangerously, but you make your own luck, as they say in the classics. That was a genuine top edge. Flew over Hassan Ahmed. Even with his height, he couldn't get there. And the result's 4 runs.
Yeah, probably just a touch too short there, Cumwell. That's almost inevitable when you're getting it up to shoulder height. Not great control of it by the batter, but absolutely no fielding protection over the top of Ahmed's head. You can just see a few words going into the young paceman. He's a little bit frustrated. 28 for 1. Despite there being not a huge amount of fireworks off the willow. Actually in a reasonable position here. 2 balls left in the second.
That one's hit up and over the top. Maximo! That's more like it for Kunde. They really have invested a bit of trust in here in that number 3 position. That's a classical cover drive elevated.
Yeah, it wasn't actually a bad ball. The young paceman got a little bit of bounce off the deck, but held his shape well enough, hit it wide of long off. And that's actually a really good cricket shot, Vinny.
Yeah, just very well balanced there, wasn't he? Well, Kunde. Brno is a bit of a hub of cricket now in Czechia. Multiple teams. All right, well, that's straight up in the air. Or is it? It's flying, maybe with a wind that's going all the way. Maximo. The wind's a weird kind of day. It's kind of going everywhere all at once. But Kunde, he's just going skywards and it's working. It turns out being a magical over there. And so 28 coming off, and it's 40 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, tremendous over for Brno. If you ask the Nomads, they feel like they've done a reasonable job here with the ball so far, but Brno have made their way up to 20 runs per over after the first 2. Having a look at the rest of this group, there's the big guns in the middle. Pack I Care, Babylonia, former champions of the European Cricket League, and the Budapest Blinders, they've got some guns coming in their side, haven't they, Vinny?
They've got a couple of really good wild cards. Jason van der Merwe, as well as Jacob Mulder, who we've seen playing for CIYMS, but CIYMS of Ireland not qualifying this year. Irish side, actually, we're seeing the next group. So, yeah, looking forward to that. So, very good over. It's funny how things work out. I mean, obviously Brno pretty disappointed with the run out, but it did bring Kunde to the crease, and so far he's been good. This one isn't too good for Stain.
Tell you what, the bowler just going down and checking he's okay. Cops in an uncomfortable spot, to say the least.
I want to check too closely. Just kind of in the midsection there for Dylan Stain.
Still in some measure of pain, as Riaz Afridi looking on and thanking his lucky stars it wasn't him out there having the same sort of injury, but it looks like Stain is trying to compose himself.
These are times I'd like to have the players mic'd up, because I would like to hear that conversation. We've got a bit of a break in play. Rhino, tell us how you've been. I know we haven't had you on, I suppose, since we were here for the ECC in October, right? So how's life in the world of the Rhino?
Mate, life is good. I've just come from the bright sunshine of Switzerland. As you can imagine, it's a little bit traumatic coming from winter in Switzerland and having nothing but bright sunshine, and then coming to the Malaga coast. All of a sudden seeing grey clouds, drizzling rain, but apart from that, life is good, and it's certainly going to be a few upticks better spending a week with you guys here.
Isra Sawari. Now that's hit straight. Wow, it's a dodgy one. Oh, wow, it doesn't pick it up. Stain likes to go with the hit because he's very, very fast, and he just feels that if by not hesitating, he'll probably get there. But that's one time, I think, with a clean pickup. And once again, it's Fahim Nazir. You wouldn't expect him to fumble. It cost him any chance for a run out.
Certainly. Having a look at the bowler here. I mentioned Shiraz at the start of the coverage, Vinny. He sort of ambles in. He's not trying to hit the wicket particularly hard, but he's a lot quicker and bouncier than you expect he's going to be. Tall man, and I tell you what, he's also very good at hitting that in-between length that just rises to a difficult point. So yeah, it's completely not backed me up with just a poor ball.
I'd love to promise you nothing but sunshine and rainbows, but we have had a tough few days. Obviously, Group C was unlike any other group we've ever had. We had no play on day 1. We had play on day 2, the 5 matches, but they were reduced between 6 and 8 overs. He's bowled him. That's a really good scene. Kande is gone for 25. Top of off is disturbed. Sawari, that was slippery. And it's 42 for 2.
See, why can't Shiraz do that immediately after I've given him a rap for how difficult a bowler he is to face? That is an absolute seed, Vinny. And as a right arm paceman coming over the wicket, being able to hit the top of off stump like that with a little bit of zip, a little bit of bounce, that's a cracking piece of bowling.
I can't wait to see this one again. It looked very good live. Let's have a look at it. That's not the best, but I will give you the next ball. It was just top of off. Love to see kind of what it did.
Just the perfect length, particularly at this stage of the innings. The ball's still hard. Shiraz really does come on quicker than you expect. He's actually got a nice action. You can see he gets the ball right down near his hip, drives through. That's sensational bowling.
Didn't do a lot. It's just done for pace and perfectly located, wasn't it? So
still the hardest length to hit in T10 cricket. Absolutely.
Bowlers, they've got the ability to affect the game. I know some people think they're just glorified bowling machines these days. That was a slippery one. Okay, new batter comes out, Mahtab Khan. It's going down, it's only just going down. Get through for a leg bite.
Khan pushing across to trying to open up the leg side. We're down here at fine leg, so it'll only take a light tickle to knock it for 4. Not missing by a huge amount, but I think good call on first impression by the umpire.
Probably right. But just watch that front pad, has to play around it. May have tickled the outside leg stump, but I think, oh, we got a broken bail. There we go.
There's that man, Asvin Lakaraju, who actually generously brought us up a packet of Lindt chocolates, Vinny.
We
which
may show
I
them.
know you and I, as pro athletes and trying to look after our physiques these days, I suspect we'll probably still tuck through those over the course of today.
I was in Switzerland for, unfortunately, I know you couldn't make it, but we had our ECN commentators meeting in Zurich, and I may have stopped past the Lindt shop at the airport. Goes wandering here. It's the end of the power play. What a good over that is from Sawari after the magical one in the second. The third goes for only 4. It's 44 for 2.
Yeah, it sort of feels like that's evened things up a little bit, doesn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, so obviously it's really nice to remember those that have been part of the journey along the way, and love to be here, of course. 12:28 4 in the power play. I was going to say that Lindt shop at the Zurich airport, they're very clever because they lure you in with free tastings, and they have the, what do you call it, the fountain, the chocolate fountain that you can just, you get a little spoon and you taste it, and
The human brain just can't. It can't refuse at that point, can it?
it was done. Walked away.
Even if you're paying £2.50 for a single little ball of chocolate, no matter what, it just can't say no.
Yeah, they're known for it. But I've got, I think, a stat. Maybe you can confirm for me. See some spin for the first time. Niazi is going to get pounded here through backward point. Nice shot from Stain. He hasn't faced too much, Dylan, but he's over that initial kind of slightly nervous stage of any opener's innings, and see if we can settle in these middle overs.
Nice timer of the ball. There's been some proper cricket shots from him already in this innings. It wasn't actually a bad ball from Niazi. He's not going to get a huge amount of grip on this deck. There's a little bit of moisture on top. Probably just going to have to try to shoot the ball through onto the stumps.
Good shot. As you get over the fielder, he does. Maximal, 150 up for Brno.
Lovely shot again from Stain. He's halfway through saying, I think Niazi's probably just got to flatten it out and try to spear it in at the stumps. He's tried the exact opposite, floated the ball probably about a foot outside off stump, and Stain doesn't need a second invitation. Beautifully struck.
Down the ground this time. Come back from Niazi.
Nomads would want to capitalise on that last over from Shiraz. He's really gotten them back in the game after Brno had gone off to a little bit of a flyer, particularly thanks to that second over of the power play.
So it wasn't chocolate, my fun fact. So it was actually cheese for the first time recently. Switzerland imported more cheese than it exported.
Oh, absolute
Sound
disgrace.
right, doesn't it? Oh, jumps it down onto his body. As far as chocolate goes, they're still, I think these are in US dollars, they're still exporting about $1 billion a year of chocolate and only importing about 330 million. You hungry? Ooh, goes the leggy. And my workout, no, it doesn't. Just pictures before Fahim Nazir down there.
It's not a huge amount of disguise on that leggy, but certainly landed it okay.
Still got to play it. I mean, when you think about it, if you can do it, a normal leg spinner is tough to play, and they're just, you know what they're going to bowl. So it's interesting that he's got that ability.
Certainly got the attention of the Meerkats in the Brno team, as Ahmed does a reasonable job of stopping that down the leg.
Interesting. A little bit wide, obviously. Really good block by Hassan. But yeah, if he lures him with a couple of those leggies and then he bowls his kind of quicker dart, it just kind of throws you off timing a little bit, I think.
Especially Stain. He looks like he's very comfortable hitting through that offside. He just come a little bit wider of the crease, trying to spear it into off and middle.
Slowed down a little bit there. It's a pretty clever over from Niazi. It goes for 13, and at the end of the fourth, it's 57 for 2.
Yeah, he recovered really well after going for boundaries early on. Young player, a lot of talent. Another one of these young tyros that are making up the Nomads bowling attack, and we'll go to the other end of the spectrum here with Thuran coming on to bowl his left arm almost inevitably around the wicket. Brno, 57 for 2, Vinny. I suspect they'd be pretty happy at this stage.
Yeah, I think they would. Obviously, playing a Nomad side, we've seen them score a lot of runs before. Remember, they hit the magical 200 in Switzerland when we were there for ECS cricket back in 2023. I think they're still repairing the solar panels on that roof. Well, that's a shocker first up, though, from Tarini Taran, and that's out of the ground. Maximal, 7 up. Other brands of lemonade are available. That was probably lemonade with a side of meat pies.
Tell you what, if you are Khan and you were sitting at 1 of 4 at that time, you could not ask for a better delivery to receive a full bunger at chest height. Already there, and he's usually renowned for exceptional line and length control, but he's lost that completely. Giving it a good rub in his jumper, which I think is a signal to the captain of the ball was just a bit slippery.
Yeah, it certainly was after they retrieved it from the jungle. Free hit then. Gets this more online, but it's still going to go. So the unlucky 13 of Tanabala Singham's first ball.
Well, he corrected his length on that occasion, still drifted onto the leg side, and Khan has dispatched it. Probably didn't get a great piece of it, but 50-metre boundaries here at Cartermore Oval. If you get the right elevation, you are going to clear them, and that's brought a smile to the big man's face.
It's been the first few overs of fits and starts, hasn't it, for these two teams. Let's see if we can get it right now. Okay, another great. You probably wanted 13 or less off the over. You've had it off a ball. Keep dancing. They're not sure whether they're going or not. In the end, they make the decision to go back. Just want to say quickly hello to Skippy Mark Smart watching from Brno. And actually, I didn't realise this, but the Brno ground, we have actually had an ECS there. It looks like they're not going to be able to use it anymore. So I'm sure they'll try and find an alternative. But that's sad news. It's a nice ground down there. In the air, and 6. Maximal. Oh, maybe that full bunger has got him going because he's pounded that one over past the giant tent.
Yeah, well, they haven't allowed Thorny Thurin to just drop into his length here. That's the sort of ball that he's probably used to people just playing a touch conservatively, but Khan is going full throttle, big backlift, strikes very cleanly. Lovely shot over long off.
He walks again. It's really good batting. Opening up the offside. Maximal, 6 more. This one has gone magical 25, and there's still 2 balls to go in this over.
Yeah, this is a huge one. The Nomads would have been looking to Thorny Thurin to be someone who could keep things tight in the middle overs. Probably hasn't been helped by this deck just being a touch moist, probably not getting too much of a hold of his orthodox spinners. And Khan is taking to the cleaners. He was 1 off 4. He's now 25 off 9.
And he's gone. He'll probably take the trade-off, though. It says, well bowled. He genuinely means that as well. He just went for 1 shot too many, but I think you'll take the trade-off, like I said. So 25 off the over, and now a wicket, and it's still not finished. It's 82 for 3.
Well, he's got 1 more ball of pain to go, but he'll be happy to have seen the back of the right-hand thrasher of Khan. Nice little innings from him after a slightly sluggish start. Good piece of bowling, though, from or anything. Just once again, even as a left-arm orthodox spinner hitting the top of the stumps, it's a pretty good place to bowl as Khan tries to swing him over. Mid-wicket, no contact. The arms go out in celebration from Hassan, and it's third wicket down, 82 on the board.
Yeah, so
good to see the coach just giving him a little bit of instruction.
it's Jan Hoffman there. Jan's actually a very interesting character. He's also coached the Czech national team. He's one of the more popular figures around Czech cricket as well. Never short of a word. Full toss started it. Full toss will finish the over. So that will be the end of 5, and the score is 83 for 3. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me. Rhino, welcome. Good to have you in. Always great fun when you're here, and it's kind of good timing because you, of course, live in Switzerland. You have for quite a while, and you've got the Swiss club involved here, the Nomads.
Yeah, I think as far as the world of cricket commentary goes, having a niche ability in the Swiss world is probably a handy thing to keep getting the invite out here to Malaga. And speaking of Swiss delicacies,
You know, if I could, and you know what, I'm going to try and do the right thing because Share the Meal's our official charity partner, and I think for every chocolate that I take out of this package, and thanks to the Swiss team, I think I'll donate a meal using the app. It's very easy. Why don't you do the same?
If I did that, I'm already down about $25. But anyway, we'll see. We'll see.
That's the way it goes.
Very generous of Asman and the Nomads team.
Probably feed about 30 people for that. So yeah, big thank you to the United Nations World Food Programme as well. But yeah, Brno as well. I mean, making a strong showing here. Last time they were here, they did not have a happy time in 2023, and they didn't progress. But they're a very good team. I just remember they just kind of had a couple of days where everything seemed to go wrong for them.
I get the feeling that's almost been the case with the Czech national team when they've been here for ECC, with the teams we've had for ECL the last couple of years. Just maybe one player short. There's certainly some talent in this lineup.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously they've got the approach. You know, we've been there, I think, every year for European Cricket Series since 2020. Here we go, Fahim Nazir. He's going to come on. He gets the block hole first up. Just going back to when Brno played here in 2023. They were in a pretty tough group as well. But they had to play Dreux, and they went down 113 to 64. They had to play Vienna CC. Knock away for one here. Solanki is in now for Brno. And they went down 119 to 73. Then they probably had a good shot, I thought, against the Helsinki Titans, but they only managed 76 runs in Finland. And then Helsinki Titans chased it within 6 overs, and then they only managed 61 with the bat versus Forfarshire of Scotland, and got chased in 4.3. So a couple of thrashings kind of on day 2 last time. Goes up, goes down. Be able to get a single here, but trying to put everything into that. I wouldn't say it's particularly slippery around there, but of course it is artificial. I think it's more of an overbalance than a slip.
Yeah, I don't think he slipped. Very, very odd to see. I mean, when it comes to cricket and aesthetics, Fahim Nazir is at the top of the spectrum. Generally makes everything look so incredibly easy. See, beautifully balanced run up. Same at the batting crease as well. Big appeal.
Like this. What a good look.
Irrespective, good length ball, just shooting over the top of the stumps. Probably a little bit quicker than he looks too, because he mixes it up with some good off-speed balls that are hard to pick out of the hand. And he generates just enough pace that put the batter on the back foot with a couple of short of a length balls.
This will only be a single, so Nazir, this guy, I can never believe he's quite as old as he's listed as, because he's very
He's perpetually 28, I think, Vinny. He's always just in absolute tip-top condition, and just a glorious cricketer to watch. One of those players when you're in the field, when he's batting, sometimes you just get a bit mesmerised by his range of shots and his balance at the crease. He's just so fluent.
He's 41 years old. Don't think so. Pitching outside the leg stump. I'm going to say umpires have been pretty good in this series. It's a pretty good over from Nazir. And that will be just 2 and maybe a couple of leg byes off the over. So 6 overs down, Brno 87 for 3.
Yeah, what do you do here, Vinny? They've had 2 really good overs from Shiraz and Fahim. Looks like they're going to Amakel to come in this next one. But aside from that, there's been some expensive overs in between.
Well, I think one thing that's in their favour, the Nomads, is they bowled 6 different bowlers so far. So they can literally just pick the 4 out of 6 if you like, I mean, unless they want to go to a 7th, but I don't think you need to. Pick the 4 bowlers that you think have done the best. And I'd say Amakel's a no-brainer. He went for only 8. Sawari, you mentioned him, Shiraz, he took 1 for 3 off his over. You got Khalid Niazi, none for 13. I thought he bowled okay. And obviously got Nazir, just went for 2 off the bat. This is a bit of a funny one, though. And it's going to be carved away for 4. But I wonder if this is coming down in time. He does charge at it, but I think they're going to look at it for height. Remember, if it's waist high or above, it will be a no ball. I mean, it is pretty high. Maybe you lose your benefit.
He's about a metre down the track there, isn't he, Vinny? It's a tough call. Either way, full toss, dispatch to the point boundary. Not a good start to the over from Amakel.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think they have called it a no ball. I think once they had a good look at that, if you kind of draw a line on your screen, it's probably hitting him in the hip. So the rule's written that benefit of the doubt's meant to go to the batter there. So if there was doubt, Stain gets the benefit of it. All right, free hit coming up then. And he'll work that away for 4. Just a ball that strays onto the pads. So again, Brno, it's been a fits and starts kind of innings, hasn't it? They get another boost here. And actually, they're ahead in the game right now, according to the percentages.
It's been a fits and starts innings from Stain as well. This is the 2nd time that he's hit consecutive boundaries. He's just had a couple of patches where he's sort of just struggled to find the 4s and 6s, but he also hasn't had that much strike. Only 14 balls for 6.1 overs.
Solid head of hair on Amakel as well. A little bit jealous. Decides to just field it. I wonder if I'd have been tempted to turn around and throw then. It could have been chaos, but look at the way you see the batter backing up.
I think smart decision from the young man.
Gets smart.
You're right, though. That is great volume on top. You know who reminds me a little bit of? I'm not sure if you ever got him down in the Western States, but Stefan, the hairdressing guru of the 80s and 90s. I don't know if this was just a Brisbane thing, but Stefan Ackery was a major business personality back in the day.
I think every state might have had a different one. They had a few moose jockeys. Anyway, this will just be a single
Moose jockey. Is that an actual term?
Well, I made it up, but I do feel it could catch on now.
I'm not sure in which industry.
I'm referring to a hairdresser.
Okay, good to know.
People still use mousse. I mean, I don't have a lot of hair, so I don't really.
I don't know.
It's still a thing.
I was going to say where did perms go, but actually Amakel is not that far off a good solid 80s
Definitely
perm.
looks like comb's not going through his hair particularly easily. Must be a wide. Almost takes the leg stump. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so Brno, looks like they have some issues retaining their ground, but one thing that they want to do this year, and they did one, not Brno, it was Vinaradi, another club last year, they had a test match, an intra-club test match in Whites. I think it's 2 days, but quite long days.
How were the kids patient enough to do that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so rinse and repeat.
Was that a replay of the previous ball?
Looks like it. Yeah, so there's some talk they might try and do it. I know Dylan Stain was a guest of Vinaradi for that test match, and it was good. I saw there's a video about it and everything, like 2 innings. Funny that a test match in some of these places, you don't need 5 days to complete it. it only went 2. I think all actually had.
25.2 overs.
Well bowled this time. Gets the line right. 100's come up as well for Brno. Still plenty of time to go. So I'd love to call it the closest I might ever get to calling a test match, you know. Also, Lithium says, next time I should try some Ragusa chocolate instead of Lindt chocolate. In his opinion, it's a bit better when I'm in Zurich. Thanks for the tip. Appreciate it.
How do you spell that one, Vinny?
Ragusa. R-A-G-U-S-A.
Ragusa, okay.
Ragusa.
Big favourite at the Geneva airport as well.
Of course, that's where you reside. How long have you lived in Switzerland now?
About 9 years now, so it's a fair while, yeah. I always thought that I spent a big time of my life in London because I was there for 10 years and then almost bringing up the decade. Switzerland, there's even a threat of being able to get a passport.
Oh, is that right?
In the not too distant future.
Still a young man. Maybe we could see you turning out for the national team at some point.
It's a travesty that it hasn't happened to date.
Gets that length right, doesn't he? Occasionally gets the line wrong, but I think all things considered, you'll take none for 24 in this format. That's what Amakel goes for. 7 overs down. It's 103 for 3. Quick look at the groups. You can see this group, of course. We've got these two teams playing right now, but you've also got Pakokea Badalona, the previous champions of Europe in 2022. You've got the Zagreb Assassins and the Budapest Blinders who are going to do battle in match 2.
Is Assassins the most violent team name we have had?
Yeah, it's pretty
far?
up there. I mean, I think maybe once the Malaga Murderers get the license, maybe they could give it a challenge. That would be that. Malaga Matadors, though. I like that. Short and 6. Really good shot from Solanke. He has kind of struggled to get going here. When the pace comes back on, Fahim Nazir coming back, but he disappears into the jungle.
Yeah, well, we sent someone to spend about 15 minutes trying to look for that ball, which has gone a long way. Big shout out to Ufus on the chat, who really enjoyed the Stefan callback.
He's from Queensland, I think.
Well, I suspect so. And without labouring this point, the great thing about Stefan, he used to have like a 15-minute morning show. So if you're ever sick from school, you could watch this and watch women talking about their perm, and it had the best little theme song you could imagine.
Oh, backwards accidental shot, but it'll be 4 more. So, okay, I need to find out more about this. Dan, tell us your favourite moose jockey in the chat. We'd love to get your thoughts.
Just be careful, people.
Be
very
European
careful.
Cricket Network.
Anyway, a man who is definitely not a moose jockey, but does have a good head of hair still, Fahim Nazir. Just dropped a touch short on those last 2 balls. Just trying to push that last one wide of off stump because he knows that Solanke's looking for leg. Slow ball coming up here, I think. There you go. There you go. Nice piece of bowling.
You can pick it, but can you hit it?
Me personally, probably not at the moment.
Stefan's still going around, I think, after 45 years, it seems.
Discover yourself. That's Stefan. It's absolutely amazing, the corporate empire he built.
I'm sold.
Very niche conversation going on at the moment.
I'm sure we have some viewers that would appreciate it. Meanwhile, Brno heading for something in the 140s if the win predictor or the expected score computer is to be believed.
Interesting, Nazir just holding his lower back there. He did that after he came tumbling to the ground in the previous over. I'm not sure if he's got a little bit of an injury.
Slow ball, and it is nicked. This is going to be touch and go.
He's done a pretty good job down there at third man. That's actually an exceptional bit of fielding from Zabiola down there, Vinny.
Yeah, I actually thought the ball's winning this race, but we'll try and show it to you on the replay. Does he have this ball leave his fingertips before he touches the rope? We'll get a really good look at it here, or not.
That's about the most unfortunate blockage, isn't it? Big man's come up with a great piece of fielding.
Yeah.
He's gotten the thumbs up from Vinny Sandu.
It was such a dangerous piece of fielding. We couldn't actually show it to you again. Anyway, this one's going to be a full toss. Yeah, it's going to be tapped away again. It goes on the walk there to Stain. It's been a funny old innings from Stain. He hasn't really done a lot wrong, but hasn't really had any fluency in it either. It's another one that probably that one for me is coming down enough. That's why it'll be the end of the over. God, the old running bunt for all our baseball fans out there.
Copped a few full tosses when he's charged down the wicket.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs to charge. If he stands in his crease, that's still a full toss, and he can probably just slam it. So maybe less dancing, more hitting. End of the 8th over. It's 117 for 3.
What's your feeling in terms of targets here over the first 3 groups? Vinny, do you feel like bowlers are regaining a little bit more control? The conditions are giving them a tiny bit of help?
I think when it gets wet, the scores seem to go up. Because I just think less catches are taken, bowlers don't get it right. Batters seem pretty happy. You know, the negative about batting in the wet is, number one, the outfield's slower, but if you hit it for 6, it doesn't matter. And the other thing is normally the ball gets a bit heavier. But these Grizzly balls, they don't seem to pick up any water. They stay pretty hard.
Basically waterproof, aren't they?
They're basically waterproof. The thing is, no, I keep feeling like even that 140 isn't enough against the Nomads, having seen them play quite a bit. But I've never seen them bat on anything but wood. So
just for anyone who hasn't watched the Swiss ECS, that is the
as a team, obviously I've seen
pitch.
the Swiss team here before. He's bowled him. Really good bowling. Sawari disturbs the timber once again. Solanke will go for 16. Someone's going to have to fix up the furniture. It's 118 for 4.
Another lovely piece of bowling from Sawari. Very hard to hit that pace over the mid-wicket boundary. Clatters into the stumps, and Nomads, they feel that they can get some control in these last 2 overs, keep this down below probably 135 or thereabouts. They'll feel like they're probably on top in this game. Look at that ball just sort of tail in a touch from outside off. Big swing. The batter's almost rotated a full 180, but just in time for Solanke to see his stumps decimated, and he's got a long and lonely walk back to the pavilion.
Yeah, well, 16, not so bad. Obviously would have liked to have done a bit more damage, but I think they bowled pretty well to him. So Shalendra walks off. 118 for 4.
What a lovely name, Shalendra. He'd have to be a friendly bloke with that.
I think so. I think he is a friendly bloke, actually. Aniket Badadeka is the number 6 for Brno here. He's going to get something with speed on it. Able to get some pad on it and run away for a single. Stay doesn't mind a bit of pace on the ball, though. I think this is one time he can just kind of minimise his movement and just trust his eyes here. Hit the correct shot, hit it well. He feels like he's being the anchor in this innings. He'll be disappointed with his strike rate of 150. I think he's the kind of guy that normally would be going 200 or better.
Interesting. They've just opened up the point region, Vinny.
Anything outside off stump, he's carving it over backward point.
Yep.
You better believe it. That's a good shot, though. You can see he's very quick to get his hands through the ball. Just stay at home, Dylan. Stay at home there in the crease and let your hands do the talking. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, I don't think that was actually a bad piece of bowling from Sawari. I think he was really trying to avoid, particularly with the movement of the fielder from the point region on the boundary, was trying to tie Stain up. Stain might have picked it, and as you say, got the hands through the pull shot super quick.
He's one guy I'd love to see out there. I'm a bit surprised they didn't send him out there straight away. Riaz Afridi in this situation, 9th over.
He's a fan favourite here at Cardamar.
But that was about belly button high. But you see how he got in such great position, had such quick hands to get through the ball. So, no body language expert, but I don't think Sawari was too impressed with getting pulled out of the ground. I think he's putting a bit extra on this one. I don't think he's thinking slow ball.
No, I don't think he is either. I wonder whether he's going to try to get upstairs into the chest region. And Stain's not a tall man.
Get ready for a top edge if that's the case. Yeah, he tries to go faster. Misses down the leg side. Probably something that a few too many extras for me. That's, I think, now 12 wides, 2 no balls. 8 leg buys, which, okay, they happen, but you got 22 runs in extras now, so. It's a good piece of this as well, and that's 4 more. So Stain getting into his work. It's taken a while. And he is into the 40s, 130 on the board now.
Yeah, tell you what, the ball rockets off his bat, doesn't he? Doesn't it, Vinny? Ball was much fuller from Sawari.
I think Dylan is a classic case of someone that felt he's not a T10 player. He's a more classical stroke maker. He's aggressive in his own way, but he's more selective. But I think the more he's played, the better he's got. I think he realizes it's actually not that much of a difference. Just bat. These boundaries, it's very dangerous. Now he's going to carve this away, get 1. Probably think a 2 here. Don't know if it was on, to be honest, and they'll get there. I just think that was a bit tactically wrong because Dylan probably is the guy I wanted on strike, but he hustles back for 2 because he's a hard worker. It's the end of the 9th over, 132 for 4.
He's pretty nippy between the wickets, but that was a nice piece of outfielding from Carmwell. He took the 2nd over and actually should have been a run out. Unfortunately, Ahmed can't glove it and almost even able to fumble it onto the stumps, but Stain makes his way back. He's a good athlete. Quick look at the Nomads bowling card. Shiraz Shawari has probably been the pick of them. 2 wickets, only 17 runs. Got hit for a couple of boundaries there, but also Fahim Nazir providing a bit of control in those middle overs. And it looks like Kamwal taking the ball for the 10th.
I suppose, yeah, it did go for 28, but that was early. Interesting, they didn't want to go back to Khalid Niazi and his spin. All right. Still, I've got to say, still nothing against Badadeka. Obviously, they trust him in this situation. I just think with Riaz Afridi's played this role to perfection for the Czech national team on occasion as well. Just come out and really try and whack some late runs. But let's see what happens here. Kamwal, 20 out of his first over. He's going to bowl the 10th. Wide. You've got to be looking to run there, I think. Hassan had a lot to do. But we'll take the run, they'll get the extra ball.
No, but you're completely right, Vinny. Staines, the established batter. Kamwal, that's exactly what he did at the start of his first over as well.
For someone that likes to run, I'm very surprised Dylan doesn't go there. Maybe just wasn't expecting it and kind of froze up. But that's a run. You'll probably make it. And if you don't, you'll be safe and you're back on strike. Or maybe that's why, because that's pinned up. It's straight up in the air. Anyone getting there? No. It's going to plug in the infield about 25 metres from the bat.
Given that was in the air for 5 seconds, it's incredible that no one got within 10 metres of it.
Just perfectly placed.
Yeah, well, that would have been a terrible result for Brno, wouldn't it? Having a dot ball from the dismissal there, having the new batter come on strike, but as it is, Stain getting to face.
Will we see Afridi with a bat, or will we have to wait to the second innings? And let's see how he bowls out here. Obviously,
saving his energy.
He's a guy that certainly always has our attention. Wide. It's been a problem with left-handers. Imagine there was a bit of pad on that, Kamwal. But yeah, Brno 62% here. I still feel it's more 50-50 than that. I mean, you know this Swiss team very well. And
early wickets will be the key, Vinny. That Afridi versus Nazir and Ahmed matchup could define this game.
Might have missed leg as well, but right off the cue into that. Is that no ball call? I thought I saw something there.
Oh, it is, Vinny, the eagle eyes of Maximo.
He is pricked up. Oh, that hurts as well. Nomads not helping themselves here. Similar conditions to the ECS final 2020, actually, even though it's still morning here.
Still one of the classic games of
nothing behind the line.
ECS territory. It's a great call from the umpire.
Get a great look at the line, but it seems like a fair call. Something has to land behind the line, whether it's grounded or not grounded. So kind of cross seam grip here from Kamwal. Free hit. Make good contact, but can't really get it aerial, so they're going to have to settle for a single there. 38.
Hey, tell you what, Vinny, I think Brno are going to be pretty happy with this.
So, especially with Ratul run out so early. He's a real key. If he still holds it, at one stage he held the record for most fours in an innings on ACN. At 6, just straying onto the pads once again. They haven't bowled well to the left-handed in this innings. Maximo Brno up into the 140s now.
Yeah, lovely shot from Stain, just using the pace of Kamwal. Got down on the knee, timed it nicely. Excellent elevation. Look at that, glorious shot. He's just looking better and better as this game goes on. Brno might regret him not having a little bit more strike throughout these 10 overs.
Yeah. He's just kind of quietly got about his business. That's his 50, by the way. Brings up off 25 balls. The captain stepping up, 3 sixes, 5 fours. He's intent on finishing this off. Just go straight. Only get one here. Won't even be able to try for a second. Fumbles the ball that already stopped out there.
They might have been able to, given the building effort there from Waka Skwaja. He's going to play a key role for the Nomads with the bat too. So they've got a couple of experienced middle order players. He's a good finisher.
Kamwal just doesn't have his rhythm with his run up. He's kind of long steps, short steps in succession. This one's a bit better. And now he's just going to lean on it, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Oh, Badadeka. He's the man for the moment. And yeah, confirmation does go over the rope. It's 6 more runs.
Yeah, lovely timing. Not a great ball from Kamwal. You can see he's got the replay on screen at the moment. He's standing there talking to the umpire about the run up. Looks like he's Not appreciating that big batch of sawdust just as you hit the edge of the official Cardamom pitch, but either way, it's a nice little partnership, Vinny. 33 off 10 to finish the innings.
Nice ball. And it's going to get through the fielder. It's going to be 4 more. So the 150 came up previous delivery. Badadeka with a nice little cameo there at the end. We wondered about whether he was the right option. Probably seems so. Based on that evidence, he'll finish with 12 off 5. And Brno, after being sent in by the Zurich Nomads in a match where both teams are chasing their first win at the Cardamom Oval, Brno put on 155 for 4.
Who needs the Stallion Riaz Afridi when you've got Badadeka? He did a very, very good job at the end, and that last partnership, 37 off only 11 balls. Said when we started the 9th over, the Nomads might have had some dreams of keeping Brno to 135 or there or thereabouts, but some loose bowling in particular. Tough time at the crease for Tassal Kamwal with his 2 overs. And say Brno will be the happier of the teams going into the midpoint of this game.
Quick hello to Vlasti Volfova, who we've seen playing with the Czech women's national team. She's in the chat right now, supporting Brno, no doubt. And hello to everyone else that had something to say. James Stewart in there. And question about where are this Brno team from? Well, they're from Brno. It's the second biggest city in Czechia. And 2 pretty big fish there together early on, but then 2 became 1. Not the way that the Spice Girls song went, but it's the way that Ratul, when he was run out by a very, very good direct hit from Azim Nazir.
Yeah, certainly. It felt like the Nomads both let themselves down in the field. It also had a couple of chances just not go to hand. We saw a drop catch from Azim Nazir early on, which would have loved to have put a little bit more scoreboard pressure on. But Matab Khan played a little blinder in the middle of the innings. The bulky right-hander really got that Brno total motoring. And it was a time when Stain just couldn't get on strike.
Yeah, and it's strange because it's kind of a succession of cameos at the other end. We saw Kande get to 25. He got castled by that peach. There was that speed from Sheraz Sawari. He's out for 25. Matab Khan also made 25 before he was bowled, but he was bowled in an over where he'd already taken it magical. So it didn't really slow things down at all. This is when he went, but already there was damage on the scoreboard. Then Solanke came out. He was able to hit 16. Badadeka, 12 at the other end. But yeah, Dylan Stain, he had 5 different partners, but he just kind of went up a gear when his team needed him as well. Ended up bringing up the half century late in the piece. And yeah, I think ultimately the Brno team will be the happier of the 2. Having said that, you know, you've got a Zurich Nomads team. They're probably familiar with the conditions. It reminds me of some of the weather we had in St. Gallen when we were there a couple of years ago. But yeah, I think you called it. If Brno can get some of those key wickets early, maybe we're looking at a successful defence.
Yeah, I certainly think that the Czech boys will be the happier team going in after the first innings here. The Zurich Nomads have plenty of work to do with the bat, but as Vinny said, they do have some absolute guns in that batting lineup. Likely to see Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed go out and open up for them, but they've still got it. The other left-hander, Osama Mahmood, Azim Nazir, Waka Squad. There's plenty of talent in that group, so they have more than enough depth to be able to chase this down, but certainly a heftier total than they might have been looking for at one stage. And full credit to the Brno team, and in particular that man Dylan Stain, 51 off only 26 balls. The skipper playing as much as you can play a sheet anchor role in T10 cricket. Kande and Khan both giving them some acceleration in the middle overs as well. Kande 25 off 9 before he was bowled. In fact, all of the wickets were either bowled or run out. Not before each of the batters managed to do some damage. Pick of the bowlers for Zurich Nomads. Shiraz Shawari, 2 for 17 off his 2 particularly good first over. And Fahim Nazir giving them some control in the middle overs. No wickets of him, but only 16 off his 2. Unfortunately, a few runs leaking from the others. So, middle of this game, Brno 155 for 4 off their 10 overs. Stain, the main man, 51 off 26 unbeaten, so that leaves Zurich Nomads needing 156 off their 10 overs. It's quite a challenge, but they've got the batting power to do it. Let's hope we have a cracking second innings here. We're at the Cardamom Oval. It's Andrew Ryan and Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network. Please join us back here in a couple of minutes for the chase.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
European cricket aficionados, welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Glorious surrounds here just outside the Malaga coast up in the mountains, and it is also the site of what should be a tremendous opening to this Group D clash. It is the Zurich Nomads, who have quite a hefty chase in front of them. Brno, the Czech representative, scored 155 for 4 off their 10 overs. Quick look at the bonus point equation. Batting team need to chase this down in 7 overs. That's a tough ask. Whereas the Brno team, if they can keep the Nomads to 108 or less, they will earn themselves a bonus point. Team's just getting ready to re-enter the cauldron here. Conditions, I wouldn't say they're glorious for cricket by any stretch, but certainly the players comfortable enough. The field's holding up pretty well after no shortage of rain over the last couple of days. And the man who has been here to see all of the action over the first 3 groups of ECL 2025, it is Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rhino. Great to be back, and great to have you here, of course, your first morning. I suppose you've got a bit of a cameo, 3-group cameo through the middle of this ECL. Just a few shout-outs that I noticed in the comment section. Matt Hetherington, hello to you. Great to have you with us. Thomas Martinez is watching from Madrid. And also Ruturaj Magari, Czech national team player, saying great work by Brno. Well done to Dylan. Unlucky Rutul getting run out, but I think you see even that run out shows you the urgency they had in the innings. It's kind of urgency without being too crazy. And Stain ends up batting through the innings for 51, but then there's over 100 other runs that happen while he's at the crease. So
isn't it one of the nice aspects of ECL that teams from other players around the country will get behind their national representative? I've been engrossed in the Cossenay chat this morning with plenty of the guys back home in Switzerland watching the Nomads. go about their work this morning, giving a fair cheer on to their Swiss friends. You're always competitors on the field, but a lot of support for the national representatives offered.
Yeah, you got to put it aside, I think, for the ECL. And this is going to be box office because Riaz Afridi's going to steam in from...
This is the matchup we've been waiting for this morning, isn't it?
Power play, I feel, makes or breaks this chase. You got Fahim Nazir out there with Osama Mahmood.
So keeping that double left-hand combination.
All right, shake, rattle, and roll. 1-5-6, quite the mountain to climb, but here we go with the second innings. First one is pacey, but it's dismissively flicked away by Nazir to the boundary.
Oh, one ball. He's already oozing class. Vinny using the pace of Afridi. Big, tall man, lovely stride at the bowling crease, but just look at how uncomplicated this is from Fahim. Lovely flick, beats fine leg, up in the circle, 4 runs.
Bit of an effort, good outcome. Yeah, get out the popcorn, folks. Afridi, come back. He goes extra pace and almost breaks his keeper's thumb. Almost results in a run out, and that'll be 2 wides. He really went kind of pace on there. Got a bit of swing there, Afridi. Took down the leg side and surprised Ratul, who's a pretty good keeper.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Riaz changes up his line and really tries to push it to sort of 5th stump, whether he's able to tail that ball back into the left-handers. Osama Mahmood doing a good job reacting at the non-striker's end to push through for the 1. He's a very good batter in his own right.
Get that online, that did go late, didn't it? See what he does to Osama. Beats him for pace. He's hitting a mile down the leg side. Yeah, Osama Mahmood. I think last time I was in Switzerland, he was playing for Power CC. He said now he's turning out for the Nomads.
Yeah, big recruit for the Nomads last year. So he and his brother Asad Mahmood, long-time players for Power Winter Club, but Osama shifted to Nomads last year and was one of the reasons that they had a very, very good year across multiple formats.
I've seen both these two out there for the national team, against the national team bowler, of course. It's pretty close, you know. Does it pitch in line?
Tell you what, that's a good bit of bowling from Afridi. May have just pitched outside leg, but tough call.
Really close. Just out. It's a very good umpiring decision. Look where it bounces there. Just outside the leg stump. Because it was full. Certainly had my interest. But I think you got to say it was an outstanding piece of umpiring from Sulaiman Saeed.
I agree. No hyperbole there, Vinny. That's an excellent call.
Everything else was lining up. This one hits him as well. But get away. It's fiery. Love it, though. For these two teams, especially with only 4 matches in the group phase, and also there's a bit of a question mark with the weather. So this is a huge, it's match 1, but it's huge. It sets the tone for the whole thing. And who knows, if you have washed out matches, you can't catch up points from a game like this if you lose it.
You're completely right, Vinny. Some nerves in that Zurich Nomads dressing room. Tell you what, show how quick Afridi's bowling. Look how far back the keeper is.
Oh, well, that's come off the bat, though, and it's come pretty fast. Maximal Mahmood off the mark with a bang.
That is quintessential Osama Mahmood, ladies and gentlemen. The big strike looks like he's trying to hit down the ground, but the wrist just turned at the last moment. Gets some good elevation, backward of square. It's a pretty nicely struck shot. And using the pace of Afridi.
Hasn't really asked the right questions yet, has he? To both the left-handers, he's been in towards the pads and occasionally down the leg side. Have to see him kind of get one across. But pace in, pace out at the moment. Last ball the over. Again, lose it down the leg side. It will be called wide. Just that extra effort, the extra deliveries he has to bowl as well. We'll say Riaz Afridi's in fighting fit condition. Typically is. He's an interesting guy. He's a well-educated guy. Speaks fluent Italian as well as fluent English. Of course, his native language as well.
Another man with exceptional hair too.
He's certainly he's quite a followed European cricketer. All right, up in the air, but again with pace, that's flying out of the ground. Maximal! Not the worst over I've ever seen. But the contest ends up in favour of the Nomads, and the Swiss club are 21 without loss after 1.
Yeah, great start. This is the danger of pace bowling here at Kartama. Those thick outside edges clearing the boundary pretty comfortably. Mahmood gets off to a nice start. Neither of the opening bowling attacks have dealt particularly well with the left-handers. Strike for both teams. Let's have a quick look at the chat video with 39 matches since the Golden Ball.
Had one on opening day, Rhino.
You sorry?
We had one on opening day, if
I
you remember.
did see that.
Yeah.
That was what a start to the tournament.
Was. Had one commentator that was very, very happy about it.
No doubt.
What are you seeing in the chat, though?
We're seeing in the chat. Big shout out to ECN Supporters Club Australia.
Yeah, Scotty.
Give me a nice welcome. Aren't they putting out some compelling content on social at the moment?
And they're growing. They're growing exponentially, is what I'm hearing as well. They've got their own logo and theme song now. So
surely can't
keep
beat
up the good work.
ECL theme song.
We try not to just pander to the Australian viewers, but we know it's a good time zone right now. Anyway, here we go.
Oof.
Wow.
Oh,
I was about to say that Afridi was running in and bowling rockets, but it's just some players are more comfortable than others in, I'll also call them slightly damp conditions. It's not especially wet. But Mishra's come in, I think he's probably tried to do a bit too much, and he's gone over.
That looked distinctly uncomfortable. It was almost like watching Bambi on ice skates as both the back leg and then the front leg went. The back leg came and tripped him up with the front leg,
So,
and
yeah,
he's gone face first into the artificial turf.
It's not a slip, so to speak. It's not like a skid, I should say, with the front foot. But no, it was the back foot maybe. And that's what caused it. Anyway.
Could have been worse.
Well, better. Oh.
That's a pretty... Oh, big call. That ball was short of a length, and Fahim Nazir on the back foot, but certainly looked like it hit the top of the pad, but the umpire's finger goes up.
Yeah, my initial thing was I suppose it bounces up higher, so I felt it was higher, but I guess we'll see where the actual impact is. And, well, what a turnaround for Mishra. It'll be 21 for 1. Let's check it out on the replay thanks to 2 circles. I mean, it was straight enough. I always just felt pitch is probably in line. They like it. Flick the top of the pad for me, and he's kind of a bit forward.
One of those ones you just expect to get given, not out, isn't it, Vinny? It might have a chance of
look at
tickling
that.
the top of the stumps, but...
Yeah, it's not crazy high. But, yeah.
Tell you what, though,
Nazir's going to have to go.
After his first ball, I was just happy that he stayed upright with the second delivery, but it turned out to be an absolute zinger of a delivery, and Mishra gets rewarded by not just any wicket, the gun at the top of the order for Nomads. He gives a knowing nod of approval to some of his teammates. And after an absolutely disastrous first approach to the crease, Mishra now has 1 for none. It's unarmoured to the crease.
Swing and a miss. First up there. So, yeah, you make your own judgments there. When you saw it side on, maybe it wasn't as high as I felt. It was climbing. Would it have hit the top of the stumps or not? The umpire has to decide, and he felt it was. That's an Ahmed.
Huge wicket in the context of this game, isn't
he's
it?
hit 6 sixes on this ground before. Did that against Malta in the ECC. He's going to be off the mark here with a fairly laconic foot pull shot in front of point. 4 runs.
Yeah, I tell you what, if I was the captain of Brno, I'm not sure that this would be my defensive field. To Hassan Ahmed, the entirety of backward square leg to mid-wicket, completely open. And if they keep on feeding him things anywhere near the stumps, that is exactly where he's going to put them. Tremendous player on the leg side.
Big hello to Dan Casey, Dan Zilla in the chat. Confident looking shot, won't get a run here. Dylan Staines also an outstanding fielder, and pick that up clean as a whistle. So yeah, Dan is also part of the Prague CC club. Big rivals with Brno, but it's great to see they're all behind them here, obviously. Flying the flag for Czechia. Yeah, LBW, a couple of things were kind of dicey. The height was dicey, where pitch was dicey, but you could make a case for both of them, I will say that. So you might feel it's a rough decision, but it's hard to actually pinpoint what your complaint is. And when we saw it side on, it was heading towards the top of the stumps. Whether it would have just gone over or not, I'm not sure. I think because his leg was slightly bent as well, it made it seem, it did hit him on the top of the pad, but the pad wasn't completely upright in the end. That's the way it goes, and I think got to credit Mishra. He recovered from that slip to come back. Now we've got a bit of rain falling right now. Just the batter pulls away, and it's been kind of a threat of it so far this morning, but yeah, hopefully it just passes. But I will say, at the moment, we're not actually complete. We haven't completed 3 overs, so this isn't actually a contest yet. It begs the question, who's ahead? Probably right now it's Brno by a run or 2. So these balls could be really, really important, because if they do come off after 1 more over, whoever's winning wins the game. Yeah. End of the second, 26 for 1.
Good adjustment there from Mishra. Was pulled by Hassan earlier in his innings, comes back, pushes the ball about a foot wide of off stump, gets a few mistimed balls, and I agree, Vinny. I think if this goes off for rain in the next over or so, Bruno's probably got their noses in front. Nomads had a good first over there, but Mishra, after his dramas, the first approach to the crease is bowled an absolutely cracking over, 1 for 5.
Yeah, maybe shows it's worth trying again rather than just calling the game off. Tongue in cheek. But anyway.
Controversy corner here in the commentary box.
There's actually a message I got sent. Let's just say it didn't come out of my mouth. Anyway, Madhav Khan is going to bowl over number 3. Mishra, 1 for 5 of his over.
Big
Great
over
comeback.
this one, isn't it?
Huge over.
The rain just hanging around.
All right, top edge, high. It's a chance there. Naveed Ahmed comes around and he takes a brilliant catch. Running back into the outfield in tough conditions. Hassan Ahmed falls now. A wicket with Mahtab Khan's first ball, and the Nomads are 26 for 2.
Yeah, excellent catch, Vinny. Tough one at the best of times, let alone when there's plenty of moisture both in the air and on the Grizzly. And that is 2 of the big guns of the Nomads back in the sheds within the power play. That is not a good start from the Swiss champions, and Brno right on top.
Yeah, disappointment for Hassan Ahmed. He opens himself up. A little bit of seam away from him, really. Maybe he just caused that top edge. What a great catch from Naveed. And Brno make it a crucial breakthrough at 26 for 2.
Yeah, it's fair for Brno to be in this position too, Vinny. They've just been the better team so far in this game. And certainly as part of the Nomads planning, having Fahim and Hassan lost within the first 2.1 overs. Not part of a recipe for success, but they have plenty within this batting lineup. And this man, Zabiullah, he was one of the heroes of their victory in the T10 domestic championships last year. He can hit a big ball.
Just slides this one. That's one thing about the Nomads. A lot of guys that can hit the ball and hit sixes. But I will say, I've only really seen domestic cricket in Switzerland on the one pitch, which I know there's more than one pitch in Switzerland, but on the wooded pitch, which really doesn't have a lot of bounce in it at all. A bit of a bowler's graveyard there. But
for some bowlers, Vinny.
Tell me about more of the pitches that these guys would play on in the Swiss domestic competition.
Yeah, actually, the pitch that the Nomads play on at home in their ground at Embrach is probably not that different to the deck here at Kardimer. It's a very, very solid underfoot. You get some good response from short of a length bowling. So I don't think that's going to be a huge adjustment. In fact, that rolled out pitch is probably in the minority these days. Most of the pitches are relatively hard and fast. You've still got a couple of teams like Alton, who we've seen out here at Kardimer multiple times in the last few years, will still use one of the rolled out pitches, and one of the more uniquely shaped grounds, I think it's fair to say, in the country. But no, the Nomads will have no problems adjusting to this. But they certainly have some question marks, questions being asked of them by this Brno lineup. Tell you what, Vinny, with the rain hanging around, would you have been tempted to bring Riaz back on for this second over? I know he went for a few in his first.
Question. Probably look at the alternative. He was fast, but he also went for big runs. And let's say Hassan played the same shot to Riaz, probably going for 6 behind him. So I think it's worked out well. I probably would have. But also, I like that you keep him up your sleeve a little bit, because let's say you do break through to the middle lower order, and Riaz's going to be a really uncomfortable guy for some of those hitters to face. 3 balls away from this being a legal match. Just over the top, that's 4 runs. 4 carreras. I have to pull out my old trusty friend Duckworth Lewis. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen here, but I feel that a stoppage is probably more likely than not at some point during this innings. I mean, we might get lucky. If it stays like this, we probably play it out, but...
Tell you what, that ball just escaped the hands of Rahat Ali. And they're at mid-off, weighed down by the extra triple number that he's got on his back, Mr. 777.
The slot machine. It's,
there's some energy out there from Brno,
sure
isn't there?
Sure is.
No shortage of chat. They feel like they're right on top in this contest. And you can see the urgency of the infielders. They are on it. It's like taking their prey every time that grizzly comes near them.
Wide, so if you're Brno here, just want to get through this ball and then change of over. Who knows? Rain gets heavier. I think they're ahead. I have to tell you exactly. After 3 overs, what are we, 1 down? 1 down. The pass scores 45. It's obviously not that at the moment. And that's up in the air, and that's going to travel. Maximo! 6 carreras. Rain getting heavier. How are you reading this, Rhino? Do you think they're going to stay? That's a big question.
Well, 2 umpires just coming together for a little bit of a chin wag. Probably a few concerns out there. In the Nomads, you're desperate for this to continue, and Zabiola just already shown some of his undoubted power at the batting crease as the Nomads rise as 1 in the team shed. So it does look like we're going to have the 4th, and I think, can he move here? Niraj Mishra coming on for his second over. His control was very good in his first. I think this is a smart piece of captaincy from Dylan Stain.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there the rain is falling fairly steadily, and they had a chat then, and they've obviously said, okay, well, if it's this heavy, we're okay to stay. But yeah, interesting, because I make it that they're 4 runs behind the DLS par right now.
What is it at the end of this over?
At the end of this over, it would, if they're still this many wickets down, it would be 59. So keep an eye on that.
18 runs off Mishra.
But I mean, that's assuming we get to the end of an over, and obviously they can happen at any time, the stoppages. But anyway, let's not be doomsdayers. They're out there. Obviously, it's European cricket. Both these teams are pretty familiar with playing in these kind of conditions. Here we go. Bowled him. Mishra breaks through, slide off cutter, and Osama Mahmood swings all round. It ends up clipping the top of leg stump, and the Nomads just behind the 8 ball here. It's 41 for 3.
I tell you what, Niraj, isn't he doing it for not only the experienced paceman around Europe, but a bit of canny line and length bowling, late swing, just enough movement to make life difficult for the top order. And that's a pretty good seed, just tickling the top of Osama's leg stump. And so the 3 big lefties at the top of the Nomads order all are gone. And it is that man, Niraj Mishra, doing most of the damage.
Yeah, sure is. It's disappointment. Picked outside leg, so he kind of felt he had a free hit at it, but he never covered the stumps with his body. He kind of stayed leg side of the ball. And Osama has to walk back. What a good showing this is from Brno.
Certainly is. And even more so, the canny decision to bring Mishra back for his second. Just as we say that, Vinny, it feels like the rain has actually lightened up a touch. So not much drizzle around at the moment. So it feels like, in retrospect, a good call from the umpires to keep the players out there.
Oh, I don't know if that's a wide.
bit of late movement away. Tell you what, he's a bit quicker than you expect though, Mishra, isn't he? He gets some good momentum through the crease.
Maybe.
I think that's a fair call.
Maybe it's my original bowling genes that showing up at times. I feel like didn't that get a bit of the line, but I suppose it's in that category where if you're not sure, you call it a wide. Oh, right off the end of the bat. Mishra with a slight slip. Might be the best recovery from a first ball slip that I've ever seen here from Neeraj Mishra.
Nice piece of bowling again. Seam scrambled in the air, ball just held up in the pitch, and the big swing across to mid-wicket, bringing nothing. It's Azim Nazir, the captain, who's out there, and who played for Switzerland for a number of years. Very, very good player. Batter, good all-round player too. He plays just as well in the longer format games as he does in T10, T20 cricket.
His line here. I know it's his back foot actually it's causing him the problems. That's why, you know, we almost slipped. It's because he didn't have the confidence to put all that weight on his back foot. So now with 3 wickets down, obviously the Duckworth-Lewis par climbs a little bit. So the Duckworth-Lewis par right now is 55. So they're 12 runs behind. And this is in the air. Oh, he's got it. What a good catch that is by Shailendra Solanki. He came in, he judged it perfectly, and that's a 4th wicket down. Mishra's on fire here at the Khartoum Oval. He's got 3, and the Nomads are 43 for 4.
Stunning spell of bowling from Mishra, and as you said, Vinny, an excellent catch from Solanki. Had to make some quick ground coming out there from a squarish mid-wicket position, but has taken the catch cleanly, and Brno have been very good in the field to complement some excellent bowling in the first 4 overs.
Yeah, took it well. Just caught well in tough conditions. Solanki did very, very well. Made a nice soft house for the ball and nestled in. So credit to the umpires as well. I mean, after 3 overs, the temptation might have been, okay, well, the game's a game and let's go. We did get some more time. Obviously that we're on. Having said that, as I'm talking, the rain's getting heavier, and also the batter's got to get out there in 60 seconds. I think they were querying that. Suleiman Saeed was just kind of informing the batter. Generally, they'll tell them, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. So it is policed. We know that. We've seen it happen once or twice in the series. Mishra, bad hair day, but good bowling day. Kamwal, the new batter. Here we go. Here comes the chat. Here comes the chat. Let's have a look and see what they say. And yeah, I think they're calling it. So there we go. 43 for 4. Obviously that wicket didn't help things Duckworth-Lewis. And I'll give you the Duckworth-Lewis right now. The par is 61. So if this game was to be called off, and by the way, them going off doesn't mean the game's over. They could always come back. There's a window to complete the game. It might be reduced. But right now, they're 18 runs behind on Duckworth-Lewis, so Brno would have the win. Remember, whoever wins this game, Rhino, it's their first ever win at the Khartoum Oval.
Yeah, it'd be a huge win too, wouldn't it be? As you say, we might have some interruptions from the rain, potentially may have some problems with certain games getting played over the next couple of days, and just getting a first up win in this group is so crucial. So I wouldn't say Brno have locked their way into a finals day spot here if they end up as victors, whether from the game being abandoned at this point or coming back, but either way, put themselves in a very good position with this excellent performance.
One thing about this is you let the umpires and the officials handle the situation. And Mishra, okay, it wasn't very comfortable bowling conditions, but he kept giving it all he could. He got 3 wickets.
I'd hate to see what he'd do if he was fully comfortable with his run-up.
But this is the thing. The umpires are in control of the situation, and then if they deemed it got heavier and it was time to stop play. Having said that, I think that they might come straight back on, because since they've made that determination, the rain's pretty much stopped. So that probably doesn't give a great impression, because that's obviously rain we've already had. But they're going to come out here. We won't have any lost overs or anything like that. So the Nomads, obviously, in this situation, they know they're behind. You don't need the sheet to know you're losing the match. So they want to come out there and see if they can turn things around. And yeah, credit, again, to Brno. You could have, in some other teams might have the feeling, a bit of gamesmanship, and they're carrying on. They know they're ahead, trying to get off the field. But
some other teams? Or?
Not mentioning anyone, but you know, let the umpires umpire, you play, and that's it. The purest form of the game. Oh, he almost has a fourth there, Mishra. Come well. Almost hit it straight back to him. Other thing is, for Brno, they might feel they're a chance for the 4 points here to defend 109. If they can do that, then obviously it's a huge boost for them. And as soon as the game becomes less than 10 overs, they can't do that. They have to settle for 3. So, Mishra. Some kind of spell here, isn't he, for the Czechs?
Absolutely sensational stuff, Vinny. 3 for 7, 1 ball left to go. Cromwell has absolutely no idea what's coming at him. To be honest, given the man at the other end of the crease, Zabiola, his biggest job is really to try to get him back on strike, but it's the final ball of the over, so
not the area to hit that.
A free swing.
Just gets some bat on this, and wow, he hits it very well. Afridi can't get off his feet. That'll run away for 4. So signs of life, but a long way back. That's if Mother Nature allows for the Zurich Nomads. It's 47 for 4.
It is a long, long walk, Vinny, irrespective of what's happening with the weather. Cromwell pretty happy to finally get bat on ball. Takes on Afridi down there at long on, ends up victorious, but Zurich Nomads almost just under 12 runs and over. They need a lot more than that, and probably even bigger for them. 4 wickets back in the sheds already. And I said this man, Zabiola, he had some heroics in the domestic T10 tournament last season. Boy, do they need him to step up in game 1 of ECL.
So now we're going to see Shailendra Solanki with the ball. First one hit straight, hit pretty well. Bounces just inside. Cuatro carreras. That last fielding effort from Afridi. I haven't played much recently, but the last tournament I played, I was captain, and said to my players that try not to use your foot when you're fielding. And I actually had a designated spot called Kicker's Corner, and it was the short third and the backward point position. And I said that was the only quarter that you're allowed to kick the ball. So if you're too old or you're too immobile to get down to the ground, and you had to go to Kicker's Corner. And I think I would be banishing Riaz Afridi to Kicker's Corner. As that is up in the air. Is it going? It is going all the way. Maximo says Carreras. Zabiola gets one out of the ground.
Yeah, 10 runs off the last 2 balls. He holds every set of keys here for the Zurich Nomads. Just curious, actually, Vinny, which of those categories did Riaz fall into? The too old or can't bend down far enough?
It's not even a. It doesn't have to be for those reasons. It's anyone that chooses to kick the ball.
Self-preservation.
They wouldn't be sticking around long on in my team. Riaz knows that. He was part of the team. Anyway. Not a good ball. Oh, doesn't really get it. That's out of jail free, really, for the bowler. Short down the leg side and only a single conceded.
Oh, Zabiel, no understatement. He'll be disgusted with himself not putting that ball. It was a free hit. It was half a foot past leg stump, so it would have been a wide if he's left it. Fine legs inside the circle. Should have been dispatched for a Maximo.
Oh, that's hit pretty well, and that's going over the top. Maximo splashdown on the top of the cube as the Nomads feel they've got a path back to competitiveness here.
Only got batted in his 2 overs with the ball, so Cromwell's got some making up to do here with the bat. It's a somewhat unorthodox technique, but he's got some driving power through those hips.
Yeah, check that ball, because it landed on top of the cube that's retaining a bit of the rain that's come down.
Slanky coming around the wicket.
All right, well, this is up in the air, and someone's reaching this, and it's dropped. First real blooper in the field. That's Suresh Ramarao there. And it's put it down, really. Would have been a handy one at this stage. This is a steadier for Brno.
Oh, disappointment from Solanki too. He's copped a bit of tap in this over. Really deserved that wicket. It was actually quite a nice piece of bowling, floating the ball wide of off stump.
No full toss this time. Should just be a single, so missed opportunity in that over. It's the end of 5, and the score is 66 for 4. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Andrew Ryan joining me today. Ryan, great to have you. Just with the DLS, they're still 14 behind After 5 overs, the par score's 80 to 66. So obviously it's going to be something we'll keep an eye on, but we only really need another 20 minutes or so to finish this game and let it run its natural course.
Speaking of natural course, Vinny, almost the sun is out as bright as your jacket today. Suddenly the weather has just turned here
I
at
knew the
Cardamom.
forecast wasn't great, so I've tried to go a little bit crazy pineapple here.
It's good, strong.
Let's hope that we don't have any interruptions. But I've got to say, I think the umpires, they've handled that very, very well. You've got to play it by ear. You've got to take the game situation away from it. So it doesn't matter how many overs, who's bowling, who's batting. You just need to play it by ear, I suppose. And I think that's something that that the umpires got right there. They were ready to come off, but before everyone kind of got all the way off, they said, actually, hold on a second. Let's just wait 1 minute and check it out. Brno never left the field. They just got in a huddle. And they decided, okay, I think we're good to continue. I think if you speak to the players, they always love being able to play the whole 10 overs. We know it's not always possible, but that's the intention.
Only one big over away here too, Zurich Nomads. Certainly that first 5's been owned by Brno.
Rahat Ali comes on, and again, he's a very experienced campaigner. Oh, wow. Fumbled.
Just tell you what, the Nomads should have been able to get back for a second. They need Zabiola on strike as much as possible. It was, fair to say, sloppy work from Riaz Afridi, and he's actually touched the boundary, so it will be a 4.
He knows it too. That's why he was so frustrated with himself. So 4 runs for nothing.
Surprised we didn't have a minor earthquake from Riaz smashing the ground in frustration.
Yeah, so buy 1, get 4.
Geez, that could be a costly fielding error if this game gets tight.
Bowled him. Oh, the world is such a funny place. There's no way Zabiola should have been back on strike as Riaz Afridi kicks the boundary, and then Rahat comes back and smashes the stump out of the ground. So, oh well, I think that's a net win for the Czechs. It's 70 for 5.
How the world turns, the slot machine, slower ball, ding, 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 number 777. Ali comes back after having an unfortunate boundary. First ball, this was a lovely change of pace, just gets under the swinging bat. Zabiola loses his balance trying to swing across to the leg side. And that is a really key wicket, Vinny, because Zabiola was the one man that you would have given a shot to properly chasing down this this total. 27 off 10. Good start to his tournament.
Yeah, good comeback. Yeah, we never know. Well, we'll never know what would have happened if Riaz had just fielded that like a normal piece of play and Kamo had been on strike. But new batter comes out. Shiraz Sawari, he certainly was full of a fair bit of fire and brimstone when he was bowling. Won't be quite that express from Rahat, but obviously prides himself on his accuracy. All right, well, that's up in the air. Well, can he reach it? He might. Oh, almost. Great effort. Wipes himself out. It ends up going for 4 runs. Action aplenty here. Group D's only getting started.
Isn't it? That has flown off the top edge, and Sawari did plenty of damage with the ball earlier on. I can tell you, he hits a long ball. Still stories back at the Cosnay home ground at the time he launched one, probably about 100 metres over the forest leg side a few years ago. Not much off the willow there, but it's still flown away for a boundary. Weather continuing to improve here, isn't it, Vinny? I wouldn't say the sun is breaking through, but certainly seem to have avoided the rain clouds for the moment.
Wow, that's well hit. He's just loaded up there, right in his zone, Sawari. He goes maximal, 6 carreras.
He's a beast, Vinny. Tell you what, when he gets hold of the ball, as I said, it does go a long way. Ali tried a little off-speed ball on that occasion. Ball almost looked like it was going to drop under Sawari's bat. But as it is, he just held his stroke forward long enough to deal with the slight change of pace. Lifting through like a good tape ball hitter. It's a good strike for Maximo.
We got that. Doesn't hit the next one quite as well. So Rahat, sometimes there's been can talk about his action. He's got a little bit of a kink in it, but to me, I mean, that arm looks pretty straight all the way through. I don't see any issues there. I know he's worked hard to improve it.
Absolutely fine. Pure flex there.
It's good to see him back, because I think it was a bit of an issue a couple of years ago. It shows you must have worked really hard on it.
Another good ball from him right up in the block hole. And that's a terrible piece of fielding. So that's the second time that they've let what should have just been a pedestrian single through for 4. Carmwell gets good fortune again. And that's a pretty ordinary way to end the over.
Yeah, and last time it worked out better, but I don't know about this time. Just straight to Mishra. You can argue he's had a bit of a workload, Niraj, but 85 for 5. Now, you've got 2 points of reference. You've got win predictor to see who's winning, but you've also got the Duckworth-Lewis, even though hopefully it won't get called in. But at this stage, what are we, 5 down here? So the par's 96, so they're down by 11.
Just staying in this game, aren't they, Vinny?
Just hanging in there.
5 wickets down makes life difficult. You're really getting towards your lower order. These two young men at the crease can both hit the ball strongly, and we know that the closer and closer you stay within sort of 20 or so runs in the final over, it is all to play for.
There's the old paper out, which I'm sure we'll be keeping an eye on. Rummer out, gets a bowl here. First one, reasonable length, just knocked out for a single. Just wondering when and if you use a freebie here to these middle order hitters. Also, he could go for big runs. I mean, if they swing hard, flies off the bat. But also, I just think his pace would trouble them a little bit. Also, it's probably going to get worse for him to bowl maybe the longer this game goes. This one's called wide, Rummer out. He put a catch down earlier, but he'll be hoping to make up for it with a wicket here.
Yeah, I've got to say, Vinny, I probably would have brought him back for this over. This feels like the over in which you could close the game out. They leaked a few in that last one. It wasn't a bad over from Ali at all, but a few poor pieces of fielding. Close it out in this 7th if you can bring your speedster on, and particularly if they can get rid of Sawari.
Low full toss, knocked away. No real force in this shot. Freedy comes and fields it on the bounce. Hello to Wayne, nice to see you in the comment section as well. Phil G, obviously tuning in from Czechia, of course part of our commentary team. Got a couple of commentators from Czechia, Phil G and Danny Hudacek, that were here during the year. Wow, that's absolutely smashed. Going, and miles away. Maximo, that was a bomb from Sawari.
Jeez, I hope that Grizzly's carrying a visa, Vinny, because that has crossed the border. That is a massive strike from Sawari. And the Zurich Nomads are keeping themselves in the game here. Couple of Maximos per over, and they will start to make things very nervous for the Brno outfit. And look at the smiles in the Zurich Nomads dressing room. Fantastic footage from our friends at 2 Circles.
All right, this is hit very hard as well. And well done to at least stop it there. It's Rahat. And now we might have a run out here. He slipped over, he's run out. Oh, that's a disaster. Camwell, he's just hit that, and got to give it to the fielder first up. He was able to make the stop, but then a total mix-up between the two batters. 1 and out, 96 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's Sawari who's going back to the dressing room. That is a terrible loss of the man who could have bombed them to victory here today. Already come up with a couple of massive strikes. Probably could have been caught out there, but it was actually a wonderful piece of work.
It was
as
acrobatic.
Ali coming through,
Fires
recovers.
it in, doesn't even get up, and then he's not even close here. But I want to see how this run out happened.
So I think Vinny, he was really pushing back for the second, and then the wet deck meant that the big man had a huge turning circle. It was like watching the Titanic try to avoid the iceberg. He couldn't get back in time, and that's a big wicket. So he leaves Cumwell on strike. Experienced Wakas Kawaja out there with him. Ball's actually managed to find some open territory out there wide of mid-wicket, but they will just take the one. So the good thing for the Nomads. Khawaja's got a lot of experience. He's marshalled them home in plenty of limited overs games in Swiss Premier League over the years. Good strong hitter himself. Good man to have at the crease.
All right. Number out. Centre part Trundler. From toss straight to the fielder. Oh, that's a nasty one, Neeraj. I think he wears it. At least he does stop the boundary. Oh, a little bit of chaos creeping in already in Group D. That'll be the end of the over, 97 for 6. Not just one of the replay, thanks to 2 circles.
Khawaja looks like it's not going to be called a no ball for over hip height, but probably a ball that he should have put over the boundary. Probably just not what you're expecting at first ball. I'll tell you what, doesn't Mishra probably wish he was back at the bowling crease, running into a slippery deck.
That's what we've got coming up. Zagreb Assassins versus the Budapest Blinders. Let me have a look at these 2 lineups. Zanko leads the Assassins with Babu behind the stumps. Watch out for a few native players in there. Alan Magdalenic in there, Anthony Razmanic as well. For Budapest Blinders, though, all eyes on their 2 wildcards, Van der Merwe and Mulder from Ireland. Abash Ghani, he was player of the series early in the internationals. Mars Baiji behind the stumps, as well as Ali Farasat, who is leading the side. So that match is coming up. Due to start in about 20 minutes time. And also should mention our very own Stefan Gooch, part of the Blinders lineup. He's listed about at number 3.
Good to see the Blinders out here, isn't it too, Vinny? They've been a force gaining momentum in the Hungarian game over quite a few years now.
Rahat coming back up in the air, catching opportunity and dropped. That's Ramarao as well. Second one he's put down in that area. Probably didn't quite have the technique right that time. I know it's difficult conditions. It's also keeping a little eye on that 109. Now they should get there, the Nomads, but if you were able to pick up a couple of wickets very quickly, if you're Brno, maybe you can still sneak that 4-pointer in.
Certainly can. Wakar's living a charmed life at the moment, 2 off 2, and he's been fumbled both deliveries.
Steps across, straight over the line though, so it won't be a wide. Batter wants it, but doesn't have too much of a leg to stand on.
Doesn't give you much pace to work with, Rad Ali, does he? Ball just almost dies in the deck, tails away a touch. It's actually quite hard to go and swing that to the leg side. Feels like Brno have reasserted control. Last couple of deliveries.
That's lifted up, and that's 6. And so Kamwal, he's hoping to keep the dream alive here. We have seen some pretty dramatic things at the Cardimer Oval. But surely Nomads don't have a path into this.
Lovely clean strike though, wasn't it, Vinny? Another one of those balls just dying slightly. Outside off stump from Ali, but he stepped a long way across. Got it into his power zone. Lovely strike from Kamwal.
51 off 15 required.
So while we're waiting for the ball, Vinny, a lot of people in the chat getting excited about the return of Pakai Care Badalona to Cardimer Oval later on today.
Definitely. Can't wait for that. Right off the queue end, so they only get one here. He kind of went full cowboy on that, didn't he? Yeah, looking forward to seeing the champions of 2022. I know that they're missing one very big key player and a couple of others as well. Isan unavailable due to personal commitments and a family situation at the moment. So, Pakai Care. They'll be relying a lot, obviously, the big man, Mohamed Babar. Saw him last night. Asked him the right question, 1 hand or 2 this year. I think he'll be keeping both hands on the bat.
He's an absolute enigma, Babar, isn't he, Vinny?
He's a fun character of European cricket, that's for sure.
One of the most naturally talented cricketers I think I've come across. He is an absolute sight to watch.
Well, it steps across and puts it up and out of the ground. Maximo
Keeping the dream alive. The Nomads need 43 off the last 2 overs. That blow secures them a point as well. It's 113 for 6.
Keeping them in this, Carmwell. There's times in which he's played a few strokes that have looked a little bit awkward and unbalanced at the crease, but when he's made contact with the middle of the willow, he's sent the grizzly ball flying. Left themselves a lot of work to do in the last 2 overs, Vinny, but we all know 20 or thereabouts off a pair of overs, if you've still got some hitters at the crease, there is every chance that they can do that. And a big over coming up now as the rogue superstar, Riaz Afridi, steps up for the 9th.
Well, yeah, I think it's a good move, but obviously the ball can fly off the bat as well with Riaz. Looks like he's operating off a half run. I think that makes sense as well. Just got to get it done here. 9th over. And that's a good start. Comes off the pad. Oh, it takes a long time to get going there, Kawaja. Tool fumbled, and so there was no chance of a run out. I think Riaz, if he's smart, I think he is a pretty smart cricketer, he's not trying to bowl 100% of his pace. He's quick anyway with his arm. He's just kind of making sure he gets to the crease, making sure he gets in the right spot, and he feels that he's a good option versus maybe another bowler.
Tell you what, with fine-legged third man back, I'd be telling him to spear it in here, Vinny.
Again, so far he's done his job pretty well because he can put the game to bed here. There's some people thinking if for some reason we had lots and lots of rain that started straight after this game, and Brno go through because they're the only team with a win. I don't know how that would work, if I'm very honest. Certainly hope we have no issues like that. Full toss. And so it's definitely the one they're going to have a look at. I've got a feeling this is hip height, and this is going to be a no ball.
Slanky probably not standing in the most helpful position, though. Tell you what, whichever way this gets called, I'm not sure I'd prefer to see Riaz Afridi's pace coming at my waistline.
It's a no ball for me. It's pace on. Oh, they've said it's fine.
Oh, tough call.
That's a really rough call. Oh, well, okay. Well, I think it's 4 anyway. Right, at least kept his options open. Yeah, there's plenty for the third umpire to keep busy. It's about here. I think he's still touching the ball.
I think that's certainly made contact with his arm, and it is signalled for Vinny. Not a bad effort from Rad Ali out in the boundary, but good shot from Camwell too. Just went with the line of the ball, got his hands through nice and quickly.
He's still in contact with the ball when he's touching the boundary. That's why it's given 4. So they do get that one right. Anyway, back to live action. And this one's not going so far. It could be a run out here. I think it will be a run out if he had the ball, which we're about to find out.
Somewhat ungainly dive at the stumps, but the wicketkeeper, who hasn't had to do too much work in this innings so far, it's probably affected the run out. We'll hopefully get a replay from a slightly clearer angle.
Only issue is the ball ends up out of his hand, which begs the question, when did he let go of it? I imagine it's good.
Looks like a fairly clean effort from here, but does a pretty good job actually of picking up the ball with his left hand, full facial dive, and the ball's come out after he's made contact. So fairly easy decision for the team with the video umpire spot, and Kawaja. Torturous day for Waikas there, 4 off 5. Tough time to come out and bat when you've got that sort of run rate to catch up to, but it's been a good over from Afridi so far, Vinny. Trying to close out this game for Brno. Yazi coming to the crease. It's just a squeeze of 1 at first ball, and that is the end of the 9th. So Freddie, none for 26, but coming back after an expensive first over. The Zurich Nomads 121 for 7. And they have not an impossible task, but not far from it in this last over.
Hey, great effort by Brno. The second trip to the Cartmore Oval. They were here 2 years ago, and I know they were so disappointed about how that went. They've worked hard, obviously, to get back here in the first place, but this will be their first win, assuming that they defend 35 here, their first win in the ECL. So, yeah, it's a great story for them. And now looks like they're going to finish off with Matab Khan. And credit to all the players here. I know it's not the easiest conditions to play, but this is European cricket. They've been out there and they've just followed the umpire's instructions. Here we go, 10th over. Wow, well, this game's still alive thanks to Niazi, who comes out there, just clips a 6. Maximo, pretty much need that every ball from here on in to get the win.
Yeah, he's a clean hitter, Niazi. I suspect in the coming years, probably see him shift up the Nomads batting order a few spots. He can hit a good strike. He's shown it first ball. They are keeping themselves alive. And I guess the other thing for the Nomads too, even if they don't chase this total down, Vinny, trying to do as little damage to your net run rate as possible. Yeah. Once again, with some potential inclement weather ahead is very important.
Yeah, for sure. A bit of housekeeping because this game's run late, probably because we almost left the field. There will be a 10-minute delay to the next game. So it won't start 10 minutes from now, it will start 20 minutes from now. So adjust your schedules accordingly. Pretty much should do it now. Can't blame Niazi too much. Nomads, well, we'll see them later in the day. They've got a clash against the Budapest Blinders in match 4. For Brno, they'll play match 3 against Pakakare Barcelona. That'll be a really good test of where they're at. It's Pakacare's first game. Edged and gone. So Ratul will take the catch. Another wicket for Matab Khan, a second for him. And yeah, credit to Brno. The teams have toed and froed, but Brno have just outplayed their Swiss opponents in this game. I think the main thing was the fact they got those big fish at the top of the order before they could do too much damage. And now it looks like Brno are heading for their first ECL victory.
Yeah, certainly the case, Vinny. I think most astute observers probably would have had Brno as one of the teams really fighting for that final position to get into finals day, but they've shown that they've got plenty of depth in this team. Niraj bowled a couple of excellent overs at the top of the innings as he sadly walking back for 7 off 4. And they've got enough hitters in that batting lineup that they can cause some damage and send a real fright through two of the more well-credentialed teams in this tournament.
Not a bad shot. This is Ziaullah Amahel coming out, somehow manoeuvring his hair into that helmet. Just a further update, they've decided actually it won't be 10 minutes delayed, it'll be 15 minutes delayed. So it'll actually be starting in around about 23 minutes from now. So you can have
time for a coffee break,
an extra cup
between.
of coffee. Yep. But this is going to be a really proud moment for the Brno club. They've grown and grown and grown. At one stage, they had multiple teams, I think up to 3 teams, maybe even 4 teams worth of players, and operating at different levels of the Czech competition where there's 3 tiers of competition, but they're about to make their mark on the European stage here. And it'll finish with a wicket, another edge, and so Matab will end up with 3. And well done to Brno Cricket Club, their first ever win at the European Cricket League. And it comes 2 years after we first saw them here at the Cartama Oval. So long time between drinks, but they get off to a fantastic start, taking 3 points out of this first match.
After their first visit here was certainly Brno a couple of years ago. It's finally Brewer, yes, with a tremendous victory over the Swiss champions, Zurich Nomads. And I have to fairly say they've not comprehensively outplayed the Swiss champions, but they've certainly outplayed them in every department. A few wobbles from the Czech boys in the middle overs there with a succession of dropped catches, but ultimately they were by far the better team here in the first game of Group D, and that allows us a good chance to look ahead to match 2, where the gently named Zagreb Assassins from Croatia join us to take on the Hungarian superstars, the Budapest Blinders. That should be a cracking contest, but in the meantime, time to celebrate for the Czech champions.
Yeah, and so, okay, you always feel a bit better after your first game, even better when you win. We can see it means a lot to Brno as they go out there. By the way, you might notice their kits are slightly different to some of the other kits, Brno, because they've been stuck in custom, so they're using their regular kits, and well, it's done the job. They felt right at home here, didn't they, at the Cartama Oval.
building a very healthy score of 155 and defending it to win by 27 runs.
Yeah, looking absolutely resplendent, and certainly more resplendent than poor old Niraj, face planting and then coming back with a peach of a ball that was adjudged LBW, and that was a big call and a big moment in the game. But they made their own luck though. Naveed Ahmed taking an excellent catch to a skied ball, and that caused the heads to go down. And the Zurich Nomads were just always behind the 8 ball in this contest. And it was probably only when Zabiola came to the crease, hit a couple of Maximos in succession, that you felt like they had any momentum.
Yeah, it's true. I just think it's a bit of a failure to launch, really, across the board. We saw Zabiola with 27, Kamal finished with 35, 19 for Sawari, but I think when you lose your top 3 without any of them getting to 20, it's always going to be tough to chase 150 or more. They did take some very good catches. I know they dropped some towards the end, but I think they caught them when they mattered early on in the innings to get some of those big fish. Here's Leon. Well, you know that he loves watching the cricket here. This was a little bit of a worlds collide moment, because Riaz gave up 3 there. The very next ball was a wicket. So it basically put the other batter back on strike. Rahat Ali knocked the leg stump out of the ground despite the best efforts there. Sawari obviously hits a long ball as well. He ended up with a couple of Maximos to his name, but the rate just crept out of control. Nomads were hoping for a bit of a miracle here, but never came forward. And they will take 1 point out of that game at least. They got close enough. This one really hurt, didn't it? The run out of Sawari looked to be going well, but just a miscommunication resulted in him having to walk back, and really, as long as they didn't lose their bottle in the last 2 overs, Brno were assured of the win. This is a little bit the old Jonty Rhodes wicket-keeping style there. Goodbye stumps, goodbye ball, goodbye batter. It's Ratul saw that he kept his ball, kept the hand over the ball long enough to affect the run out. Then a couple of little nicks in the last over. That was pretty good, wasn't he, out there? So disappointment for the Swiss. Like I said, they'll have the right of reply later on in the day when we'll see them take on the Budapest Blinders.
Yep, big contest coming up there. That's going to be a difficult one for Swiss boys to open their account. Blinders have come out here with a very, very strong side, but as it is, excellent win from the Czech champions, Brno. Finally getting their account open here at ECL. They will be extremely pleased to get a first up win, and that's a bit of a sorry looking scorecard for the Nomads, particularly for the top 3. Only 4, 13 and 5 between Nazir, Mahmood and Ahmad. It's where they would have wanted to get off to a much better start. Zabiola played pretty well, 27 off 10, and Kamwell, he hit 35 off 17 before he was a victim of Mahtab Khan in that last over, but kept the Nomads in the hunt for Brno. 3 wickets for 22 from Mahtab, who bowled an excellent last over, but really the pick of them, and the man who broke the back of the Nomads batting lineup, Niraj Mishra. 3 for 11, and including some big wickets in his first over. So a tremendous victory for Brno. They take out this opening game of Group D, beating the Zurich Nomads by 27 runs. So, Vinny, quick update. When are we starting the next game?
Yeah, so we will start in 15 minutes from now. So we're back in about 13 to take you into the next one. It'll be a battle between Zagreb Assassins of Croatia and the Blinders of Hungary. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll be back shortly to take you through more action here, live from Cartagena in Spain. You're watching the European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we get ready for another match in the European Cricket League coming up. Now it's Group D match 2 and we'll see the Zagreb Assassins of Croatia taking on the Budapest Blinders of Hungary. This should be a really interesting matchup. Ian Ramage is the tournament referee. He's got the giant coin and the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
You go. Good luck, mate. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you very much. Assassins, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Blinders is the away team. You're going to call. I'll take that from you if you want.
Rado.
It's been called Rado. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Assassins, who will bat first.
So the Zagreb Assassins have won the toss and Vedran Zanko says we will have a bat. Good confident move. I think in these blustery conditions, I think getting the runs on the board can be a pretty useful thing. Assassins, they did qualify for this ECL. They had to win a playoff against the ECS winners, so Oliver Split, but they did that. It's their second trip to the ECL, so let's see how they go this time. The Budapest Blinders, it's their first ever trip to the Kantama Oval as an ECL club. We saw them win the ECS last year in a really, really dramatic final actually. It had a supersonic over while 9 down in the first innings. So they are a strong side already, but they have picked up a couple of big wild cards in Jason van der Merwe and Jacob Mulder, who both have played ECL cricket here for CIYMS. And I think they will make a big impact in this side. So using the wild cards to their advantage, again, teams are allowed to do that. They're allowed 2 players that don't regularly play for the club, and I think that's a good pickup for the Blinders. But anyway, let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss is Zagreb Assassins are winning the toss and batting. Let's get ready to go with Andrew Ryan up in the commentary box.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive preview of Game 2 here on the opening day of Group D action at European Cricket League 2025. We had an excellent first up contest with a win for Brno against Zurich Nomads, but we turn our attention now to the Zagreb Assassins representing Croatia up against the Budapest Blinders, the stars of Hungarian cricket, and this should be a tremendous contest. The Blinders come in with a star-studded lineup helped by the addition of the Irish guns Jason van der Merwe and Jacob Mulder. Well, they've got plenty of local talent in their group as well, headed by 2 men very, very well known to us on the European Cricket Network, Mars Bargi and Stefan Gooch. But as it is, we'll see the Blinders come out to bowl in the opening stages. The Zagreb Assassins won the toss and elected to go and bat first. And they'll be looking to get their tournament off to a good start. Tough first up assignment from them. Blinders coming here with a pretty solid all-round team. Got some big hitters in that group. It's a variety with the ball. And they will certainly go into this game as favourites. The supercomputer, so excited about the Blinders. Forgot the percentage on that reading, but they're given an 82% chance of winning this contest. And as we've mentioned a few times already today, with some level of inclement weather forecast for the next couple of days, getting early wins in this group is extremely important. There we go. Supercomputer rectifies things super quick. One of the unsung heroes of our ECN coverage here at Kantama Oval. Some other men who will be looking to make heroes of themselves. Ahmed, big placement, standing at the top of his mark. It's Nalshad Babu, who will be opening the batting. The standing on the shoulders of this opening partnership for Zagreb. Yogesh Balaj is at the non-striker's end. Plenty of chat early from the blinders. Renowned as a very energetic team. Intelligently led. Ali Farasat, he's got the captain's armband today, but there's plenty of experience in and amongst this lineup. And they've played a fair bit of T10 cricket as well, so the big left arm paceman. Full toss, and it's dispatched. It's a great start. That's carried the rope, and the arms go up to signal Maximo. So an excellent start for the Assassins. Full toss outside off stump. Babu, just get enough willow on it. Not an easy day to be a paceman here at Cartermore Oval. So really only one slip in the first game. Hasn't really been any sort of material level of rain during the intermission period between game 1 and game 2. Short ball. I think that has struck his helmet. Ball just flies away. And look at this on the replay. Pretty decent short ball. Complete opposite of length to the first delivery. And it has struck the side of his helmet. But it seems to be okay, which is the main thing. But we will likely have a brief delay here while medic comes out on the ground to just do a quick examination. Good thing is that the player in question, Babu, seems to be okay. Just go through this process just to make sure that everything is still functioning well. He's got a smile on his face. He's tracking the finger, gives the big thumbs up, and back into play. Certainly an important thing to make sure we implement the medical protocols. Ahmad, he's come up with a full toss first ball. Big short ball second delivery. That's a better length. Much better length. Big left arm paceman. That's where the majority of balls should be going. Looks like his rhythm looked a lot better. Hit the crease well. Still plenty of energy in the field from the blinders. You can hear many, many voices in that stump microphone. Love an early scalp here. Shortish ball. Yogesh just turns and takes it on the body. Wasn't a huge amount of intent. It wasn't actually the greatest ball from Ahmad. Tailed in a touch, but looks like his pace and bounce has just worried the batter more than anything. Took a step out to the leg side and spent a lot more effort trying to evade the delivery rather than playing a shot. So 2 balls left in this first over. 7 for none. Good change of pace from Ahmad. Well, he's been a touch wayward with his over so far, but looks like he's got some good tricks up his sleeve. It's an excellent delivery. It's pitched just outside off stump and gone on with the angle, only just missed. And he's certainly troubling Yogesh on the top here of the Zagreb Assassins batting order. Another short ball. Hit the seam, took off. And it's a good finish from Ahmad. He'll certainly be happy to get his first over out of the way. High fives all round from the Budapest blinders, and that's the end of the first over. Zagreb Assassins 7 for none. Gives us a good chance to take a trip down memory lane and see what's happened in the European Cricket League in the previous editions, the inaugural tournament There's VOC Rotterdam featuring our own Corey Rutgers for the commentary box. Then Pack Care Badalona, weren't they an absolute stormer in ECL 2022? Fantastic contest against Tunbridge Wells in the final there. And then Hornchurch have played in the last two finals. Runners up to draw in 2023 and victorious against the Old Victorians from Jersey in 2024. So who will it be? 2025. Certainly some even teams in the opening stages as Mulder comes on for his first over, and that's very nicely played from Babu. Rocks on gently onto the back foot against the wrist spinner. Cuts it and cuts it very cleanly. Wasn't particularly short from Mulder, but Babu's used excellent footwork to get himself in good position. He's off to a tremendous start here, 11 off 3. Touch more air on that ball, but Drift taking it down leg side. He's probably not going to get much grip and turn on this Cardamom deck today. Very well credentialed leg spin up. Slightly quicker. Might have actually been the flipper coming out of the front of the hand, but it's a nice piece of bowling. But Bowie's actually done a good job to chop down on it quickly. Look at the Assassins. Bought some of their own kit. Already talked about it, them having one of the more intimidating names in European cricket. That's a lovely piece of bowling from Mulder. Looks like the finger has stayed down, but there's a run out nonetheless. And that is a comedy of errors, unfortunately, as Yogesh Balaj has gone down to the striker's end. He's an absolute mile out of his crease. This was a pretty decent delivery, a great shout, but as it is, the striker, Babu, has absolutely barbecued his partner. Just run. I think to take an old Maximoism, someone's hit the wrong button on the controller, and Yogesh has been sacrificed in no uncertain terms. Mars Baji, quick with the gloves, didn't really need to be particularly speedy in the first wicket down, 12 for 1. Tough introduction to ECL cricket for Yogesh. Blinders will be happy to get the first wicket on the board. Lovely wrong end. No one did grip the pitch a touch, and Pawar certainly didn't pick it out of the hand or off the deck. It's just extraordinary stuff on that last ball. See the replay. Lovely delivery from Mulder as an inside edge goes flying past fine leg. Well, I was going to say they'll only take the single, but given some of the running we saw a few balls ago, couldn't be too sure. Interesting couple of overs here from the Blinders. Been hit for a 6 and a 4. The first delivery of both overs. But thereafter, bowlers really got on top. The Assassins batters. Beautifully flighted legs, the wrist spinner again. Ball just chopping back into Pawar once again. Playing all around it, but quite understandable when you've got leg spinner that quality on. So Mulder finishes over, goes none for 6. But there was the run out, and Zagreb Assassins, they are now 14 for 1 after 2. So a good start for the Hungarian champions. So they come here with good variety in their bowling lineup. Looks like Sandeep Mahandas is going to take the pill for the third over. Look at that table, excellent win for Brno. In game 1, well, there's a little boost to their net run rate too. Solid victory over Swiss champions, Zurich Nomads. Nomads will be fairly disappointed with their first up performance today, a bit wayward with the ball. Never felt like they gained the ascendancy or any level of control in either bowling or the batting innings for them. And well-deserved winners there, Brno, to get off to a great start in ECL 2025. Assassins keeping their eye on the ball. Need that message to go out to the two men in the middle now. Babu back on strike. Need him to face as many balls as possible as Martis drags one wide of off stump. Just rechecking his mark. Not easy for the pace bowlers, the right arm over the wicket bowlers there. There's a fair bit of sawdust down to deal with the wet conditions. This ball driven nicely to mid-off, but big Stefan Gooch. Don't get too much past him at that mid-off position. Looking pretty fit, the big Gooch. Sure he'll play a big part. Elegant left-hand batter for the blinders. Mahatis, full toss, low full toss, but that's drilled out to cover position. And Mulder fumbles, allows them to go through for the single, but blinders keeping things under control here for the moment. It's the last over of the power play. Zagreb only 16 runs on the board. Swinger from Mahatis, nicely driven from Boar, but Gooch gets down well. Keeps it to a single. Nice soft carpet underfoot here at Cardimer Oval. Grass is probably a little bit longer than we'd tend to expect it, but it has had a lot of rain various times over the last week. Short ball. Swung hard, and Babu pumps it for a maximum. Just drops short outside off stump. It's just a hard swing, but he made good contact. Flying high into the Cardimer sky, and that cleared the boundary easily. First signs of life in the Zagreb Assassins tent. Do with a couple of more of those maximums before the power play is over. Babu looking pretty comfortable out there though. Another in-swinger, but it's a full toss and it is sweetly struck. Babu showing he doesn't even need to keep two hands on the bat, just the top hand drilling the ball over the long on boundary. And so a pair of maximums helped them get up to 29 for one. A great ball from Mahatis, just the in-swinger floating. Trying to go for the in-swinging Yorker. Over pitching, and it's a little bit too easy for a batter of Babu's class. Plays that late, pushes it out to Mulder there at cover, and they'll allow them to take the single, so not a bad outcome for the Assassins. 13 off the last three balls. They get Babu back onto strike. The end of the power play. They are 30 for one. So a nice start for Babu so far, scoring the majority of the runs for the Assassins, and certainly helped by a pair of Maximos in that last over. 16 from Mahandis. They're just getting the innings back on track. Babu back on strike, courtesy of that single off the final ball. Just need to make sure this run rate gets a tick above 10 at the moment. They'd certainly be eyeing sort of 120, 130 if they can. And that is going to help. The ball's holding up on that wet field. And I'll have to have a look at the replay. The fielder might have actually still been in contact with that ball as he made a head-first dive to try to stop the four. See this, he sort of hasn't been able to flick the ball across. I think he's in contact with the rope there, just as he makes a valiant attempt to stop it, and it has been signalled for. We're just getting a lot of drift on that ball. Nicely played from Babu. That's in the slot, and it's struck very sweetly over long off. Babu playing a lone hand here for the Zagreb Assassins. Mulder being brought on for his second. That was a pretty good piece of captaincy. If they get rid of Babu, I feel like they'd be into the teeth of this Zagreb batting lineup, but taking 10 off the first 2 balls. The Assassins are up and about in the dressing room. It's not a great ball from Mulder, but it's probably the first one that Babu has tried to overhit. See Mulder putting a lot of work on the Grizzly, desperately trying to take as much moisture as he can off the pill. Short ball, Babu rocks onto the back foot, plays it straight, but it's cut off there, wide of long on. Zabasgani, very good player in his own right, coming around there. Big couple of balls here. Well, probably just needs to try to tickle a single, get Babu back onto strike. Cuts late, and he manages to cut sweetly. And despite the ball slowing up in that slightly damp outfield, Ahmad, the big paceman, can't stop it. And this has been a pretty good over for the Assassins. After a little bit of a shaky start, they are really getting themselves back into this contest. Ball's just drifted down the leg side. Not the tidiest over from Mulder so far. Makes some steps down the track. Might be a chance of a run out here if it was a direct hit from Ikram. There at short fine leg just on the 30. And Babu could have been in trouble as it was. He survives, thankfully, for the Zagreb Assassins. Shy at the stumps, there was some uncertainty. It looks like Babu might have actually made his way home regardless, but hearts were in the mouths for a moment from the Zagreb group. That is the end of the 4th over. Done well to get themselves back in this contest. Croatian champions. Power will be happy to get himself off the mark as Ghani coming in for his first. Ball was in the slot, but Power had already started to take steps down the track. They drive it down to Gooch long off for the single. .47 for 1, the Assassins. Another ball at slot, and this time it's punished. Cracking shot from Babu. He's showing he's got some quality with the bat here for the Croatian representatives. Ghani, just that nice pace to hit. Not a tall man, so he's not getting a huge amount of jump off the Karma deck. Babu on fire. That's cracked out to cover. It slipped underneath the leg of Mohandas, who got down in a good defensive position in the field, but the ball was absolutely flying towards him. And the pressure back on Zabasgani. Lovely flick off the legs. Most a traditional looking cricket shot, but just be for the one. Fielder coming around there from backward square. Mid-card. So the Assassins are on top here, but they've certainly got themselves back into a pretty serviceable position. As long as Babu can stay out there. Full toss, swung away to the leg. It's between those two fielders. A quicker day. Might have made it to the boundary, but these damp conditions, it will only be one. Tell you what, with one ball left to go in this 5th over, the game at a precipice. What a time to bring Maximo back to the commentary box.
Great to be back. interesting few overs. Babu certainly has flown the flag, but I suppose you always wonder with the Assassins about their ability to compete at the level and have enough players that can, but right now he's doing a great job. So 58 for 1 after 5. Let's welcome you to the commentary box. When he's sound to hear Mr. Maximo. Got Andrew Ryan with me here, and yeah, Ryan, you're going to settle in for a few days. I think you've got 3 groups in your stint before you have to leave us. Always love having you here. We've got so many great memories together at the ECL and the ECC for that matter, but we remember probably some of my favourites involved Nabi and the group final a couple of years ago when Drew won it, but also the record chase, the Netherlands 11 against Spain as well. And so far we've been making more memories, and we're glad that you can be part of it.
I suspect there'll be more to come too, Maximo. This feels like probably the closest ECL on record. It feels like actually it's compressed that space between the top teams and I guess the teams that are probably still in a lower tier developing their cricket. Even seen it here today of Zagreb Assassins actually looking pretty good in the opening stages of this game against the Blinders.
Yeah, no doubt. That's going to be 4 runs. So look, yeah, Assassins, they had to work very hard to be here. I have to say, I love, if there was a ECL for just team logos, I think you're watching the finalists here. Have a look at the Blinders logo involving the emoji with the sunglasses.
Who would you give the edge to?
Maybe the Blinders. It's just so creative.
The sunglasses on the Blinders just does it for me. It's that comedy
the Assassins
element.
Is very good, but it's like there have been similar. But anyway, tell us who you like. Rain's coming down a bit heavier now, though, isn't it? It's been a constant threat. But, let's have a look. I think the Rutgers bus might have just arrived as well, just in time.
Sprayed. It was quite wide, but the arms have stayed down. Tough when you've got a left arm paceman with the angle pushing across.
I think you just have to make the adjustment. It was certainly pretty close, wasn't it?
Well, though, I don't think it's bad tactics here from Ahmed. Pawar looks so much more comfortable flicking off his pads than he does playing the ball wide of off stump. There you go. Good bowling from the big paceman. Pushing the ball through nicely wide of off stump. There we go.
We've got to get the glass in. It looks pretty good there.
Thing of beauty.
Very nice. Very artistic. Love our friends at Two Circles. Yeah, I think it's to do with just the innovation that does it for me.
I suspect it will be one of the most desired kits here.
This guy,
ECL 25.
Yeah, brother, I've got to tell you about. He came out number 11 in the ECS final, and they were 90 for 9 and managed to basically strike 33 off the last over. And then I think he had a couple of wickets to bowl his team to victory. He was a pretty popular guy with the Blinders organisation that night. It's great to see him here at the Carlton Oval.
Certainly a handful with the ball. He doesn't feel like he's had great control so far today, but he's a tall young man. Gets a little bit of movement off the seam and hits the deck hard. I suspect once he gets a few overs under his belt, he's going to be very, very difficult, but and he's giving some difficulty to the Budapest Blinders. Babu, he's playing a little blinder himself. Wow, that one has gone very high. Remarkably, it's going to carry the boundary by 2 meters at first instance. I think that Ahmad probably thought he was in with a wicket, but he's timing that ball so well, and he's past 50 now, Babu, so he's playing an absolute gem here for the Croatians.
Wow, what a sensational kind of rearguard action. And it's got to be one of those situations where after you have run out your partner in such horrendous fashion, he's not really in a rush to go back to the dressing room and have the conversation. He certainly made up for it. Good innings.
Oh, outside edge, and it's flown, and it's dropped down there at third man. Tough catch in the wet conditions, but Daniel Akbar made himself in a pretty good position, and it's just slipped through the digits, flown at speed off the left arm paceman, and It's a little bit of the luck that the Assassins need. What a finish to the over.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's definitely not an easy catch in these conditions, but yeah, you just hope that you can hold it. And unfortunately, Danny Akbar couldn't. It's the end of the 6th, and the score 75 for 1.
So Babu is up to 57 of 20. And Bois giving him enough support. 14 as Abbas comes in for his second over. Another lovely flick. Well, doesn't he play that shot delightfully? Pritesh Power, just a gorgeous little flick of the wrists, and another boundary as well. Jason Vandermerve, a little bit of gritted teeth smile. It seems like he might have done himself a touch of an injury going for a big slide out there.
Yeah, won't be too happy about that. And again, both these teams are pretty familiar with the conditions that when they have to play sometimes.
Full toss, gets a tickle on it, and it runs for 4. It's an easy no ball call. And things just going a little bit all over the place for the Blinders now. Best efforts of Mars Bargy with the gloves, couldn't stop. And that is not a good outcome for Ghani. Vinny, just feel the momentum is turning towards Zagreb.
Yeah, it's been a strange, it's kind of an unhinged beginning, I think is what I'd call it. I mean, I've obviously worked very hard to be here in the first place, but Ghani was player of the series in the T20I try series. There's no doubt that's high. But just out of the grasp of Masbaji there. Still, I think Blinders with their batting, if they can, okay, even if it is 136, which is looking like right now, they'd still feel they got the batting to chase this down. Oh, up. It's 22 already.
84 for 1. That's a slot ball. It's drilled. An excellent effort from Gooch down there. Diving to his left on the long off boundary. Shells the catch, but in reality stops the 4.
Yeah, I mean, again, you see these flat ones, you can have the perfect technique, but it's very hard to give with the ball the way you need to in that position. And with the ball greasy, it's really up to the cricket gods.
Short of a length, whipped over the leg again. Power loves that side. It's actually a pretty decent stop from Khan. Oh, that was a touch sluggish. Felt like he was running in quicksand for a moment.
Great
just
effort
to get back.
Baji tries to slap the ball down onto the stumps. I like this thinking because the throw was high. He didn't have time to actually try and grab it. So he actually deliberately, I think, goes to bang to try and push it down.
He's been watching some of the Australian indoor cricket archive of Maximo with the gloves with that manoeuvre. Won't see that in an indoor cricket hall though, as Babu launches Ghani over for a Maximo, and they have clearly decided that Ghani is a man to be targeted.
Yeah, Ghani really had such a brilliant time in Malta, but he's finding it tough here. Still plenty of this game still to go. See if he can fight back here. He's got a good slower ball.
That one's in the slot. It's driven, and it's driven strongly, lofted over, long on. The arms go up. It's a Maximo, and Babu is up to 71 off 23. Remarkably, the Assassins now 99 for 1, and we haven't finished the 7th.
Yeah, really well picked up there by Babu. Some sort of innings for the Assassins.
Ghani slot again. Babu drops his bat. It doesn't matter though whether it's one hand on the bat or none. He is flaying the Blinders attack, and Zagreb Assassins reach 105 for 1. Still 3 overs to go.
Yeah, beautiful swing of that. There goes the bat, but there goes the ball as well. Assassins, they're throwing down the gauntlet here.
Tell you what, Vinny, when Balaj came off the field, run out in comical circumstances with not a run off 4 balls, you would not have predicted that this is where we'd be after 7.
Yeah, exactly, but that's the beauty of ECL cricket. You can see Darmstadt CC of Germany, as well as Hornchurch of England and Skanderborg of Denmark already through to Championship Week. We'll add another name to that at the end of Group D. So looks like we'll have Stefan Gooch bowling now in this over. No Paco Care, I think they've just arrived as well, preparing for their first game against Brno. Match 3.
Gooch just drifts on the leg stump, and it's clearly where Poar is most comfortable, but it's flicked for just a single. Still holds one of the best sort of bowling figures on the network.
Not one of the best, the best.
Is it still the best?
It is still the best. Stay tuned.
Beautifully played from Babu. That ball was easily wide down the leg side. Somehow he's kept his balance, manipulated his wrist, and played a stunning shot.
Yeah, just wasn't well directed. Maybe hoping for a bit of swing there, Gooch, but never came, and it was well flicked away.
Well played. Babu, he's on his way to a ton here.
Jinx activated.
Well, might be this ball. It's gone high. 2 fielders going back. It's actually a pretty nifty bit of work, keeping the ball in as Akbar throws it back into the keeper. Out in the mouth of Babu for a moment, but would have been a difficult catch under current circumstances in particular.
Yeah, just luck of the green there. He was trying to say it's a bit wet or something. Maybe trying to want to change his gloves and play, hey, you're on 85. You don't want to go anywhere.
Short ball. That's got into an awkward spot. Popped up. Van der Merwe coming in. Takes an excellent catch. And that will be a relief for the blinders because Babu was pumping them to all areas of the ground. He finally falls for a very well-made 85 off 27. And the Zagreb Assassins 114 for 2.
Yeah, just got a bit high on the bat here, didn't it? But still, it's a brilliant, brilliant innings as he'll depart for 85. And he'll leave his team in reasonably good shape. Zagreb Assassins of Croatia, 114 for 2. Nice catch up there as well by JVDM, Jason Van der Merwe.
Well, the change to bring Gooch on with the ball has worked for the blinders. Picks up a very, very crucial wicket, just trying to impose his will in this contest. And have a look at that Hall of Fame, the best bowling figures of all time. The big man, 6 for 2. Ball swatted down. Oh, another remarkable run out. What has happened to the Zagreb Assassins? They've batted so well, but 2 of the most ridiculous run-outs you'll see on the ECN this year.
Oh, well, that is a little bit comical. I want to see if the striker kind of, to be honest, it's kind of on power. You have no obligation to wait till the ball got past Gooch. He waits, but he waits from a position that he knows that there's no chance he's going to ever be able to get back. Gooch, one of the easiest direct hits he's ever come up with. He'll basically go 2 in 2. So that's both the set batters got in consecutive deliveries. And just like that, it's 114 for 3.
Yeah, remarkable stuff. They won't be wanting to watch those in the highlights. Too often a shame to lose power just after they'd lost Babu in quick succession. Ball from Gooch just straight pulled down the ground for the 1. So Das and Singh out there for the Croatians. It's the end of a pretty good over for the blinders. Just put the brakes on the Assassins for a touch. 115 for 3. 2 overs to go.
Yeah, so it's big 2 overs coming up. If they can just keep this going, the Assassins with these 2 new batters, maybe they can get up at 145, 150, but there's also a real chance that the new batters don't get going and then you're stuck around about the 130 mark. It's a big difference.
Big job in the hands of these 2. Another man with a big job, Ahmed Khan, has been throwing the ball for the 9th over. There's one thing we do know, on the historical basis of ECN cricket, it does all happen in the 9th. Short, wide, not a very good start from Khan. So the Blinders having to dig a little bit deeper into their bowling stocks than they might have planned at the start of this game. Assassin's expected score 138. They'd love a touch more than that, but Khan, after absolute dross on the first delivery, has come back with a peach hitting the top of off stump. Das trying to give himself a bit of room to thrash it through the offside. Clean bowled. And the Zagreb Assassins 116 for 4.
Yeah, so it's kind of what Blinders would have been hoping for. Ahmed Khan comes in, gets a good look at the stumps, doesn't he? And knocks them over. So the Blinders fighting back here towards the end. It'll be the end of Saran Das for just one. It's 116 for 4.
Powerful batting lineup the Blinders have, Vinny. What do you think that Zagreb needs to target these late stretches of their batting innings? Expected score now down to 134 as Arena comes to the crease. Khan 1 for 1. So just a very, very poor delivery first up. Peach second. Big appeal. Not sure what for. It looked like a fair bit of gap between bat and ball. In fact, he was very late on the shot, Arena. Slippery customer, Khan. Low slingy action, so the ball really does just kiss the surface and scoot through. A wide one. The danger of that full arm sling. Your rhythm's just out of touch. Very easy to drag the ball wide of off stump. Just see, he's not really getting much follow through in his bowling action. It's just a huge rotation at the bowling crease. It's pretty decent delivery, but the outside edge has been helpful on one or two occasions for the Assassins today. Arena, bat on ball, he's 4 off 2, and Assassins 121.
Yeah, just used the pace, didn't he? Played it pretty late. This veteran Zanko, he likes what he sees. The Assassin's skipper. If you're the Assassin's captain, does that make you kind of like
The chief assassin.
the Godfather?
The Godfather. Very well. That's what I'd demand to be called if
I
I was.
suppose they say the Godfather.
But I mean, it's more of a
We're
mob.
we're not murderers. Anyway,
See, murderer brings some really negative intent, as opposed to assassin is just executing a job. Executing may be a bad choice.
I think
of
there's
words.
a certain clinical nature or
Yeah.
feel to the word assassin. It makes it seem less murdery.
Yeah, there's no
You know,
emotion.
basically, that's what it is.
Absolutely no emotion. Oh,
Definitely
just
a noise
misses the
there,
leg
but-
stump.
I just flicked his pad on the way through.
Khan leading the competition, or at least leading this Group D. Unnecessary appeals at the moment, but good to see plenty of enthusiasm from the Blinders paceman. Lapam Singh, batting crease. And just to squeeze out a drive, and Big Gucci, that was a couple of fancy dance steps. He's got a smile on his face. The big beast from the Blinders manages to stop the ball, keep it to a 1. That's the end of the over, and the Assassins 123 for 4.
All right, so pretty competitive total here. First up, 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 extras in that total as well. Ahmed Khan 1 for 8. Decent job. It looks like Stefan Gooch is going to finish off here though for the Budapest Blinders.
Pretty handy to have this all-round talent within the squad. Ball goes flying up the outside edge, but Akbar does a good job screaming in from third man, keeps it to 1. Got some good vibes around the team, the Blinders, don't they, Vinny? Happy bunch. Feels like they go about their cricket in the right way. Supportive of each other. Good, strong personalities. Gooch, that's a bit more slot. Swung down the ground. Oh, and it's dropped. And Ghani a man of his ability, you would have expected better. Gooch should have had a second wicket, but it goes for a Maximo.
Madre mia. Just wouldn't expect that even in these conditions. Just need to have strong hands behind it. Slight mischarge. Salt into the wound, it goes for 6.
Good ball from Gooch, just angling in. And as they've done a few occasions, the Assassins, it is drop and run.
Yeah, it's
a scowling face from the Gooch at the moment. He's not happy about that drop.
Thrilled. I mean, 2 for 12 looks like a lot better than 1 for 18, but still he's doing a good job here for the Blinders.
Bit of bounce outside off stump. Dot balls crucial in these late stages. So 2 balls to go. The Assassins, I think, you'd asked them after the first couple of overs, getting up to 131 would be beyond their wildest dreams. But
yeah, it looked like it could have gone very differently.
It's cut, and he will beat third man. That's actually a pretty good shot from Singh. Zagreb up to 135, 1 ball remaining. Gooch just probably dropping a little bit too short with some width. Didn't get much bounce off the deck on that occasion.
Basically just challenged the top edge of the bat there and hoped he could get it over the top and then get another play and miss. But that time there was bat on it. Flew away to the boundary. So yeah, very entertaining first half of this game. Let's see how we go. Last ball coming up.
Short ball just fended off to the offside. And Gooch is going to have a full time. No, we almost had a magic collision. Not sure the batter would have come off best if bodies had have met on that occasion.
Oh, boy.
This is like the asteroid that was predicted to hit Earth in 2031.
So basically Steph has calculated he could outrun the batter here. And I don't doubt there would have been a moment in Steph's life where he probably could have. But he's tried the rhino, the flying rhino. But have a look. He basically thinks he can win. And then he wipes himself out. Look at here. He says, right, you're there, I'm here, let's go. And then completely regrets it. Oh, what a great finish. Even though he could have just easily underarmed that to the keeper. Did well not to kick him in the head on the way through. He jumped over like a gentleman. Man, that'll do it. What a great finish.
Jeez, I reckon we would have had the ambulances out of here if Gooch went head first.
I can't believe he thought he could get there before the batter. That was amazing. Anyway, poor Mars Baiji's just sitting there completely lonely at the keeper's end waiting for the throw to come in. But anyway, look, it's a bit of fun. It'll cost him 1 run, but in the end it'll be 137 for 4. And the Blinders will need 138 to win their first ever game here at the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty excited about getting that total on the board. The Assassins, as we said, was a real struggle to start. Lage at the top of the order, he couldn't get going after the 4 balls that he faced, and then Babu just got ready to launch. So have a look at the highlights. There'll be no shortage of them. There's always highlights when Mars Bargi's around, even when he's just doing a little gentle hip warm-up. But there was plenty of action in the first over as Ibra Ahmed, the big left-arm paceman, managed to crack the grill of Babu, but it certainly just sent him into action. That was a great shout from Mulder.
Got to feel for him.
Ridiculous
He
running.
just took off because he was a bit worried about some sort of LBW appeal. And unfortunately, it didn't end too well for Yogesh, who was caught 4 or 5 meters short of his crease, and that was after putting in the big effort. But hey, what about Babu? He really, really set up a contest here, didn't he, with this 85.
11 Maximos in that innings, Vinny, and his striking was so clean. Looked like he was having trouble with his grip at one stage. The bottom hand came off the bat, then both hands came off the bat, but just didn't matter. And this was probably a turning point here. Daniel Akbar down there at third man really should have taken a catch, but it's going to cost the Blinders in the end. And even though it was the Babu show, there were enough contributions from the rest of the Assassins batting lineup. In particular, Pritesh Power played some lovely flicks through the leg side before he was eventually dismissed. And this was comical run out number 2. Not for the first time, not for the only time this game would we see the big Gooch running towards the bowlers and stumps. And then we had a nice piece of bowling from Ahmed Khan taking the top of off stump. And at that point, you felt like the Blinders were regaining control. There was no control whatsoever on that final ball as Big Gucci gets the legs pumping. just not quick enough to affect the run out. And Sasha Arena dives home, and hasn't it energized the Assassins? They've certainly feel like they are right in this game, and they definitely are. A total of 137 for 4 off their 10 overs. A few head-scratching moments for the Blinders there. The fielding let them down on a couple of occasions, but they do have a very strong batting lineup. But speaking of strong batting, Naushad Babu, he'll take the gloves in the following innings, but he was doing it all with the bat there. 85 off 27. Some superb striking from the Assassins opener, and Poa gave him some good support in the middle. 2 of those dismissals coming from run-outs. Both of them some of the funniest stuff you will see in top-level cricket. But Budapest Blinders bowling was occasionally top level, sometimes not so much, and in particular Abbas Ghani going for 41 off his 2 overs. Mohandas was expensive, bowling the last over of the power play. Mulder, none for 23, wasn't his tidiest spell, but Ibrahim Ahmed did a pretty decent job at the top as well, even though he went wicketless. So the Assassins 137 for 4, Babu putting them in with a great chance in this contest. And the Blinders will need to bat very well to chase 138 off their 10 overs. It's Ed Ryan here for the European Cricket Network with Vinny Mr. Maximo Sandhu. Please join us in a couple of minutes' time for the chase of Match 2 here in Group D.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
European cricket fans, welcome back to, I wouldn't say a sun-drenched Carter Oval, but certainly the weather's looking more positive than it was a few hours ago. It's Andrew Ryan here for the ECN with Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandu, and we have a precariously placed contest here for Game 2 of Group D. The Budapest Blinders, the Hungarian champions, they are chasing 137 victory here. Quick look at the bonus point equation. Probably both in play. Blinders, if they can get off to a flyer, may have a chance of chasing down this in 7, but at the same time, the Assassins can pick up some early wickets, get into the teeth of that Blinders lineup. Maybe in with a play or the bonus point on with the ball. As it is, I think we've got a very, very good contest coming up here in the second innings. Before we do, quick hello to everyone who's in the YouTube chat. Julian Dawson and Dave B. Simon Walsh in there, Thomas Martinez. Crooms chimed in a couple of times. Great to have you all. It's one of the best parts of the European cricket coverage, the interactive component. So however you're watching, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Fox Sports in Australia, whether it's on our many, many other broadcast partners across the world, jump onto YouTube, join in the chat. You might even have the likes of Lithium Wayne or John Gray engage in a bit of playful banter while you're watching what is a cracking collection of games here from Group D. The Blinders bats striding out to the wicket. No surprise to see the big man Jason van der Merwe coming out. He is a powerful striker of a cricket ball. And Abbas Ghani, who didn't have the happiest day with the ball or in the field today, but he is a super striker. This is one strong opening combination for the Hungarians. And with the gloves, Shad Babu announced himself in the international stage here at ECL 2025 with a sensational innings. Probably deserved a century, but perished in the later stages. A lot of chat on the YouTube chat about how difficult the Blinders are going to find it to chase here in still slightly damp and heavy conditions. It's good that the rain does seem to have disappeared for the moment, but big power play going to be needed for the Blinders to get themselves in a position to successfully make this chase. Man who's seen it all before on the European Cricket Network. Mr. Maximo coming in to join me. First ball, Power. Short, wide, thrashed for a Maximo. Not the start that the Croatians would have been looking for.
Yeah, Ghani probably wasn't quite at his best with the ball, but with the bat, he's been in really good form. It's kind of an uppercut, wasn't it, to get going. Jason van der Merwe, of course, he's a destructive player. He looks pretty good in black. Hey, Jason, she looks a bit like an assassin. Gets the Assassins here.
Oh, short of a length, and that's just pulled across mid-wicket. Takes the catch, a huge start. Well, Pawar gets thrashed for a Maximo first ball. That ball looked like it jumped off the seam, and Ghani looking down at his bat, didn't get a good piece of it. Good catch, and the Blinders 6 for 1.
Yeah, and it's Anthony Razmilic that takes the catch. So that's a great moment for Anthony as well. We've seen him here before. Actually has represented the national team. He's been here at the Carter Oval. And you can see there just wasn't really timed. He actually kind of froze for a second there, Razmilic. Then he realized he had to come forward. He did, and he protected that ball. So a very good piece of fielding. And the immediate reply from Pritesh Pawar 6 and out for Ghani. It's 6 for 1.
Didn't get in great position with that pull shot, did he, Vinny? Ball just got big on him. Didn't hit the middle of the bat. And tough start for Nomads Ghani for ECL 2025. Man who's had a much better start to his tournament. A couple of good overs. Some delightful pieces of work in the field, including a run out, Stefan Gooch.
Yeah, and another run out that he almost did, but not quite, because he
Disappointed.
basically went for a race that he didn't win. But hey, let's not forget he's also a member of the 150 club on ECN, and he's scored 100 here at the Carntama Oval as well. Just going to work the first one away. Yeah, Steph, he brought up his 100 in probably the most unusual way I've ever seen, where he had a ball that pretty much he hit very, very softly back to the bowler, and then it got thrown for 4 overthrows. And that was in a crucial game, and he ended up winning off the last ball against Isle of Man. There's Mina as well, who's the team manager for the Budapest Blinders. Good to see her back. Of course, she's had a long career with European cricket, and now she's working Cricket Estonia, actually.
Nice piece of bowling from Brno. Great to see her smiling face back around Carntama Oval. See what the facial reaction's like if the Budapest Blinders lose a few more wickets. Quite a nice ball from Pawar. Just going back to the big Gooch's attempted run out. I quite liked John Gray's reference in the comments that it was looking like Fred Flintstone trying to start his car. He was stuck in quicksand for a moment as that is thrashed over the cover boundary. Lovely shot from Van der Merwe.
Fair bit of power out there at the moment for the Budapest Blinders. And that's the thing, they'll back themselves all the way down the order. They've got Sandeep Mohandas listed at 11. And he's a guy that we actually saw bring up the winning runs for Hungary in a T20 international not too long ago. And he can certainly bat. So I actually think they've got a really long batting lineup just looking at it. They're listed Mulder at 9.
Good ball from Pawar, right in that top of off stump. Unfortunately, fumbled. And Zanko is not going to be best pleased with his effort there, the skipper.
Yeah, that'll be a frustrating one. Vedran, he's a fantastic ambassador for cricket in Croatia, actually. But he just misjudged that one slightly. He's actually the coach of the women's national team, Vedran Zanko, and he's played a fair bit for the men's national team. But I bet he'd love that one back because it cost him another boundary, and it takes us to the end of the first over. 17 for 1.
No shortage of action that first over, Maximo. Let's see if we get the action of a golden ball at the end of this contest. It feels like the score is in the range of golden ball-esque territory.
Yeah, it's in the 130s, which I think is golden ball territory. It's more or less a par score, but I just feel like this Blinders batting line is probably a bit higher than par, and the Assassins bowling probably is a bit lower than par if you have to grade them on the curve. Not to say they're not capable, just saying it's going to be a tough score to defend. Gooch faces up to Wadeka.
Outside edge. Oh, Wadeka be disappointed but encouraged as he tries to swing yet another fielder out to that offside. Not sure anything could have been done there. The ball flies away for a boundary.
Yeah, I don't think it was an edge really. I thought it was deliberately cut, and he got it fine enough to get it past the fielder. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there.
It's a reasonable call from the Maximo. Made it be a bit too hasty in suggesting a lack of
soft
control.
touch the big man.
Doesn't he? He's a big beast, but he's just such a gentle and tender man.
Great ambassador of European cricket now, Stefan Gooch. Obviously, we've seen him become one of the leading umpires in Europe as well, I think, with the amount of games he's done. And he always says, you can check out all my umpiring because every single game I've ever done at any level has been televised.
Ball right on the button, Wadeka, and sensibly played from Gooch. He's a man who he knows he can catch up with boundaries later in the innings. He's a very patient T10 cricketer.
Going further back, Steph did play first grade cricket in Western Australia back when he was living there. He's an Estonian citizen, so now plays for the Estonian national cricket team as well. I think the thing,
and a founding member of the Blinders back in the day.
Exactly, and that's why he's here. And even though he's no longer residing in Hungary, he still obviously heavily invested with the Blinders organisation he helped set up. But I think my feeling would be against this bowling attack is you're not going to get 6 balls and over that are unhittable or unboundaryable. So just kind of wait for one that you can, and that's a good example of a ball that really isn't. It's really not a bad ball, but fairly low risk push. Gooch finds the gap and finds the boundary.
That's an exceptional shot, Vinny. Full credit to Gooch on that occasion. Played the ball late, knew where the gap was. It's not a particularly big one on that offside, but he's found it, and despite the outfield being a touch slower than normal, runs away for a 4. So a good start for the Blinders left-hander. Ball right on the button again. Gooch, soft hands, drops it for the single.
Yeah, so I just think that's the play here. You don't necessarily have to go after everything. If you're playing a team, say Western Shield or something, where you know it's very unlikely they're going to miss by a lot, then maybe you have to start going after some of these deliveries. There's the logo we're talking about. I mentioned 2 of my favourite logos in European cricket.
Is that logo, is that the cricket ball manifestation of Gooch himself? I can imagine him cruising the streets of Budapest in a pair of sunglasses, his own little heat flame coming out. Great logos of European cricket. Big swing from Van der Merwe. Not the most stylish looking shot of his career. And just having a little bit of a word from the umpire about crossing over in front of his eye line.
Well handled. Umpire can't do his job if the bowler's in the way, and then the umpire ends up looking stupid. So he's going to bowl around the wicket, that's fine, but he's got to get off the right-hand side of the pitch. I had a question about the change of ends today. I can't tell you it was pre-planned. It wasn't in response to balls being hit into the commentary box, but I did like that comment.
It's one of the big controversies of yesterday, wasn't it, Vinny? Whether or not that was a legitimate catch from Corey Rutgers.
Giving me underarm vibes, circa 1981 actually, for the way Corey claimed that catch 2 different ways. Neither were true. Couldn't believe that there was a replay. It kind of blew his story out of the water.
Oh, that's actually not a bad ball. Held up in the pitch. Fielder coming in from long on. Yogesh Balaja, he's had a tough day at the office. And no catch opportunity. And that's the end of the second over. This one's really tight, Vinny. 30 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, it is tight. I still think wickets in hand. And wickets in hand aren't everything, but I suppose you like to have them and like to have your best batters available. Quick look at the table. Brno playing the only completed match so far, with the Nomads having to wear the loss. They did keep their point though. Remember, each team scheduled to play 4 matches in this group stage, and then the bottom team drops out. The other 4 head to finals day. Top 2 with a double chance. It's Pawar back.
Second, and maybe he wishes the captain didn't give him the call up. That is thrashed by Van der Merwe, almost taking the head off the fielder there on the 30-metre circle.
Yeah, that's hit really hard. I mean, to be honest, Van der Merwe hasn't quite hit his stride yet. I remember I've seen him bat here many times, and I've seen him just completely destroy attacks and destroy grizzly balls. So if we get anything like that. He hits the ball to
slightly unorthodox parts of the ground, doesn't he?
Can do, but mostly just keeps his body weight in the shot.
Time though. Drilled down the ground for the 1.
It's just another thriller waiting to happen. I was a bit worried, I suppose, with Van der Merwe out there and Ghani, that maybe the Blinders put on like a 60-run power play and look to have kind of blown this apart. But really, they're going at the rate, no more, really.
Despite bowling 1 for 22 so far, he hasn't done a bad job with the ball. I would love to pick up a second wicket. Beautifully driven by Gooch, but well fielded, and keep it to 1.
Excellent fielding.
Sachin Reena out there in the covers.
We saw one leak through earlier, but these are the kind of ones, if you're defending more or less what's an average score here in ECL cricket, you need to make sure those don't get past you and you don't give those easy boundaries. Van der Merwe, I just feel he's getting itchy here. There's only 3 balls left in the power play. I think he's looking up and over mid-off, if I'm honest.
Oh, big swing. Maximo has picked that he was going to go for the launch, just drags it around to Deep mid-wicket and hands over the mouths in disbelief.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of playing with a straight bat, but when it came in and angled in towards the stumps, he felt, right, I can hoik this, and he does, and goes a long way, doesn't it? Maximo for JVDM.
Very strong man up top, isn't he, Vinny? In fact, there's two absolute beasts at the wicket here. Almost trying to bully this Zagreb Assassins attack into submission. Just drifted in. Probably a pretty good response from Bawa as the throw comes in from Magdalenic. And no chance at a run out, but Power is probably the key man with the ball for the Assassins. Love for him to take a second wicket before he finishes his spell.
Good comeback there. It was a good comeback. Assassins. Last ball of the over.
Just drop and a run again from Gooch. So he's turning the strike over when he's not hitting the boundaries. It's a really interesting power play. This game still very tight. Budapest Blinders 44 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, what an interesting game so far. So hanging in there. There's a supersonic over in the 7th. Apart from that, no magicals. And 17, 13, 14. A steady power play. They're ahead of where they need to be at this stage, Budapest Blinders. Remember, there's a bit of rain around always. There's the threat the game could be stopped any time, and maybe there's Duckworth-Lewis results. So I think the Blinders want to make sure they stay ahead.
Desperately need to break up this partnership. Just question for the Assassins. Who's going to be able to bowl that tight over where they only go for 6 or 7, just to put the brakes on this rampaging Blinders lineup. Odeka coming in for his second. Just tickles the pad. And be fielded by the skipper down there. At fine leg. Something we don't see too often, isn't it, Vinny? Bowling out the openers in the first 4 overs.
Yeah, it's not something we see very often. It does kind of limit your options down the stretch. But they feel okay. They're hanging in the game. They think, let's keep it going.
Short ball, Vandermeer slaps it deep. Tell you what, I would love to see the outfielder have a crack at this catch. It would have been a very difficult one, Vinny, but if you've got a slightly mistimed shot from the likes of Vandermeer, you've got to have a crack at it.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I feel like such a big fish. If it's half chance, probably got to go for it.
Gooch just tickles it to fine leg, shy at the stumps, but Vandermeer's home.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Assassins might actually notice for the eagle-eyed viewers, they're actually wearing their ECL 24 kit because, yeah, just like the Brno side, their uniforms got stuck. Of course, it's a big thing to come here, you get presented with your special ECL shirt and all this extra equipment. Of course, you know, it's not usual to have cricket equipment readily available in Europe.
Oh, beautifully timed from Vandermeer. Launches it over mid-wicket for another Maximo. Doesn't matter what jersey this man is wearing, he can do some damage with the bat.
Yeah, puts it up and over the top, large one. And the longer he bats, the better he'll get, Jason Vandermeer. And the Assassins, a bit like Brno when they were here the year before, they weren't able to get a win in their games. They had to take on Ginebrescia of Italy, they had to take on Heritage CC of Luxembourg, Skanderborg, who we just saw last night winning their way through to Championship Week, and the Cobras of Hungary. So actually, it's a coincidence that we have the Hungarian and the Croatian team in the same group again. I think the biggest issue was they never were able to make 100 with the bat, the Assassins. So this is already their highest score in the ECL, making 137 today. They did keep their points in 2 of those games. In fact, against the Cobras of Hungary, they were actually able to almost defend 94 in the end. The Cobras passed it with just 2 balls left in hand.
Drilled again by Van der Merwe. Pretty decent effort down there at long off. Can't keep the ball in play though, so the big beast from Ireland is in a mood today. He is starting to find the middle of the bat, and this is danger signs for the Croatians.
He's already stepping on the rope, kind of pushed him back, almost like a force field around that shot. Van der Merwe, it's funny, I said it wasn't quite in the greatest touch, but he's 34 off 12.
Drop down the leg side, and
He
big
likes
appeal. Big,
Well, you
big
probably
appeal.
run here if you wanted. I don't think they will. But yeah, he was very confident there. Nashad Babu behind the stumps.
Got to admit, I didn't pick up anything on the stump, Mike.
Did he catch up with it? I mean, they're very hard to. I mean, maybe.
It's about the worst call as an umpire, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's either wide or out.
Slower ball, swung away to the leg side, and actually he's found the gap. Pretty good shot off balance from Van der Merwe, and finishes the over very nicely. The Budapest Blinders now 62 for 1.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sliding doors moment. I mean, only the batter will probably know if it did graze his glove, but in the end, 4 runs finish the over. They stay ahead. Blinders 62 for 1. Rain's just come down a little bit heavier as well. It's been one of those days where it's been coming and going. It hasn't been especially heavy at any time. But I can tell you, Duckworth Lewis Stern is used if there's a reduction. But, I mean, as long as Blinders are ahead of the rate and they don't have any serious wicket issues, then they're definitely winning on the DLS method. Anyway, here we go with over 5.
Gooch drops onto the back foot. Not perfectly timed, but they will scoot through for the 1. Gooch just playing the anchoring innings here, 14 off 10. Knows that as long as Van der Merwe's out there, the run rate is not a big consideration, so he's just doing what he has to. Be quite an imposing batter to bowl to, wouldn't he, Vinny?
He just
Van der Merwe,
is.
he's got long arms. As you say, he just stays stable at the crease, and that bat swing has some power. Big swing across the line. Hasn't gone particularly high. Only goes for a 4, but it's still nicely struck. And Palm Singh getting the full Van der Merwe treatment, the first ball that he bowls to him.
Yeah, I mean, this maybe is a bit lucky for Jason as well because it goes into the gap. If it was at a fielder, it's an opportunity. Not easy catching conditions right now, but you can see at 138, almost halfway there.
It's funny that you feel like the Blinders are in control. It's still 71 off 34 balls, but instead of Van der Merwe, well, he is there. He's 42 off 14 at the moment.
He's a good decision maker, Jason Van der Merwe, former Irish under-19 player. I still think he's got potential at a high level, Ireland A, and maybe pushing for Ireland selection if he plays well domestically. We saw him getting an opportunity with the Ireland 11 side in the ECC last year. He's a good decision maker at the crease generally.
Oh, that's beautifully timed. No fielder there. The arms go up to signal Maximo. And Van der Merwe racing along. He's too short of a half ton.
Yeah, just a clip again. He felt comfortable. Just working this one away behind square. He's very good at that, isn't he? Taking balls to the leg side that come in towards the stumps. Of course, he can stand tall and pump down the ground. He's very good over cover as well. But yeah, he's got that power, doesn't he? He's 48 off just 15 balls.
Oh, swung straight back at the bowler. Cops the full fury of a Van der Merwe drive. Turns the shoulder at the last moment. So I think he's copped it on a fleshier part of the body, but I'd like to see that coming back at you.
Well, he saw it just in time to turn the head, which makes sense because you don't want to take one of these kind of return hits upstairs.
Sure, if Corey was here, he'd just be putting that down as a drop.
Probably.
Short ball dragged to leg by Gooch, and he's played it very well, in fact. Excellent placement. And the Blinders, they are in control now. These two are racing along to the target. And Vinny, the Assassin's bowlers, just probably lacking a bit of zip and a bit of variety to stop them.
Yeah, that's funny. You said he might have put that down as a drop. He might have put it down as a catch. Who knows? After what we saw from him yesterday. By the way, Corey, I think, has arrived, and he will be calling the next game with me. A little bit of a short day, so I'm going to leave you two to have fun in games 4 and 5. Well, that's trouble, and it's trouble with a capital T. It is a 7-up Maximo as Gooch puts it up and into the stands. And, well, free hit to come. So the wheels kind of falling off the Assassins in this defence now.
Big Steph getting a bit disappointed. The Van der Merwe was hogging all of the highlights. Smashed his last couple of deliveries. That's a very, very poor ball, though. Unfortunately, from Anupam Singh. Still got one more delivery in the over, courtesy of the no ball. But those conditions just start to get a little bit more drizzly here, Maximo.
Yeah, they'll be hoping it goes away, but I mean, you never know if it's going to go away or not. Probably fine playing in this, but maybe no heavier. Nice ball, the 5th over.
Gooch strides down the ground. Another good bit of desperate fielding. Serena coming over there from just wide of the mid-off position. Keeps that to a dot ball to finish the 5th over.
Yeah, 86 for 1 after 5. Gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Andrew Ryan with me. I know Corey Ruckers isn't too far away. I'm trying to brighten things up with my jacket, but I will say it's a pretty gloomy day. Great, though, how we've seen no actual interruptions so far through the first almost 2 games now, and fingers crossed it stays that way, because it's a pretty interesting Group T. I think it's wide open, especially with Paco Care maybe missing 1 or 2 key players. We'll see their side in a moment, but yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far, and I think it's going to be a really interesting 3 days.
Oh, absolutely. I think the Assassins have shown in this game that they've got more than enough. I don't think we should underestimate how good this Blinders batting lineup is, because they will punish plenty of teams throughout this tournament. Nomads will be much better after their first up display today. I think they'd be a little bit filthy with themselves how they've started their tournament, but I'm sure they'll come back firing. And as you say, Paco Care, Badalona, they are absolute guns at this T10 format.
49 and make that 50 for Van der Merwe. He skied it. Again, not easy conditions. It's always a bit of an awkward one if you reach a milestone on a drop catch. That will bring up his 50 off 22 balls, but really, it should have been held. Alan Magdalenic's down there. I know it's not an easy day, but
you can't afford to put down someone like Van der Merwe with a catch opportunity like that, can you, Vinny?
Yeah, 3 in the circle then. Got the right-hand, left-hand combination at the crease now for the Blinders. Yeah, Magdalenic, it's a good story as well. A native Croatian cricketer. Plays a lot of baseball as well.
Nicely bowled from a leg spin of Khan, but I don't think we can claim that Gooch was in full control of that shot. Goes flying away to the boundary, though, nonetheless.
This one is an edge, but it works out okay for Stefan Gooch, and he'll add 4 to the total. He shares a bit of a laugh with Babu behind the stumps.
Surprised they haven't thrown the ball to the leg spinner a little bit earlier than this. Blinders batters have been feasting on the paceman. That's good effort in the field. Unfortunately for Surun Das and his Assassins teammate, it counts for naught as he deflects the ball over the boundary. So Gooch keeps on rolling along. He's up to 32 off 15.
Yeah, good effort down there, but ended up running away over the rope.
Good to see his teammates putting in a sympathetic slide and dive as well. Bowler just feverishly trying to dry that ball.
Yeah, the judge, that one would have just dropped.
Gooch hits it straight down the ground. Another catching opportunity. It wasn't a great ball by any stretch by Khan, but that's 2 dropped catches. Both batters getting a reprieve this over.
Well, to be honest, Gooch's probably feel that's the universe looking after him, because he had one dropped off his bowling that went for 6. And then this one, he gets dropped for 6.
Swung from wide outside off stump. Oh my God. This has gone down the drain for the Assassins. You can just see The pressure valve has been relaxed with those couple of drops, but that was a fairly ordinary effort down there at long on by Whittaker.
Yes and no. It did take a zoot.
You're being very generous,
It actually
Maximo.
might have taken a double zoot. Anyway, yeah, you would hope to have stopped. He didn't. Poor bowler. Sajid has worn it. 19 off the over.
Half tracker. I was going to say he gets away with it, but actually Gooch has played that more powerfully than I thought it had come off his bat, and it runs away for 4. And you feel like the energy has just been pulled out of this game. The blinders now racing along with 109 on the board, 6 overs gone. Just had to drag that away to the leg side. Not a huge amount of fielding protection there. Gooch 4 short of the half ton. He's caught up nicely because Vandermeer was flying ahead of him at one stage.
The outside chance of the bonus point here, they'd have to get 29 off this over. So probably no harm in going for it. They probably feel like there's no way they're losing this game. So with someone like Vandermeer there, this is just the sort of thing he'd probably relish. 100 partnership up as well. Just 35 balls. All right. Saren Dust to bowl.
Oh, Vandermeer's dropped the bat. The ball's gone flying as well. The skipper comes through trying to take the catch.
Oh, hopefully he's all right.
He's okay because he's fallen
Zanko's
awkwardly.
gone down and he looks like he's hurt. It's a great effort. It's a fantastic effort from Vedran Zanko. I think maybe he's just knocked some wind out of himself. Wow, that had a bit going on that ball.
Didn't it? That was so much happening. Vandermeer tries to swing it towards the leg side. You see his bat's just slipped out of his hands. Fortunately, it hasn't cracked into the keeper.
I was going to say another good reason to wear a helmet as a keeper. But look at that. It really put everything on the line there, Zanko. He's going to stay out there. There goes the bat. There goes the fielder. There goes the ball. Wow.
I think you're right, Vinny. I think it's just a bit of winding. Seems to be okay. As, the team feverishly trying to get a fresh pair of gloves out to Vandermeer.
There's Meta. Never stops working.
Just
Meta.
misfix it, really. Nothing she can't
Never
do.
stops working.
Gun player in the Estonian women's program now as well. Gooch uses his feet, drives it actually really nicely. Oh my goodness, it was another almost comedy bit of fielding from Whittaker, but fortunately manages to get his entire person behind the ball, keeps it to 1.
Probably a good time to change the gloves. I think because he did let go of the bat, he said, look, we'll make an exception. Normally you don't change your gloves during over. But
question here for you, Vinny, just while we've got a mild break. Given it's the start of the tournament, if you're the blinders here, as we see a lovely bit of flex on that delivery, would you be inclined to make a tactical retirement, get 1 or 2 of your other batters out there and get them to face some balls early in a game that you're likely to win now?
good question. Well, firstly, they might not have a lot of time because that's no ball. It's going for 7. Maximo and 6 more. The only reason, or 7 more really, the reason I wouldn't maybe at the end of this over where you already know you're not getting the 4 points. But I think the lure of the 4-pointer keeps you out there. So what do they need now? They need 20 off 4 balls.
Dusky's up serving up buffet balls like that. They can be in with a shot. Vandermeer drags it to the leg side. It's success of Maximo's. Maximo himself has taunted the possibility of this bonus point, and Vandermeer seems to be in the mood to chase it.
Yeah, well, 14 off 3 now. They can do it. Again, it's got to question maybe the bowling change to bring on the 5th bowler now. You didn't have to. You're just concentrating on getting the point if the Assassins. You know the game's pretty much gone here.
Oh, the ball's lofted. It's lofted with great power. And now you'd have to say that the blinders are odds on for this bonus point.
Wow. And Vandermeer, he's lighting it up, isn't he? New gloves, same power. 69 now off 21, and Das has gone for 21. Again, I think just tactically they might have missed a trick there. The blinders liking what they're seeing.
It's a happier looking dressing room than it was a little while ago.
Imagine the first win you have at the Carter Oval being a 4-pointer. Could be 8 off 2. We need at least 2 here to keep it alive.
Oh, Van der Merwe will do more than that. Swings it handsomely over the leg side for another Maximo. And all of a sudden, the blinders only requiring 2 off the last ball of this over for a bonus point. And Das is being ripped to shreds.
Got to feel for the bowler a bit here, but it's probably one of the more ordinary overs we've seen. And now we got a golden ball for a BP, basically. Got to go for 2 here to get the 4 points. Let's roll.
Oh, it's going to take Van der Merwe off strike, but they do get it.
That'll be it.
The wide plus the extra 1, and the bonus point is secured.
Well, Assassins certainly had their moments when they were competitive in that game. I think they're realizing now the game's over. They needed 2. There was 1 for the wide, 1 for the run. They ran. And just like that, Blinders off to a blinding start. They will win with 19 balls to spare, and they take all 4 points out of this contest.
Tell you what, for a man who's brought up a century with overthrows, that seems like a very apt way for Stefan Gooch to claim victory for the Blinders in their first up appearance at the ECL. What a tremendous day for the Hungarian club.
But 52 runs off the last 10 balls of this contest. That's where it went from kind of slight advantage Blinders to a 4-pointer. And the Assassins, again, tactically, I think when you get to this situation, especially when we had 23 runs come off the 6, I don't think you're going to the 5th bowler yet. I think you're trying to go back to one of your bowlers that you think is one of your frontline bowlers. Having said that, I mean, the bowlers they had available, Anupam Singh had gone for 24 and Sajid had gone for 23. So I also can understand they try something. 29 come off the 5 balls that Dust bowls. Coming up next, we have Pakakare versus Brno. Mohamed Atif. Well, another chance to get a look at him. And you might notice the keeper there for Pakakare Badalona, Zain Nakfi, the Italian national. So he's been brought in as a wild card, but you might notice they are missing Mohamed Isan. So they brought him in as cover for that. Mohamed Kamran also will return after taking some time out of the game. So get ready for the hitman when we return. That should be a really, really good game with Pakakare winning the toss and electing to bowl. But yeah, the Blinders are off and racing. 4 points puts them to the top of the table, and the Assassins, I mean, after that, it's a long way back for them. We'll see them in the night game tonight against Pakakare Badalona. So they would have felt this was winnable, especially after putting an average score, but a competitive score on the board. There's Babu who was key to that. But despite Carney having a little bit of an off game here, they rallied around, didn't they? And it was that key partnership between Stefan Gooch and Jason Van der Merwe that essentially did the job. They came together after a great catch by Anthony Razmalic, but really that was the last bit of play that the Croatians could celebrate.
Yeah, well, things couldn't have gone much worse for Avascani today, but fortunately he's been backed up by a tremendous partnership. Van der Merwe showed us how much power he's got, particularly when hitting to that mid-wicket area, and as soon as he went on a rampage, really felt like the Assassins' bowling attack could do no more to blunt him, aside from just get their body in the way of a few tracer bullets. He was a little bit out of control there, and it was a brave effort for a catch from Vedran Zanku, who was throwing himself all around for the Assassins, but unfortunately in the end for the Croatian champions, it just wasn't enough against the class of this Budapest Blinders batting lineup, in particular Van der Merwe through the early stages, and Stefan Gooch really caught up to him in the end, taking apart a couple of the medium paces and spinners to fall just short of his half century. Ended up 47 off 19 with 7 4s and 2 6s. Not a combo you tend to see, but indicative of Gooch playing some very good cricketing shots.
And I think if you remember how he started, he knew he could be a bit careful and catch it up. Like I said, this Assassins bowling line, they bowl some good deliveries, but you always feel like there'll be a couple in the over you can get after. And that's kind of how it panned out in the end. 75 not out for Jason Van der Merwe in the all-black shirt of the Blinders for the first time. He was able to strike 8 6s and 5 4s in his innings. And you mentioned Stefan Gooch with 47 off 19 bowling-wise. Not a lot of love there. They bowled the openers out, but then they didn't really have the depth in the bowling, did they? You look at the other 2.5 overs. If you think of that as a power play, it's basically 76 runs off 2.5 once they got out of the opening bowlers. So that means that the Blinders chase it in 7 and they take all 4 points. Assassins yet to open their account despite the 85 from Naushad Babu in the first innings. We'll take a break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Ryan with me, and Corey Ruckers will be with me. As Ryan will be back later, I will be looking out for the next one. In about 15 minutes, we're back with Paco Care Badalona versus Brno when we return to Spain for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. 2 matches into opening day here in Group D, and now we'll continue and we'll get to see the 5th team in this group, Pack-I-Care Badalona, of course, of Barcelona in the Catalonia region of Spain, and they are previous champions of this tournament in 2022. They're taking on a Brno side from Czechia. Brno, the 2nd biggest city in that country, and they just notched up their first win in ECL cricket earlier in the day. Ian Ramage has the big coin and the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Pack-I-Care, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Brno is the away team, you'll be calling.
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket. It's come down Andalucía, so you've won the toss.
Bowling first.
Okay, toss won by Pack-I-Care, who will bowl first.
So Mohamed Babar there at the toss for Pack-I-Care. He wins the toss and elects to bowl. Babar is a former MVP. He's a big, big player. We know he can do some quite remarkable, almost superhuman things. And he actually went viral for hitting some one-handed sixes, actually against the Czech national side. That was around this time last year. But I think here he knows he's got a big job to do, especially with a couple of key players missing for Pack-I-Care. I do think that he will have a bit more of a responsibility at the top of the order. For Brno, though, I mean, they batted really well to get to the score they did. They were up in the 150s. They were able to defend it against the Nomads in difficult conditions, let's be honest, but it's the same for all sides. I think this will be a really, really interesting game. As we get ready for the first ball, another interesting character has emerged. It's Corey Ruckers, who will take you through the first moments of this one. Joining you in a moment there, Corey, but it's good to have you back. Let's get ready for this one. Pack-I-Care, the former champions of the European Cricket League, bowling first against Brno in match 3.
Hello everybody around the world, welcome back to Khartoum Oval, I should say. I've had a slow morning, but I'm pretty revved up to get into the afternoon fixtures, and it's going to be an interesting one. Brno, who have had a good win this morning versus the Swiss, they're taking on Pack-I-Care for the first time in the 2025 edition, and thankfully the weather gods are holding that rain away. Unbelievable. Let's look at the lineups. We'll focus on Pack-I-Care a little bit. We know they're missing quite a lot, but that top 4 has a huge responsibility. Baba, Yassin, Nakvi and Kamran back into the lineup. They've got young players like Jaffer Raza, Asad Rabbani. Look out for the 2 youngsters that bowl. And it's going to be an interesting game of cricket. But at the bottom of the screen there, Mohamed Atif, he had an amazing time for Team Europe not long ago, so he'll be looking forward to getting back out to Khartoum Oval. For Brno, look out for Dylan Stain at the top of the order. The captain, he bats well, he leads the troops well. Well, this should be a good game of cricket. Looking forward to it. And just good news with the weather. It is pouring in other parts of Malaga and down at Sunset Beach Club, but the Khartoum Dome is in full effect because it looks like we're going to get into all 10 overs of this one. As you can see, Pack-I-Care a bit younger than what you're used to usually seeing, and they'll be excited to get out there. As I welcome back Vinny Sandhu for this one.
Yeah, can't wait. This should be a really good, interesting opening as well with Rattle. Unfortunately got run out earlier on. Opening up with Dylan Stain. They like to be busy early to Brno. They won't mind batting first, but they're going to have a challenge ahead of them as they are 21% underdogs here. Those which is getting underway 5 minutes later than the expected time. But I know, look, there's one name on that lineup. We haven't talked about it too much, but Mohamed Kamran has come back from the wilderness, and I would have thought he'd have the first over. I guess we'll see, but yeah, we know he has typically been one of the fastest bowlers in this competition. Let's just see if he's still got it.
Well, it's just 2 questions. Father time, has it caught up, and can he get that front foot landing, because it is going to be a little bit slippery.
But the other thing is, he's got a new look.
Well, let's get the camera on him. Let's have a closer look at the hairdo. That's not Kamran. We'll get it up in a second. He was formerly known as Hitman. I'm hearing it's version 2.0.
Yeah, this should be very, very interesting. And 2 good players to bowl at here. Ratul, that's held the record for most 4s in an individual innings. There he is, and that is
Whoa.
Mohamed Kamran. That is Mohamed Kamran, everybody.
Look at the hair. It's majestic. Slicked back.
Go and look at some footage. Look up Mohamed Kamran, and you'll see it on our YouTube channel. Is it the finished article? Is he going to finish with an afro?
Surely he's lost a yard. Surely.
Have you seen him bowl since?
Not live. And live always tells you a better picture. But the other thing as well, Vin, obviously with the conditions.
Wow.
Can he get charging in?
So, how's that? That is Mohamed Kamran, everybody.
Here we go. This is exciting.
The wind's a factor for the hair.
It might slow him down.
See how we go. All right, so Ratul faces up. He's got a very good record taking wickets for the first ball of matches. Mohamed Kamran in, start match 3.
Oh, he still got it.
Oh, that was quick.
He still got it, Vin.
Just kind of ambles in.
The thing about Cammy, and a lot of batters who've faced him in the past, he just ambles in. It's not the quickest run-up, but he's so explosive at the crease, and he's got this hyper-extension with his elbow the opposite way. So, good to have him back. Let's see how he goes in this tournament.
Quick. Mentioning, though, with Ratul, actually still does hold the record jointly for most fours in an innings, 17 in the ECS in Prague in 2023. Oh, that's pretty close.
Oh,
Wonder if there was a bit of bat in there. Whoa, a proper wipeout there. Bikram from herring in. And forgot how to stop. Is there any bat in this? Otherwise it nips back.
oh, I tell you what, that is close, isn't it? Back leg, and it sort of skidded on. It didn't really climb.
It's worth a big shout. Anyway.
What do you thought? I like Hitman 2.0, but do we have to change the nickname now?
No.
Still Hitman?
Hitman in disguise.
Yeah, in Hitman, the game Hitman, you do put disguises on often, so he's upgraded his suit.
Oh, good wheels. Something about genuinely fast bowling obviously gets everyone quite excited, especially in an era where, let's be honest, a lot of players have similar skill sets, but he's just got this magical kind of rhythm and wrist release that gets that extra yard.
Look at it hit the keeper's gloves here, smacks into him, so he got a little bit of shape that time.
Keeper Zayn Naqvi.
Yeah, good to see
the stumps.
Zayn here.
All right, it's come off there. There's definitely some helmet in it. I have no idea what's happened there.
Well, I think
let's have a look.
I think it's bat, helmet, and then maybe 4. Let's have a closer look.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It doesn't look like he hit the helmet there. I think the fact is, see here, second time it touches him, he's in the rope there, but his hand's over the rope, so it is 4 runs. It was a really strange one.
Well, the questions were, Vin, does he still have the pace? And you can see by that shot, deep third and deep fine leg, the 2 boundary riders, I think he's still got it.
Yeah, I think so. They're both pretty fine.
Shot.
Very good shot. And Ratul is not going to take a backward step. In fact, I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximo! Expect the last one to be even faster.
That's a really nice shot from Ratul. Just stayed deep in the crease. He got a low full toss, uncharacteristic from Cam. He's probably looking forward to getting back into his rhythm.
He's going at the stumps there. I mean, Cameron's obviously got a reputation, even with his couple of years out of the game. So you can understand Czech's being a little bit careful. Last ball, the first over.
Oh, that is so high. Oh.
Where's it going? It's going to go for 6. Well, that's pace for you, Ratul, with the Maximo, not standard. Well, Cameron will have steam coming out of the ears as he strokes that luscious head of hair. It's the end of the first over. It's 16 without loss.
That went so high. It's actually not a bad way to play him. Back in the box, and just if you get bat and it goes up, it's going to fly.
Look at poor Khalil Ahmed down there on the boundary. Just kind of had to watch it disappear. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up. And of course, we have more cricket to come. We'll be in Portugal after this, then Madrid for the first time. Bologna, back in Bologna for the first time in a while as well. France, Malta, Jersey, Sweden, Estonia, Romania. And we will have a big year. Thanks so much for your support. And hey, if you want to join us outside these marquee tournaments, you can. Same commentary team. And, and you can have a two-way conversation with us. Just join our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network.
Yeah, it's great to have
the fun.
such a big calendar, Vinny. Look all the way up to December 1st, and then you end with the ECCW, which is a fantastic event as well for the women.
Really is for everybody. Anyway, here's Bubba bowling over 2. First one, a little bit of a warm-up ball, and Dylan's all over it. Goes all the way. Maximo sees Carreras.
Yeah, lovely shot from Stain, Dylan Stain. Any relation?
They're soul brothers. I don't know if they're actual brothers, Dale Stain and Dylan Stain, but Dylan he enjoys his cricket. That's what I love most about him.
Yeah.
That he actually enjoys the opportunity to play, and we've seen him actually playing a fair bit of national team cricket as well. But yeah, he's a pretty good athlete. He's good in the field. Hits the ball nicely. Slightly fuller this time from Bubba. Beats the bat.
To be fair, in a group that's maybe going to have some rain around tomorrow and finals day, it feels like every game's a big game.
Definitely.
Vinny.
We were saying first game of the day when Brno got the win, you know, it was important they did. If they didn't, what happens if your other games are washed out?
Yeah.
You're probably out of here. So, Bubba again, does a nagging kind of length, doesn't he? One thing about these two, they do get the odd run out between them, but they kind of just honestly believe they're both fast and they won't hesitate. So they'll just hit and run. And they don't really give too much time to thinking about whether the run's actually there or not.
Yeah, nice start this from Brno. They've found a way to score. And the thing is that traditionally with Paco Care, they bat deep, but not this team. This team's going to be very reliant on the top 4. So if they can get up to 130, you never know.
Late cart finds the fielder. This time they decide against the run.
Well fielded.
So how much do you think No Muhammad Isan affects Paco Care?
Well, it's a couple. Muhammad Asif, Hassan Ali, Shafat Ali Saeed, Isan, Mahbub Ali, Sikandar Ali, all out. So, and that's okay. They've upgraded the youth, but it just means those top 2 or 3 wickets for Paco Care with the bat. If you get through them, you've got every chance. Shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Backs away. There's a big gap over there, and he finds it. 1 bounce 4. The good start continues. There's Jan Hoffman. He's another guy you'd actually like to spend some time with.
I've met him a couple of times around level 6. He seems to enjoy every tour he goes on.
He is a good tactician.
But no, so they'll be tested. I think the other side of it, when you look at the bowling as well, obviously you've got Mohamed Atif, but young Jafar Raza, 17 years young, look out for him with the ball. They're going to give him a lot of a chance, a big chance here, so that'll be interesting.
You had him playing for your Spain development team in that
Portugal
series.
He's a youngster that was born in Spain, and he's a good youngster, really nice boy, so good luck to him.
Well, this one's genuine slash, and that's going to go away for 4 as well. So Bubba will go for 15 in the over, 31 without loss after 2. A quick hello to everyone. The reaction to the cami hair has come in, and there's a fair bit of what? Is that Mohammed Kamran? This is serious.
Well, have you ever played the game Hitman on PlayStation?
I know of it.
So in Hitman, the game, it's an assassin, but also he changes his disguise nearly in every few minutes. So I feel like the Hitman nickname has to stay.
Bob Pook saying that hairdo might be more aerodynamic. Maybe it's helping him with his pace. And Yogesh thinks you got to take the Hitman name away after he's got hair.
No, I think you keep it. Or maybe version 2.0. I love a good nickname when it sticks.
Well, he's going to come back now. And it is real hair. It's not a situation where the wind's just going to blow it completely off or anything like that. Good pace, isn't it? But this is one of those situations. You know that it's not quite the Paco Care team that we have seen before, though. You're still going to have to get, probably got 2 overs from Rabani, you got 2 overs from Atif to come. Jafar Raza, I imagine, might get a bit of a bowl. Even Bikramjit Singh's been bowling in ECS cricket.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at who's going to be in rhythm and who they can get to bowl, because I see 5 bowlers, but who could be their 6th and 7th will be interesting.
Yeah. Stain. Hurried up here.
Well, there was questions whether he'd still have that zip, and you can see that's hitting the bat quite hard.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Had a question from John Gray in France. I'm wondering who's on deck in Dreux in the ECS. Tell you, Rico is on that one, and I'll actually be off because it's my birthday that week. I've already apologised to everybody there.
Happy birthday.
It's not for another month and a bit. That's going to be up and over the top, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4. So staying again. One thing about Cammy, you don't have to try and hit him hard. You just can. If you hit him, the ball's probably going to fly.
Yeah, it's good batting, and that's all you have to really worry about. If you can just get some bat on it, any little bit of bat on it, it'll zip away. So that's handy. Good batting from the two left-handers at the top, Vinny.
Yeah, they'll be very, very happy to get through this power play without losing a wicket. Even if they won't score another run here, then you can maybe attack some others. But Cameron, I feel like this is going to be
Short.
quick. Yeah, it was short. It's going to be a wide. Wide for height, wide for line, probably. +1. Dylan Stain gets to the other end and leaves Ratul in charge.
Well, the good thing about these two at the moment at the top of the order, anything that's been over pitched, they've actually got the bat on it. It's when it's been a heavy length they've struggled. So it's a good start from Brno. And like we said, there's a couple of overs coming. Rabani and a Tiff in the middle. If they can get and handle those, they could get a good score.
I mean, he's got to find 2 more overs. I think Jaffarazzo, he's good enough to bowl this level. He'd probably be my go-to, but you got other backup options. I'll come back to you in a minute, John, because I didn't quite finish answering your question, but here's Cameron. And again, he pins the ears backs high in the air. Fielder stands and catches. Perfectly positioned there. It's Khalil Ahmed that takes it. Ratul, well, he got runs with that stroke before, but this time he's caught. Cameron has his first wicket of 2025, and all his teammates quick to congratulate him. Brno, 37 for 1.
Tell you what, as a batsman, you wish you just got a little bit more bat on that and it would have flown for 6. As that one hit high up on the bat, but didn't get the 50 metres required, and that is the first wicket. Down, we'll have a closer look. It's the perfect sort of height. You want to get it under that armpit, especially because he'd already bowled 1 for the over. So it's a high-risk ball, but if you get it right, you can still pick up the wicket.
Yeah, a bit unlucky actually, doesn't go for 6 again.
Tell you why that's a big wicket, Vin, because the Tiff's going to come in next, and then he might be bowling to a right-hander. Now, against a right-hander, he's a lot more effective than against a left-hander.
Good point. Not a bad little cameo there from Ratul, though. Goes for 24, 37 for 1. Now you've got a new batter. Behind Golden Duck watch. I mean, he did bat really well earlier, but Cameron's got such a good record against batters that are facing their first ball.
I think he's gambling this ball and going as full and straight as he can.
Middle stump. You just got to be ready for it. Ready than it'll ever be. Here we go. He goes heavy. Hurries up Kande, keeps it out.
Well,
Credit to the batter.
You know Big Irfan, obviously what he does. Cammy's his senior. So Irfan went and visited Cammy in Barcelona, and Cammy used to teach Irfan, and those two were quite close from the same area. So I ran into Irfan, he was saying they're quite close. Irfan brought him some spikes back from Australia for Cammy's turf season, and yeah, it's good to see 2 genuine fast bowlers in the comp.
Dying breed, aren't they?
There's something about a fast bowler, it's always fun to watch.
Because you can't really teach it.
That's a wide.
It's a huge wide.
No ball, sorry.
No ball for the second of the over. But yeah, that's the one thing. You can kind of coach and develop anything else, but kind of raw pace is something that generally players have or don't have. And so when you see it, you kind of appreciate it. Go back to John Gray. Rico will be on that one in France, and Danny Hudacek will actually be doing that one. And of course, he does have French.
Oh, you see the slide there. So he might shorten his run up for the last, I reckon. Anyway, free hit. Interesting power play, Vin.
Yeah, it is. Whistles through. So that'll be the end of the 3, and Brno up 38 for 1.
Well, I think it's a good start from Brno. They've come out, they've made 38 on the board. It's a bit wet out there and a little bit slippy, but they're getting on with it. If they can still get up to a couple of big overs in the middle, I reckon a 125 might play here.
16, 5 and 7. Let's have a look at who's coming next. And they are going to bowl out Mohamed Babar here. What do you think?
Well, I would have gone straight to the Fizz Tiff. A good, nice story about Ati. You know, when after the
Western Shield?
Well, thank you. Western Shield. Jack Wood from World 11 went to Barcelona and Holland. And him and the Fizz went out for dinner.
Is that nice? That's right. I remember Jack said he was going to Barcelona.
It's about the relationships you make on the way. But anyway, it's Bubba time. The field spreads, obviously, with the power play complete. Looks like they're going to keep mid off in the ring and have third back. Seen a lot more of that recently from teams.
That one's a bit of a half tracker, and he's going to put it over the fence. Maximo Seis Carreras, a bit like the shot that he played faced him first up last over. So, yeah, Babar, we know that there's probably no score that's safe when he's batting. Right now, he's finding it a bit tough dealing with the lefty, Dylan Stain.
Would it be fair to say that maybe Babar in the last year or two's lost a little bit of that zip he had from time to time?
I mean, he's never
He used to
quick.
Do you remember a few years ago, he used to get the ball to nibble a lot? It feels like that's sort of gone away a little bit in his game.
Not getting any bites. I'm sure there's a lot of people on the apps that know exactly what that feels like. That one's in the air. It's probably going to go for 4 as well. It does. And so you see here Stain, he's a proper player. Earlier on, he was just a bit carried away, kind of always dancing, the ball's moving around. He's good enough to just stand and bat. He's got lots of tools. That was a nicely executed elevated cover drive.
Dylan Stain reminds me of when you play those video games that don't have all the rights. And instead of it being Dale Stain, the bowler, you've got Dylan Stain, the batsman. That's a beautiful shot. The outfield's, because it's slippery, it's sped up. So if it's just kissing the turf and flying.
Yeah. Skiddy.
I tell you, Vin, they make 130, 140, and they pick up 2 early wickets. They are a big chance here. Shot.
Yeah, he uses the pace. It should be stopped. It is going to be 4. Wow. It kind of needed 2 people to both have a bit of a blooper for that to be 4, but that's what happens. It's another boundary for Brno. 50's up.
And I reckon he meant that. He just opened the face. The Fizz tried to tap it back, sort of. And then
still seems fine, and then whoop.
that's young Jaffa Raza out there. And a little bit of egg on the face for the boys.
Atty needed to get a better slap back, didn't he, there, and then make it someone else's problem. I suppose he did do that, but it didn't work out too well.
That's a good start.
Brno, could they be the new Istanbul KSK?
Oh.
Go 2 out of 2. That is stopped. That time they will get through for a single. That's Rabani.
I think he's going to be pretty key in their tournament, Rabani. Sometimes when his rhythm's up, he's very difficult to get away, but he can also go for a few if he doesn't have that rhythm.
He's an interesting bowler, isn't he? I mean, that 3 for 3 he took in the ECL last year.
Yeah.
It was it's one of the best spells I think I've ever seen. Just the skill and the accuracy that he was able to employ those skills. A bit of Power Rangers about the Paco kit this year. Yorker dug out.
What? A bit of Power Rangers.
Have a look at the front, on the front of the Power Ranger. Not you don't get a Power Ranger that colour, but it's kind of the.
Was there a green Power Ranger? I wasn't a Power Rangers kid.
I think there was a green, but I'll come back to you.
What was the main premise of Power Rangers?
I have no idea. Wearing the suit, going around zapping things. Seems like he went over that ball. But it will be a dot ball to finish. A couple of dot balls to finish. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, I think it just hits the ground. Don't think he edges it. It's the end of the 4th over, and the score's 53 for 1.
Yeah, 53 for 1. They've gone through the opening bowlers now. I think you'll see a Tiff and Rabani and maybe young Jaffa Raza get their opportunities.
Look at the green Power Ranger, and then you'll see what I'm talking about with look that up. But yeah, what was the point of Power Rangers? If you know, let us know in the comment section. Eastern European Cricket Network.
Yeah, I never.
They have like a common enemy.
That wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't my show.
I mean, I can recognise the outfits.
Anyway, Mohammed Atif at the top of his mark. Good game of cricket on our hands here. Thankfully, the weather is still avoiding this ground. Honestly, Vinny, I was at Sunset Beach Club this morning. It is pouring rain everywhere. On the bus ride, it rained for the 40-minute drive until the last 2 minutes when we pulled into the ground.
Someone looking after us. So they've just... it's like a big umbrella around the ground. Anyway, here's the Fizz. Mohammed Atif. And probably not his best effort first up. Good footwork by Dane.
This is going to test the bowlers with longer run-ups today, and it'll be, can they get through and find rhythm?
You need to have an option that isn't your long run, and we saw Riaz Afridi do it earlier. He did it very well.
I think if you bowl 2 and you feel like you're starting to slip a bit, you're just better off coming off a short run straight away.
Atif, first we've seen him since he was playing for Europe in the Western Shield. And this one is up just away from the field. It was pretty fine there at third. And Stain will get another boundary. He's coming off 51 not out in the first game, and he started well here. He's actually started better this time. He's probably a bit more careful, a bit slower, and then kind of came good overs 8, 9, 10. But it's a promising start.
He's a nice batter to watch on the eye, isn't he? That was just an uppercut, and they actually had a third man in place, but very fine. more for the edge
Yeah.
than the genuine cut shot. Good batting.
What's the Teef go to here?
I know it's a left-hander, but because of his
Drag
slot,
of fingers.
I think he tries to cut one.
Yeah.
I think Stain looks good against the pace on, to be fair.
He does try and do that. Turns out full toss. You see here with Stain how he's willing to just hit and run here. A lot of batters wouldn't run there, but I think he has a good understanding with those around him. And we saw it happen in the first game. Okay, ran out Ratul. It was just a good pickup, direct hit from side on, and they're willing to accept that in the interest of advancing the score.
Was it a close game versus the Swiss this morning, Vid?
I think, what was the final margin? It was around about 20 runs or so in the end. It was 27 runs, 155 to 128. They made a good score first up, Brno. This is a full toss on middle stump, and it's clipped away nicely by Kande, who actually was 0 off 5. It'll feel a lot better after that. Batted pretty well this morning, I thought, actually. You don't want to miss these, because you're going to be LBW, but if you hit him, no problem. And what's more, he gets the placement.
Yeah, I just feel like that Brno just putting away the loose balls at the moment, and Pakai Care maybe going through the motions a bit. They just can't find rhythm with the ball.
Brno were here 2 years ago, and it was a bit of a horror show when they were in ECL 23. Didn't win a game, had all kinds of issues, couldn't perform, but they've already got a win under their belt. They're looking good here so far. And the one thing I love about this competition is you see that these clubs, they're winning clubs. So they have a winning attitude, even though I know they're running into teams maybe from countries that are higher ranked or have more cricket infrastructure.
Yeah.
But they're not scared. You know, they come out here, it's a kind of the form of the game where anyone can beat anyone. You feel like the team knows it. The teams know this.
Yeah, in 10 overs, Vin. It just takes one good performance from a player and your team's going to get very close to always winning. Sure, Push Parajan do that in Group C.
Oh, good shot. Or is it? It is gone. Well, looked good from me off the bat, but just mistimed slightly. Mohammed Kamran takes the catch. So Zayn tries to go downtown, ends up in traffic uptown. Atif has a wicket at 64 for 2.
Yeah, it sounded good. It really did sound good. I agree with you, but obviously maybe a bit higher on the bat than we could see. We're sitting behind the batsman now because we've swapped ends today. And yes, went straight to Mohammed Kamran. Big wicket in the context of the game, because if Dylan Stain bats through, they might get up to something very imposing. But a heavy length, just the bat turned a little bit in his hands.
Quite in the middle, was a little bit outside half of the bat. Kamran doesn't drop that. And so Dylan out for the first time in the series, out for 31. And Brno, 64 for 2. Quick hello. And probably then to all of our Czech viewers who are out there. And one thing that's nice, Brno, they have a big rivalry with Prague CC. Brno's the second city in Czechia. But all the Prague CC and Prague-based players, they're all behind Brno here. It's nice to see.
Yep. Support your fellow countrymen.
And that will take us to the end of the over. Pretty good one by Atif. Recovers well. 64 for 2 after 5. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Coy Ruckers with me for the first time today. The big question is, how's the hand? Everyone was asking. Can you put that up to the camera?
You can't say. I tried to do it yesterday.
Go on, get closer. Can we focus on that?
The hand's good. The watch is good.
You've got these little scratches. You fixed your watch.
From what I've heard, reports are still people a bit undecided, but it was a catch.
Yeah. With one hand, if two hands, two bounces off surfaces was a catch. Hey, but you know what? It's all part of the show. You've taken some amazing catches. The viral one in Malta.
Vinny.
It's all part of the show. You did once drop 9 consecutive crowd catches in a row,
Don't think so.
you took the 10th one. Hey, good to have you back anyway.
It's good to be back.
And also thanks for covering. I'm going to have a bit of an early finish. I'll be done after this game. But you and Rhino.
Oh.
That's a dangerous combination, but I'm leaving you with the keys to the car. And
The R&R show.
yeah, the R&R show. I like that. Rhino and the Rut.
Well, here's
taking you home.
another Rabani.
Rabani. Wow, puts the pace on. Is this covering the fielder? It is. Maximo bounces into the fan zone. Rabani got that dangerous slower ball. The question is when and how to use it, but that time puts the pace on, can't they? Puts him away.
Rabani, for me, is one of those cricketers still trying to figure out his craft, but to be honest, if he has 12 deliveries, I think I'd be telling him to bowl maybe 9 back of the hand slower balls because he gets so much dip on it. So he's gone pace on, pace on. Would he go to the slower ball this one, Vin?
I think it's the slow ball, especially because no one's really seen it yet. Nope. He puts pace on. Wonder if they would have talked about that, Brno, if they would have done. I mean, there's so much footage on Paco Care. Actually, all these teams, but Paco Care obviously having been previous champions. And, you know, you got to talk about Rabani and say, look, he's got this slow ball, rather than just go out there and have to work it out for yourself.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how often they employ the slow ball if they feel like because the wicket's a bit skiddy, they just want to keep it pace on.
Slow ball. Nope. I don't know if he's under bowling or just bowling it less than I would. It's working for him at the moment.
Well, you look at the first over from a Tiff, he picks up a wicket, but I reckon he only try to bowl one cutter. And sometimes when these guys go back to their club teams, they go back into their, I want to bowl pace mode, but their slower balls are good, don't forget it. So it's a wicket-taking ball as well.
Yeah, true.
There it is.
There it is.
Well bowled. That's a seriously good slower ball from the young man. He's got natural talent. He's a little athlete. Got married last month.
Okay, let's have a look how he bowls this slower ball. Talk through it.
It's very good. Right out the back. He keeps the seam up a little bit, and he gets a purchase. He usually gets it just to go a bit.
Yeah.
But because he showed the quick ones, that batsman's through it.
The more that you
early.
get, the more quick ones you bowl, the more effective the slow ball becomes, right? Last ball, the over. Tries it again and gets a big swing. Excellent over from Rabani. And at the end of 6, 70 for 2.
Brilliant bowling from Rabani. He went 4 pace on, and then he goes, I've got something to show you. And he went slower ball, and they were missed by a mile.
Gave it the in case you missed it after the last ball, the over.
So it looks like Paco Care will go with the method of Baba and Kami at the top, and then you've got a Tiff and Rabani. But there is going to be a lot of pressure on the 5th bowl. Young Jafar Raza, whenever they use him, he's got some big shoes to fill. They're missing Hassan Ali and Shafat, which are 2 genuine seamers.
I think they back him to bowl overs 8 and 10 here.
Yeah?
I think that's what their plan would be. So, okay, we're getting a Tiff in the 7th, so he's going to bowl out. So I think they'll go Jafar Raza 8, and then I think they'll go Rabani 9. It's 3 balls in a row now. Tiff cuts that one away.
Yeah, so that's 3 slower balls in a row as well, and just starting to apply the brakes a bit, Paco Care.
Got some breaking news. Firstly, hello to Egan Stephen Dantis. Egan's in the chat. But the Power Rangers had to stop Rita Repulsa from taking over the world, who would send monsters from her planet.
Rita Repulsa.
Thank you very much, Tim Harmer. I'm taking you at your word there. Gee, this innings has ground to a halt, hasn't it now?
It's 4 off-speed deliveries in a row, and this is what a Tiff did so well during the Western Shield and made a little bit of a name for himself. He's got this sort of big cut across the ball on a heavy length, and I think now he might go quick. And sometimes when he bowls his quick one, he gets his bouncer at the perfect spot. So
it's a quick look at how he bowls his cutter.
Thumb comes off the ball, bang.
Beautiful shots there.
There's the bouncer.
Yeah.
So that's what he likes to sort of do. He'll go slow ball, then he'll either go head or toes.
So it's very hard because it's not a real obvious slower ball either to work out what's coming at you. Then, of course, you have to play it. So, yeah, Tiff is a star for Europe in the Western Shield. Didn't he win a bit of prize money for being leading with the taker?
He got an extra little bit of pocket change for the young man.
Wonder how he spent it, or if he spent it. Slower ball
Shot.
Again, but nicely played. Kante breaks the shackles. He's still just struggling to move the game forward, but maximal 6 runs.
Well, what Brno have done well, if they have missed their length or line, this one is a slow ball, but it's the wrong line. They've still put it away. So he goes the cutter, but it's way too straight. Good batting.
Yeah, excellent batting.
Yeah, Rhino's good. Rico's off for a few days.
Rico's got a little bit of a mini break. He's doing his first aid certificate tomorrow.
Yep.
So he's been studying up for that, and then he'll be back. I think Rico's got 2 groups off, or almost, because he'll do the Group E finals day. And you've got a little bit of a mini break coming up, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
You deserve it. Oh, what a chop into the ground. It was into the ground, hence it wasn't out. Zain Nakvi, familiar face, of course. Plays for Fresh Tropical in Italy.
Just not getting a couple away here, Kande. 17 or 15. Would you be tempted if he doesn't get a couple away?
Honestly, I'd be going Riaz Afridi, inject him.
Yeah?
Just 3 overs to go. I know that Nachi's a tough bowler to face. At least this is the last ball he can bowl. just not happening at the moment, is it? And that will take us to the end of the 7th. 78 for 2. Atif on his return to the Cartama Oval after a very short absence. Takes 1 for 19.
Yeah, and that's what he does so well. I don't know if he was at the best of his rhythm there, but what he's been able to do is go under 10, which he seems to do often at Cartama Oval, which isn't easy. So we have a look at the group so far. We're in Group D, first day of Group D, and 3 more groups to come, Vinny. It feels like we've been here a while, and we've got a while to go.
Let's have a look at this group. And with Nomads losing their first game, obviously they've got a big game coming up. Just keeping an eye on the chat. Sorry, might have missed what came my way.
Well, here we go. Young Jaffa Raza.
Yep.
So young left armour, born in Spain, learnt his cricket in Spain, and
Here he is.
yeah, he's got a nice little action. Can he get going?
Good start for him. Slips down the footing. First one's always the hardest one.
I believe he just turned 17. We had him come on a development tour with a lot of our youngsters not long ago, and he's a great young man, and he loves the game. But in this tournament for Pack I Care, he'll get a lot of bowling. In the past, he maybe got an over here and there, but I think they're sort of earmarking him to be the 5th bowler for the whole group.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's a good young player. Short this time, and about to say well taken. Rabani looked like he had most of it, just slipped out of his fingers.
Oh, that's a big lifeline, isn't it? Rabani's disappointed. That would have been big for young Raza just to give him some confidence at the start of his tour. Should have been caught, opportunity missed.
Yeah, no. Almost caught it between his legs.
I thought he had it.
Yeah, I thought he still had it. Anyway, back to live action. Jaffa had a wicket. Now flicked away. That one gets through a teeth, and it's going to run away for 4. Really, probably should have done better there, but the ball wins the race and gets away from him.
That's not good enough, really. 2 fielders should be catching that and stopping that. And for a young fast bowler who just wants confidence to start his trip, he could have had 1 for 1. In the end, it's a bonus 4. It might have skidded off the turf, but you got to stop that. Looks like he's going cross seam.
Cross seamer. Mahtab Khan. It's a good Yorker here. Squeezed out. Oh, it gets under a teeth again. Well, I don't know what he was doing out with Jack Wood, but unfortunately for Atif, he's missed a couple that he should have stopped. And Brno, they need the charity at the moment. 4 more.
Tell you what, Jaffa Raza, the young fella's thinking, what's this? You've trusted me as the 5th bowler.
Tried to do everything right, tried to get the body down behind it, then just didn't skid as much as he thought.
I tell you right, big Mohammed Baba, he's not afraid to voice his opinion if he doesn't see good fielding, and I think young Atif's been given a bit of a spray.
Moved further away from Baba, but now he's at square leg, so watch the ball follow him now. Well, maybe not, because that one is cracked, and it's out of the ground. Maximo! Brno had that flat spot, didn't they? But they're kicking towards the end.
Yeah, they did have a flat spot, but then all of a sudden, a little bit of luck with the fielding, and then they cash in with the 6. Good batting.
See, the thing is, that's the first kind of genuine hit off Jaffa. So even though he's gone for 15, if the plan was to bowl him 2, I still think I'm bowling him a 2nd.
Well, absolutely. You just hope that they've spotted that. It's not the worst over, even though statistically it doesn't look great.
What a beard for a 17-year-old. Well, what's going on there? That one's a powerful strike, and bang. Almost takes out the camera. Maximo to finish. It does go magical in the end. Back-to-back bombs from Mahtab Khan, and the score is 99 for 2 after 8.
Lovely shot. Really lovely shot. He goes a little bit fuller this time, and he crunches it straight. And, well, the camera crew up there are okay, thankfully.
If I'm honest, I would probably, Kande's 19 off 18. And we saw he struggled with that slower ball last over, as both batters did. But yeah, I don't know. I just think with Riaz Afridi on the bench, twice I thought maybe we should have seen him strategically inserted. But we won't. 99, 2 overs to go.
So Rabani will bowl out now, starting the 9th.
Little flick away here.
Ati.
Looked pretty jumpy there, but he's able to get that one.
Yeah, I think you're right now. I think Kunde's faced 19 balls for 20. I think Riaz Afridi sitting there calmly.
Nothing to lose, really.
Make the switch, and if Afridi clicks, he could make to 15 or 5 or something. There you go.
I always think it's crazy for the keeper to try and do up shoelaces. They're already wearing
Oh,
inners.
the keeper said, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Someone else come in.
Can offer, say I'd love to help you, but
I honestly can't believe that it's raining everywhere but here again.
yeah, that's the
we are
mail.
we are so lucky.
Because I'm here. As soon as I leave, I'm gone after this game. It's going to pour down.
I hope not.
No, you want to be able to have an uninterrupted program. Here's that slower ball. Actually, that's pretty well to block it. Didn't really know where it was.
Yeah.
So what do you think? If you're batting against Rabbani, are you setting up for a slower ball and adjusting to the quicker one, or backwards?
What's so good about that slow ball? It's a very big pace differential from his pace on. So, yeah, it's a funny one. He's a tricky guy to play, and he lands it usually on a decent length,
Yeah.
but
It almost
it's a little bit of guesswork, Vin.
Yeah, maybe it is. Puts pace back on this time, and that would have been an amazing run out if he'd pulled it off. Need to flick it at the stumps.
Well, good fielding from young Rabbani.
We've already seen a race today. Stefan Gooch came second in that one towards the end, or it was the last ball, the first innings of match 2. Rabbani stopping the bleeding here.
So obviously he's gone pace on there and chopped it down. Good bit of fielding. Direct hit was definitely out.
It would have been comfortably. There's that quicker one. So it is, I suppose you almost have to set up for one or the other. If you're kind of in the middle, you're not really timing up anything.
There's one thing about the slower ball. We're talking slower ball and pace on, but his length is immaculate. He's bowling an in-between length, so usually when a player bowls a slower ball, sometimes they overpitch it, it comes out wrong, it's a full toss. I've probably put the kibosh on him now, but his length in these 10 balls has been exceptional.
Pace on again, can't really get it away.
All right, I'll put you to the test. Pace on or pace off? Can Vinny Sandhu guess the last one?
I'm bad at guessing.
Go on, I want to see it. Last ball for his spell. Pace on or pace off?
Well, I'm going to be the batter, and I'm guessing slow ball, but then I think that's what he thinks I'm guessing, so I think it's quick. I'm always guessing slow ball.
I'm going slow ball.
Okay, I'll go faster ball.
Deal. Good
Here
luck.
we go.
Oh,
Corey,
well bowled.
Absolutely done me there. It's going to bounce off the top of the stumps. And Rabbani, well, that's the thing. No matter what he does, it's a good option. As he'll finish 1 for 9 off 2 overs. A real masterclass. Let's have a look at it here.
Yeah, it's brilliant bowling. He actually makes the batsman look a little bit silly because it's a loose shot, but he's just trying to guess. Is it quick? Is it slow? But the length, Vinny, the length is perfect.
Yeah, you're right. Top of the stumps length. I guess it's my time to walk back to the pavilion as well because I overthought it. I guessed right the first time to change my mind. Matab goes for 22. Does hit a couple of bombs. Brno, 102 for 3. That over went 1-0-1-0-1 wicket. So just very tough to get after. Rabbani, in his first over, he actually had 5 dot balls and a 6. So
he beat the bat a lot.
yeah, and he does it with his skill and his decision making.
This is where Jaffa Raza will finish here. He didn't bowl the worst first, but this is where Paco Care lacked that depth this trip. They don't have 6 or 7 bowling options. They don't have 6 or 7 batsmen. So Jaffa Raza to close. Been a bit cat and mouse, but overall, Brno, they've been fighting hard.
Yeah, well, I guess got one thing right. I guessed that they'd go Jaffa Raza, then Rabbani, then Jaffa Raza to finish, and that's what they are doing here. So can't they break the shackles here? Really.
The one thing Jaffa Raza probably has to develop, Vinny, and he'd learned from the 2 players just bowled before him, it's got to have a slow ball. It's a little bit one pace from the young man. If he can develop an off-cutter as well.
Especially if you're bowling at the end.
Solanke's come out at 5.
Yeah, to be fair, Solanke showed us before that he's a pretty good player, so it's kind of sticking with their batting order, I think. Well, he will get nothing. That's a great catch down there by Khalil Ahmed. It would have been 6, but he stays inside. And that's going to be a first wicket here in ECL 25 for Jaffa Raza. Slunky out for a golden duck.
Yeah, brilliant catch. He was on the rope. He only had about half a foot to work with, and the young fella finally gets some support from his fielders. Catches it pretty calmly, looks at the rope and says, yeah, that's out.
Yeah, then he stands there. Quite local cricket, they'll often stand there and then someone will come and look at the boundary and they're not allowed to move. So that's something that you see sometimes, but it's a good catch. Solanke on another day, maybe you get 6 for that, but not today. He's out, and it's 103 for 4.
Yeah, 103 for 4 now. They've just been able to hold them back from maybe a 140, 150 score.
Good question from Kushal Mendon, who's watching from Czechia, asking, is Rabani the most talented T10 bowler at the moment on ECN?
Oh, that's a pretty big call.
I reckon he's up there, but you're right, his consistency's the issue. All right, so Badadeka comes out. He can slam it pretty well as well.
Look, we saw the best of him there, and he's got a way to go, but there is times where Rabani's been smacked a lot.
I know, but I always wonder how.
When he's on, he looks magnificent. He qualifies for Spain at the end of this year, so we've got our eye. He's in our squad now as a development player, but he qualifies officially, I think, in 8 months' time.
So I'll tell you what puzzles me about him in a moment. He's not going too far this time. Okay, when he does get hit, is it because he's bowled badly or people have just played him better or worked him out?
Sometimes that was perfect with his length, but sometimes he can be too full. And if you bowl a slow ball full or pace on full, you can still get whacked for 6, you know. So he's definitely one for the future. Newly married, young Rabani.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Well, there you go. They needed some of that. They get it. Badadeka, he's out there to add a bit of muscle. That one's into the jungle. Go find it. Maximal, 6 runs.
Lovely shot. Really lovely shot. He's put his body weight in that, Vinny. That's gone a long way.
Badadeka follows up with a one-handed 6. And I think it'll be game on. We've got last ball to come. Brno up to 111.
I think young Jaffa Raza just needs to, if he can develop that slow ball or when to close an over, it'll help him a lot more. But nice shot. Can they get 6 more? Can they get to 117?
Just misses, I think. Or does it?
Well bowled. Did it sneak in?
The question, it bounces pretty much on the crease. So does it bounce on the line or just outside the line?
Oh, it might. Oh, is that got a scare?
Is that the most beautiful? Is that the most beautiful ever? Did it just get some of the line?
If you go back one, that might be the corner flag. That's top bins, Vinny. Top bins.
Well, it was a marginal call. We'll say that. But umpire felt it did some of the line. Really, there's nothing we could say that disputes that from the replay. It was 50-50. Anyway, it's 111 for 4 off the 10. Just to clarify the wide playing condition here, any ball that passes the popping crease, that even if it takes a bit of the line, it's not a wide. It has to be wholly outside the popping crease, outside the tram line when it passes the popping crease. Cool. Let's have a look then at this first innings. Brno had a promising start, didn't they? But I'd like to see the splits because that second half was hard going. They had 64 in the first half, only 50, or what is that? Only 47, I should say, in the second half in that final total of 1-1-1. Let's have a look. Pakai Care. They were champions 3 years ago here at the Kartama Oval in ECL 22. Zain Nakvi behind the stumps. No Isan. There was Mohammed Kamran, though, with a luscious head of hair. And you know what? He still had that natural pace about him. It was exciting to watch, Corey.
Yeah, he had that natural pace, but he did get found out a couple of times. And Mohammed Baba also got whacked around. The opening pair, the 2 left-handers, I thought batted quite well against some hostile bowling. This was the first wicket, though. Nice, safe catch down at deep fine leg from Khalil Ahmed, who held on to that one. But it was a good sort of to and fro at the top, wasn't it? Because I thought Brno played the pace bowlers quite well.
Yeah, I thought they did. But again, Brno obviously at this level, you're playing against some pretty good bowlers. And bowlers you haven't really seen before or played before. Or they've got a couple of players that would have played for Czechia in that lineup. But there's a lot of talent out there. I like the way they went about it. I think when the scoring slowed, it was less to do about the batters not having intent. It was just more to do they were beaten, I think, by some of the skill and the guile of the bowlers. So, look, 111 doesn't seem like enough, but you just never know with Pakai Care. I mean, I remember I've seen Pakai Care bowled out for 41. So, it can fall over occasionally. Rabani, he upset he put that down. actually think a couple of times as well, you think some of the misfields that kind of resulted in boundaries. Late in the piece, Jaffarazza did cop a little bit in his first over. To be fair, his last over only went for 9. So I think in the end, it wasn't too bad of a job at all. But for Brno, they've got the task ahead of them to try and defend 111 against the former ECL champions.
Yeah, that was an important catch right on the rope there from Ahmed. Save 6, actually. Takes the wicket to save 6. And in the end, Jaffarazza did bowl a very good last over, only going for 9. He did collect it once. That was a lovely shot in the wheelhouse. Pumped it for a large Maximo. But yeah, overall, Pakai Care, I think, will be happy with what they've been able to do with the ball. Brno maybe feel like they could have been a bit more adventurous with their batting lineup, maybe retired a batsman out, but they decided not to. And that brings us to an end of the very first innings. Let's have a look at the scorecard, shall we? And well, a lot of starts up there, 24 for Ratul and 31 for Dylan Stain. They'll be disappointed that neither of them went on for a 50. Martab Khan came out, hit 22 off 11. But yeah, Noor Kande, they stuck with him, 23 of 23. I think the Brains Trust, if they had their time back, might have retired him on 15 and given someone else a bit of a go. Let's have a quick look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And Pakai Care, they've got 5 bowlers this trip, so expect them to bowl 2 every game. 3 left-armers in there as well. Mohamed Kamran back, 1 for 23. Baba got tapped a bit, none for 30. And all the other bowlers picked up 1. I think Asad Rabbani's spell stood out though. 1 for 9, and there was a 6 in there. That slower ball looking very good indeed. So we're at the halfway stage. The score is 1-1-1 for 4. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Cartama Oval. We're at the halfway stage of this game between Paco Care Badalona, who are taking on Brno, and well, 111 for 4 on the board. It was a bit of to and fro, but they really choked the middle overs, did Paco Care, with their seam bowlers, and they'll be confident going into the second half. However, there is still a bit of misty rain around, and as we know, they are a little bit more thin with the batting lineup than we've seen in previous years. This is the bonus point equations. If they get restricted to 77 or less, that would be a shock, but they would lose all the points. And if they chase it down in 7, they would take it all. I think Mohamed Baba is the only player in that top order. If he really gets going, they'll do it in 7. He usually goes at an incredible strike rate, but sometimes also can be dismissed early. So we'll have to wait and see as these two teams will slowly enter the field of play, just waiting for them to come on now. Looks like they're finally entering, as I'll bring back Vinny Sandru nice and early. Vinny, 111, couple early wickets and game on.
I still think Paco Care will be big favourites here, but you never know.
Well, Mocham's listed at 6. That sure tells you the tale. 2 early wickets, Vin. Game changes.
Not a bad player though. I think I suppose you don't know until you test it. That's what I will say. Asad Abbas scored 100 in ECS cricket last year. He's batting 7.
Well, Jeff Arans is listed at 8. So for me,
I'm worried. No, Khalil Ahmed could bat in the top 6 as well. I think they've just kind of mixed and matched. And a T10 11. He's got an ECN 50 as well. This is ECL cricket. I know you're looking at your Western Shield. You know you're a big shot.
I don't think your ECS club cricket matters when you get to the ECL. The level goes up a bit.
True, but also we know that Barcelona is very strong region.
Yeah.
So, you know, Brno are part of a competition that does have some very good players as well. We'll say there's 3 tiers of Czech cricket.
Yeah.
And they've had a real rivalry the last couple of years with Prague CC.
Tell us a little bit about Riaz Afridi, who's going to open the bowling. Actually, I've never seen him bowl live.
Is that right?
Yeah, but I've heard the stories. He gets it through.
He's got some genuine pace about him. Keeps himself in incredibly good condition.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of a tape ball background. If you saw him bat, you'd know that kind of style.
How much pace are we talking?
Genuine pace.
I've never seen him, but I've heard the whispers that he can get it through.
I also think he's known for being a bit inconsistent. Sometimes he can be wild. And we saw earlier, after the first couple of balls, he kind of bowled off half the run when he came back later. But anyway, Baba and Yassine to open the batting for Paco Care. 112 required for victory. Here's Riaz Afridi. First one clipped away, they won't get a run. But he's got a real he's got a big delivery stride, a kind of load up, and then it goes.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, these are conditions that it's difficult for the big fast men to really run in and give it everything.
Yeah, so 2 sort of well-known players going up against each other, Afridi versus Baba. Baba won't hold back. This is fire versus fire.
Really good contest here. Good cut shot there, and that's going to whistle to the boundary. The orthodox shot there from Baba, but effective, and he's got 4 runs.
That's one thing about Baba, that he's a funny guy to watch bat, and he's got this crazy whip and he's got this crazy power, but every now and then he'll also show you a bit of touch. That's a really good shot. Hey, this top opening pair have a lot of work this week. You've got Kamran at 4 and Nakvi at 3, but this pair, they're crucial for Paco Care's hopes.
In the air, but fielder bat will field it on the bounce. Until keeper there to back up the throw. It bounced off the stump. Thought for a second it might bounce away for overthrows.
He hit that hard, but he hit it straight to deep cover.
You can see Afridi, you know, on his day. It's one of those things, a few things have to go right for him to really hit top gear.
So So Yassine on strike. Yassine's a different type player. Yassine's a touch player, but also I think we saw he got into a bit of fire at ECC a few years ago where he really was batting beautifully, but he's a bit more conventional, left-hander. Always good to have a lefty-righty at the top.
Freedy gets a crack at Mohamed Yassine. Pitch outside leg stump, but it's a pretty good delivery. Hurries him up. Good look at his action here.
Yeah, he's got nice action. Yeah, definitely pitching outside leg and cramping him for a bit of room. I just there's going to be some twists this week in the next few days for this group, I think, Vinny.
It's been a great experience for both these sides, particularly Brno after missing out for a couple of years. Again, gets all tied up. An optimistic LBW appeal. Well, he seems to be more fielding than batting at the moment. But, that's a decent start. I suppose the big question will be as well for Brno. Do they have the depth? You know, we talked about the depth of Pakakare, but they're bowling earlier. And some bowlers more effective than others.
If they can get a couple early wickets, we could be in for a really good game.
Hit down the ground, beats the fielder 4 runs. So you see there, you're seeing he is strong. He's strong on the drive. Wasn't exactly a half volley either, but he finds the boundary.
Yeah, confidence building shot for him as he punches a 4 straight. So the first over is complete. Not a bad start for Brno. 9 for none. 41 games, Vin, since our magical golden
You
ball.
remember that one very well, don't you?
Yeah, cha-ching, Vinny, cha-ching.
Day 1. But, yeah, Brno, they do have a golden ball in their past. Don't remember Pakakare having a golden ball. I have to go to the archives.
How many golden balls have we had on the network, do you think?
71.
Okay. Out of how many games?
About 6,000 something. It's about 1 in 90 games.
Okay.
1 in 92, give or take.
Mishra coming on to bowl over number 2.
He was incredibly good. First ball he came in and he slipped over and he didn't bowl. And then he started taking wickets. And he just got on with it, and he was very, very effective in that first game of the day.
Well, here we go. Mishra to Baba.
Beats him first up, gets away from Ratul. It didn't go into plan, but they'll get through for a bye.
I'm glad his teammate that was standing over him just had a little bit of a chuckle there. So they'll just scamper through for a bye, just getting away from the keeper. Still these dark clouds, Vin. It's unbelievable. They're just surrounding us.
Yeah, we're golden today. I told you, this is my last game for the day. As soon as I go, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Brno, I remember they had a very interesting golden ball. I'll tell you which one it was. It was back in 2023. Yassine doesn't beat the field here. Baba not too interested in running.
There's a bit of pressure growing here.
So they had a golden ball, Brno versus United, and here's what happened. I was confused. Brno were bowling. Abhimanyu Singh from United hit the ball out to deep mid-wicket, ran 1, started to run 2, stopped, ran back, and I was like, what happened? And he realised he didn't touch his bat correctly.
Well, it doesn't help, but that does help. That's a beautiful shot from Yassine. As we mentioned, he's a bit more conventional, likes to drive, and that's a lovely shot for 4.
Classy shot there from Yassine again. Just technically very good at that on drive, which is a difficult shot to play. But fairly risk-free, but fairly effective. Yeah, so I was wondering, why are they running? He got run out by 4 or 5 metres, despite the keeper fumbling. So the fact he didn't touch his bat cost him the game, and Brno won that golden ball back in July 2023. That's going to be dragged across the line. That's going to go for 4 as well. So you're seeing getting into his work now. Mishra finding it quite difficult in the 7th.
Yeah, just looking at the field, Vin, deep cover and deep third. So I think Yassine's thinking, look, I'm just going to drag anything across, and if it gets through the gap, it's going to go. And the change will come now. Cover comes up, and mid-wicket will go back.
Obviously saw Raw Strikers actually doing that quite effectively in their final 6 or even 7 on the offside, hitting their spots, and Skanderborg weren't really taking the bait to go leg side. Only bowled 1 wide as well. Anyway, Mishra, see if he can fight back here. be called a wide. I know you love good names, and in the Brno squad, though he's not playing today. We have seen him before in ECS cricket, but Yug Warrior is in the squad.
How do you spell Yug?
Y-U-G.
Good. Yug.
Yeah, that's one way you could say it. Yug Warrior is here.
Warrior's the last name. Genuine.
Warrior.
Like it.
Another good on drive. That wasn't very far from the fielder, but Suresh Ramarao had no chance, and it's another 4 runs.
Well, that's his third on drive for 4. And, yeah,
Putting someone back there.
well, maybe. He looks like he's enjoying that shot, and he's hit that one off a decent length, actually. So Yassine's got 4 fours now.
None of them are 4 if the field's back. You don't fumble. That was only about 3 metres from the field. He had no chance at all. Went so quickly.
It's skidding off this outfield as well. You hit it hard enough, it's flying. Last ball of the second.
3 fours. A buy in the over.
And a wide. 2 wides now.
2 wides now. Pakai, I was just thinking, are they the most famous ECN team that haven't had a golden ball?
Potentially. I think we're going to get another golden ball or 2 this event. I hope so.
Do you know how many teams have played a golden ball ever?
I think you're stuck in golden ball chat, Vin.
Just thinking. Dug out, Bubba, 0 interest because he knows it's last ball of the over. Mishra goes for 14, 24 without loss. Have a guess.
What's that?
How many teams have played a golden ball? There's been 71 golden balls.
You talk about this, let me think.
Okay. I can tell you, Blinders took all 4 points. We'll see them up against the Nomads next. Brno did take a win against the Nomads earlier, and the Assassins did take a point out of their game. Pakai Care playing their first game here.
130.
Pretty close, 121.
I was going to go 125. A little bit disappointed myself there.
5 teams have played 3 golden balls. Madrid United, which is an amazing strike rate. Roma CC, Gorka 11 in Portugal. Madrid in Malta, including the Magnificent 7. And United in Czechia. Hello to Rudraj Magare from United, who I know is tuning in right now.
So it's like Khan's going to come into the attack now. Bubba.
Closing the golden ball chapter now.
Yeah.
Ready to move on?
He's going to try whip this.
Whip that.
He's going to, with the field, he's just looking to his leg side here. So deep cover and deep third of the 2-bander. Anything straight, he's pulling out that shovel sort of shot. It's well bowled.
So it's one of those cases, I think he was thinking, yeah, like you said, he's thinking of this area. When it wasn't there, he thought, okay, just going to leave it alone. Third was back anyway. He slashed at it. Cuts back a bit.
Look, Vin, I know that it says 94%, but just 2 wickets on the board here. This game will flip very quickly. Well bowled, good length.
Yeah, look at hit the seam and come back a little bit. It goes between bat and the body.
Yeah, Bubba hasn't found his batting groove just yet.
All right, high in the air. Catching opportunities.
Oh, no way.
And he's dropped it for 6. Oh boy, they caught so well when it mattered earlier on. And that was a feature of their play, Brno. But that hurts. The big Bubba is dropped and it goes for a Maximo.
Oh, you can't drop it. I know that no one means to drop it, but boy, that's a big moment. That should be out. And then they're in a little bit of strife. Bubba gets a life.
Kande out there, I think. Puts it down in the air and drops.
Oh,
Stain is such a good fielder as well. You would put money on him holding on. It wasn't easy. He dived to his right. It's almost slips catching style. Bubba gets dropped twice in 2 balls.
he sort of ran at it. He came in quite hard and he's in the ring there a couple of meters. 2 in 2. Bubba gets 2 lives. Vin, they haven't got the rate flying yet. If they take wickets, they're in this.
Goes on to bat for an extended period of time. I think we'll look back at those 2 balls as a real flashpoint in this game.
So Yassine back on strike. Bubba, a lot of luck and can't. Well, he'll be thinking, what's going on?
Lifted up in the air. Nobody back on the fence. That will just stop in time. It will not. And it's a bit of an air swing from the boot of Ramarao. It's 4 more, and Brno not helping themselves.
Yeah, Yassine this time gets a little bit of width outside off stump. Just lofts it calmly over cover. Dressing room trying to hide from the cameras, but another one. Yeah, you want your field to be diving down there. I think.
Get down, slap it back.
I wonder what the bowler's thinking right now. He's bowled a nice little over. Could have easily had a wicket.
Yeah. He's had a pretty good day, Top Khan. Nice ball, the power play coming up. Or not. Gives me a chance to get back on Golden Ball chat to address a question.
Vinny.
What ground has the highest percentage of golden balls? And
yeah.
I can tell you, it's Marsa in Malta. Did you know there's been 10 golden balls at Marsa and also 10 here at the Cardimer Oval?
Zing.
I'm going to fine you 20 euros if you don't play along. All right, last ball power play, take 2.
Oh, Vinny, please don't say those words again.
Take 3 and action.
Just needs to get out of this over, just can't. He's not had too much luck losing his line. The lefty-righty partnership maybe affecting him a little bit here.
Left-hand, right-hand combination.
How much do you think it weighs at this sort of level, having that lefty-righty? You think it really does affect bowlers?
Any level,
Yeah.
I think. Just forcing you to change your plans, change your angles. He's going round the wicket. It's a huge gap at wicket here. Take 4.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to help them with the clock. To be fair, all the teams have actually done extremely well with the clock, haven't
Shows
they?
you what you can do when you need to.
Mm.
Yeah, any other cricket that needs to be run in a timely fashion, and I'm looking at you, all other cricket, make the penalties fair and enforce them.
Mm.
Get the clock running. Well, good news is that one will be the last ball of the over. The worst over at all for Mahtab Khan, but in the end, it goes for 14. It's 38 without loss after 3.
Yeah, 38 on the board, but it could have been a lot prettier. You look at those middle overs in the first innings, Vin, the 6th, the 7th and the 9th over going for 6, 8 and 3, and that really pegged them back.
Yeah, it sure did.
Yeah, what are you going to get up to in your afternoon off, Vin? Catch up on some rest?
No, I'm definitely looking forward to keeping abreast of what's happening here.
Well, glad that you're taking a couple of hours. It's good to have Rhino back on the commentary team.
Great to have Rhino back.
Looks like new bowler coming into the attack now.
Rahat Ali. So taking a lot of wickets in Czechia. I've seen him featuring for the national team. Babar. Watches that one go past. It's an interesting kind of release. Comes out a little bit slower than the arm action would suggest, Rahat, but he bowled pretty well earlier today.
Yeah, just not getting that one right. So that's 4 wides actually in the last couple of moments of these game. And obviously it's not a massive total. Just have to be careful here not to give away too many freebies. Plenty of noise out there. That's good. Energy's high.
This in the air, but it's over the top, and that will be kicked back into play. Rummer out. A lot of noise out there.
Well, they're energetic. That's half the battle.
They only get 2 there. I mean, only get 1 there.
They only got 1 in the end. I think they thought it was going to go for 4 when he hit it, but it didn't really cannon off the bat. The outfield a little bit slower in some regions due to the sort of misty rain we've had in the last sort of 24 hours. So obviously power play's been concluded. Field spread quite a bit. 40 on the board off 3.1, but it sort of feels like these teams still feeling each other out a little bit.
Yeah, true. A false shot that time. Right, bent it slightly into the left-hander.
It's a bit very unpack I care, 1-6 so far. And that's probably where they're going to miss Ihsan the most. Because Mohamed Ihsan walks out and usually hits 4 sixes straight away. So
6-hitter, isn't he?
he is. And I just think that any wicket puts a bit of pressure on that dugout. Can Brno get the breakthrough?
Lost his run there. Just thinking this is a rare chance for Atif to catch up a few matches on Mohamed Ihsan, who's played 217 matches in ECN cricket. Atif is now 205.
It's a lot of T10 cricket.
So if they make the championship week here, Atif could have the all-time most appearances. toss, but it doesn't really time it at all.
What I've heard is if they are able to get through the group, you'll see probably 3 or 4 regulars sort of come back, and Isan might be back for Championship Week if they get through. But I still think this group could easily be wide open. I like what the blinders have. I think they've got a good mix of power and different sort of bowlers.
Yeah, they've got confidence.
I think Brno have shown. I think this could be a pretty wide open finals day when they get to it. I just really hope the weather stays away.
Yeah, me too. So hopefully it doesn't. Right now it's okay. And this time it's up and it's out of the ground. Maximo, right in the slot for Baba.
Well, there we go. He gets one away, finally. I think it was a loopy slower ball, and he pumped it for 6. So Baba finally awakens. Pakai Care, maybe not at their fluent best with the bat, but they're 47 for none.
Check it out here on the replay, Baba. Just a little push for him, isn't it?
Unnatural power.
Yeah.
I can't ever imagine what it would be like to hit a 6 with that much strength. Must be fun.
I'd love to see him batting when he was 12 years old, to see kind of if he was that size and just slamming the ball over the boundary. Remember that kid that got 1,000 in India? It'll flick away. It's good fielding in the end. It wasn't an easy one for Mishra, but he got something behind it. They will get through for a single, though.
Yeah, one more to the total. Good fielding, because that easily could have shot away for 4.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's
they're ahead, but
another
looking good to keep their point as well.
You get another wicket here. Just get your first wicket. Bring out a new batter that might not get flowing straight away.
So Nakfi listed at 3. He reaches for this, up in the air. Afridi takes the catch, doesn't have to move. So Rahat Ali chips in again with a big wicket. And Yassine will go for 21. First wicket falls for Pakai Care, 48 for 1.
Yeah, so 48 for 1. Yassine tries to up the rate, but doesn't get enough on it. Caught on the rope. Afridi's pretty happy with his work down there at deep mid-off. Has just stayed out there celebrating, which is good to see. That does bring Nakvi to the crease. Just didn't get it out the middle of that blade. And a nice safe catch in the end.
Saving his energy. Bowls it back in. And says...
Yeah, just everybody came in.
I think he might have flashed a bit of a thumbs up at the end of that. But Yassine played some really nice shots, particularly through mid-on, didn't he? But he is the first Pakai wicket to fall. And the score is 48 for 1.
So Nakvi comes at 3. You got Kamran at 4, but then that's where it starts to get a little bit more shaky for this team.
Yeah. I think maybe because we're used to...
So much depth.
A galaxy of stars necessarily. But, yeah...
There's going to be some twists and turns in this group.
Maybe the fact that they've paced themselves a bit so far, maybe that surprised me a bit. But I mean, Yassine's that kind of player. They've respected the good ball so far. You put it that way. They haven't gone after everything.
Well, if Brno can get Baba going back now, it's definitely not 95 to 5%. That'll be a big change, I think.
Nakvi though, he's a guy that was banging a lot of runs last season on ECN. This one. Misses the mark.
How many extras are we up to already? It feels like they've just lost the radar a little bit also.
Nakvi's 23 years old, and he has 4 ECN hundreds.
Oh, it's
what a shot.
If that had gone for 4, it might have been the greatest shot we've ever seen. It's the genuine beamer.
He knew what he was doing in that he left his bat up there on purpose.
Did he?
But then the head was out of there.
He's actually extremely unlucky. He picked out fine leg.
I
don't think he
did
knew.
it on purpose.
Nah.
He's a master of the trick shot. I'm telling you, he saw that. He just want to make sure it didn't hit him in the head.
Well, it's a free hit, Vin.
Yeah, Ramarao, some things to think about. 50's up, free hit. Slower ball, reaches, and gets it over the top. Maximo hits the crossbar of the fence. So the chicken's coming back to roost for Ramarao.
Yeah, that's 2 slower balls that have been over pitched. He's just sort of shoveled them for 6. Crossbar challenge complete right on the sort of barriers there.
Is that not... Is that too slow for a slower ball? Is there any length that works? Pace on.
Ow.
Well fielded. Oh.
Jeez, he took that straight in the shin.
It's a case of the ball fielding the fielder. Matab Khan there at cover. Just wears it. 3 reds.
I think that obviously you want to have a good slower ball to pace differential, but sometimes if it's too slow, batters adjust anyway. It's always the length,
Yeah.
though.
That pick-up kind of length.
So Nakvi facing his first ball.
Oh, it's a pretty good start. It's a really good start. Classy guide over backward point. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Nakvi. A little bit of width, and he just leant on it. Didn't look to overhit it, and he'll get 6 for his trouble. So that opens up his account. And, yeah, just goes to show, you don't have to try and whack everything. You get it out the middle of the bat, it'll fly here.
Yeah, to have that kind of touch first ball. Pretty good start. They don't get much better. Oh, this one is going to fly, but the fielder is going to make the save.
A couple people in the chat agreeing with me. No way he meant that, Vinny. I think that was more self-preservation.
Of course he meant it. Otherwise you'd try and move your bat out the way. I've had more beamers bowled at me than almost anyone. You're not the mouthiest in first grade cricket. Whipped away, and that'll be 4 as well. So Baba getting into his work. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he knew he was going to hit it, but he knew it was a possibility when he left the bat up.
Agree to disagree, Vin. Baba gets to 31. I'd say he's still not at his fluent best, but he's still there. So this is that bottom hand shovel thing he's got.
The angle in, even though the line's not especially good to play that shot, but with the angle in and the swing in that Ramal's getting. It was an easy pickup for Baba. So over's gone magical. Now he's hit this, could be gone.
Oh, no
dropped it.
way.
Had a fair bit of it, Rahat Ali down there. Well, that kind of happened this morning. It turned out to be a run out, but they just haven't held some key catches so far, even though they're difficult. They are in these conditions. Went down, tried to get lower to the ball, but yeah, it will be disappointing drop. So let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. And yeah, I do have a bit of an early day today. So I'm going to leave the box in the R&R show. Not the Rico show, by the way, because Rico's off as well. So we've got the R&R show, Rhino in the Rut. And I'm looking forward to seeing all the equipment unbroken by the end of the day.
I hope you have a nice rest. You've earned it, Vinny. But I'm looking forward to commentating with Rhino. It's good to have him back.
Mini rest.
Mini rest.
Of course, we love having Rhino here. Baba reaches, and Baba gets 6 more. Maximal. If you drop these kind of players, and it's going to hurt you on the scoreboard, and really now broken the back of the chase, haven't they? It's 37 required off 29.
Yeah, dropped 3 times, Vinny, and of course trying to defend a score in the low hundreds is never easy if you drop their main batter 3 times. But a big over here from Baba still opens up the chance potentially at the full 4 points, and I think he's going for it.
Wow, he's lighting it up now. And it is 6 more. Says Mars. The good thing for you is you don't have to pay his petrol money this time, but he is motoring. He's 44 off 18 now.
Yeah, that's the one thing as well. If you do drop good players, they get time to find form, and that's a bit more like the Bubba we know at Cardimer Oval. That's that bottom hand shovel shot he's got. It's very different, but it works for him.
He's just very strong.
There's Rabani, newly married.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, ladies. He's off the market.
And you can see why. So 44 for Bubba.
31 off 10 for the BP. That one's hit pretty hard as well. Freedy. Oh, he does block it. It was you missed what happened before, but earlier he fielded one fine, and as he went to step, his foot slipped onto the rope. And this time he had flashbacks. He thought, okay, just be careful. And then he realizes when he picks it up, where's that foot going? But he's all right.
Seems like a very laid-back character, Freedy.
He is. He's a cool cat. Yeah, bowled by Rahat Ali this time.
That's a hoik and a half, isn't it? Nakvi trying to probably overhit that one a little bit. What is it? 30 off 8 for all the points.
30 off 8.
They can go boundary, still on.
I mean, anything's probably still on with these two there. But I suppose if you're Brno here, you're looking to bowl your draw card in the 7th just to make sure you keep your point. Wonder if that is a Freedy. That's a pretty good shot, and all the way, Maximo Nakvi. Very good in that region so far. There's Asad Abba, scored his first ECS century last year. But yeah, I still think it's on here.
Yeah, it's definitely a chance. 24 of the remaining 7 deliveries to get all points. Nakvi's such a good player at accessing the offside.
Whoa.
Oh, maybe I need more of a break, Vinny.
Assad. We know you're there. Last ball, the 6th. And that's smashed as well. And I think that one's just gone one bounce for.
They might have a closer look. It was definitely close, but yeah, I think it's just 4, Vinny.
So not far off a 6, so that'll make it 92 for 1. You see that clearly, just pitching inside the boundary. Inside the boundary rope, I should say. Baba to 45, Nakvi to 17, and just 20 required off 4 overs, but 20 off 1 over. So a magical over, they get the 4 points. And they are going back to a freebie. They're going back to their draw card just to try and give it their best shot. This doesn't go for 20.
Well, if Brno can go home with 4 points, Vinny, if they can hold on to the points, not the worst day, you know. They had a really good win this morning. So a big sort of 6 balls coming up for their day.
Oh! Yeah, nice catch. Baba late on that one. It went back to the bowler, and Afridi takes in the follow through. This time we get a little bit more of a reaction from the big man, and the score is 92 for 2.
Well, what a good catch that is. What a fantastic catch as he smacked it back. It's never easy in your follow through, but right there he came running through, caught it well. That's a brilliant catch. Bit of shock because they've dropped some sitters.
That's true. That's maybe the good thing about that catch. He had no time to think about it. But Baba gets his team close. Misses out on the half century, but certainly asserted his dominance once again on this competition. He's out for 45 and back okay, 92 for 2.
Yeah, so Baba gets a little bit of luck earlier in the innings, but he gets to 45 in the end. Maybe disappointed not to finish the job. Coming out now at number 4. I think that might bury the 4 points, if you ask me, that wicket there.
Well, you never know. Cameron's a good hitter. But they need 2 4s, 2 6s or better in 5 balls. It's a Freedy. Pace to pace. Wow, he takes on the hook straight away, and he's going to get it. Going, gone. Maximo. What a good shot that is.
Yeah, brilliant shot from Cammy, who's also a player that you've got to look out for with the bat. He's a bit more of a technical hitter. Well, that's a good shot first ball.
Yeah, how was this? Probably the one for the over. He's heading over his shoulder if he's standing at the crease. So 14 off 4 balls. We saw something similar in the last game, actually. It involved the blinders. They were able to do it. Freedy tried out the short stuff. Probably goes full now. His heavy length beats him. Okay, so now 14 off 3 required. Come back.
Yeah, 14 off 3. So he's going to go boundary to pull it off, but a lot of work to do. Freedy sneaking that one inside. Well bowled. That's the zone. That's where you want to be.
Goes forward this time, tempted Yorker, just a single. So that's a clever move from Dylan Stain to bring back Afridi for this 7th over. Something I think captains need to think about. If you've got a score that's looking a bit thin, bowl your best 7 up front and secure that point. The other bowlers have to bowl anyway at some point.
Yeah, completely agree, Vinny. He's got some genuine pace, and when he hits that sort of heavy length, he gets it to skid through.
Yeah, I've seen him bowl even quicker as well. The pitch isn't a particularly fast pitch in Prague, where we normally see him playing, but he can still get a fair bit out of it. So we'll see in a minute that Brno have achieved a point in this game. I think so. But wide will have to be re-bowled.
Yeah, you never know. No ball 6.
No ball 6 and another 6.
Yeah, a couple of questions asking about where's his son. I can give some happy news as well. He's getting married. So he's in Pakistan for a couple of months getting married, and He wanted to come back, but obviously prioritised some family stuff first.
Congratulations
Yeah.
to EC as well. Pretty well bowled. So the over in the end only goes for 8. And big help was the wicket of Mohamed Babar as well. So Riaz Afridi looking pretty good, although we've only seen him a couple of times out there. It's 100 for 2 after 7. Coming up, I'm going to leave you with Rhino in the Rut. And Omar Zahid comes in for the Blinders. For Zurich Nomads, they made one change with Dawood Zayat coming in. But yeah, watch out, a lot of big hitters on both sides. Look at the top 3 of both sides. Abbas Ghani, who's player of the series in the T20s in Malta earlier this year. Jason van der Merwe coming off big runs that first game. Stefan Gooch. For the Nomads, Fahim Nazir, very classy player. Osama Mahmood is now transferred from Power to the Nomads. And Hassan Ahmed at number 3. So stay tuned. Budapest Blinders have won the toss and elected to bat in that one, and it starts in exactly 1 hour. The extended break actually coming up after this game.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah, I didn't realise that. Oh, let's give us a bit of time to catch up on some for refreshments. 12 to go in this, 12 of 18.
The Swiss chocolates, maybe.
Bit of spin.
Yeah, Naveed, it's a good off spinner. The first one is going to be parried across the line by Rahat Ali. So now it's just a matter of when, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a matter of when. They've won this game, Pakai Care. Nice shot from Cammy there, just hitting it through the offside along the carpet, really, and it flew across this Cardamom turf. Really zipped along.
Yeah, man, you don't mind the ball going for 4. Jacket's off, that's serious. Don't mind it going for 4 when that fielder's tried to get along the ground and given it a good effort. Naveed. Oh, he likes it here.
Well, did he lift his foot? They're going to have a closer look, or did he drag it just a little bit?
Got a feeling he's okay. Ratul, he's looking pretty confident though, so let's see if he's got anything grounded behind the line.
The keeper's confident, he really is.
I've learnt to not trust him though now. Let's have a look on the replay.
Oh, I reckon he's in trouble here. I think he's going to be in trouble. Oh, he's gone. He's going to be out. That's out. You can see the line. That's just great keeping. There's a little bit of white line, Vin. It's tight, but that's out.
Yeah, and you're right. Well, there you go. It was almost in, but not quite. Ratul, the consolation wicket. It'll be Naveed that cashes it in. An excellent bit of keeping there. Quick hands. I don't think Cammy realised he was out at all, but he will have to go for 11 on his return to the Cardamom Oval with just 8 required. Pakakare Badalona 104 for 3.
It's one of those ones, you play a big expansive drive and your foot naturally goes up and goes down in a split second and you feel good. You don't realise, but actually it went up at the wrong time. And good keeping.
That's true. But actually as a keeper, you've got the best view in the house there, because if you can see line, if you can see white line, you know it's out. Cammy, quick to get the helmet off and show us what he's packing. And it's 104 for 3.
Well, new batter's got some shades on here, Vinny. I'm a huge fan. This is Bikramjeet Singh.
Yeah, Bikram likes to wear him in all conditions.
I've personally not seen much of Bikramjeet Singh.
Seen a bit of him at the Montjuic ground in Barcelona. Good player. Very versatile. That's what I like about him, actually. He can do a role. He can bat in your top 6. He can actually keep pretty well. And he can actually bowl. So we've seen him bowling as a death bowler in ECS cricket. So he's a bit of a jack of all trades.
Okay.
Nakvi on 17. He sets himself on this, and that flies. Hits the giant 10, heads towards the Microlino. Maximal 6 runs. This game's almost in the book. Scores tied.
Yeah, 1 to go. Lovely shot. He held his shot, actually, because that was a flighted delivery. And another 6 to Nakvi. He's looked good for his little cameo out at number 3. So 1 run to go. It's been a pretty solid performance from Pakai Care in the end. They've been tested at stages, but overall they've come through.
Naveed, at least he has a wicket to his name. And he score wins it now for Pakai Care. And that'll do it. Probably not the prettiest ending, but an ending. And they will win with 13 balls to spare. So Brno, to their credit, they still keep their point there. It looked like it was under attack at one stage of that innings. So they walk away with 4 points of a possible 8 on opening day. For Pakai Care, obviously they'll take 3 away from that, and they'll be on tonight against the Zagreb Assassins. So based on form, they'll probably hope the weather stays good into the night, because obviously they'd be big favourites against the Croatian champs. But yeah, really, Brno, I think they've done Czechia are proud the way they've played today. I think they probably have themselves to blame a little bit for some of those missed opportunities, but in the earlier game they were able to hold them. So they were competitive against the ECL 22 champions, but couldn't quite get the result.
Yeah, absolutely. So a good game of cricket comes to the end. I think Paco Care still weren't at their full flight. They were tested at times, but they did the job. And Brno have shown signs today that they're a team that you can't sort of cancel out in Group D. They could cause a few more surprises, I think.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, Paco Care, they've got a fight in their hands in this group. But, they've still got 3 matches to go. They'll play the Assassins tonight, and tomorrow, of course, they've got some big games. First up in the morning against the Nomads of Switzerland, and then, of course, big clash in match 8 against the Budapest Blinders. This is what's coming up next. Blinders taking on Nomads, with the Blinders winning the toss and electing to bat. Shafamute Ikram in there. He scored one of the best tons I've seen out of nowhere in the ECS Hungary. He was listed about at number 6. Just, some people just have a day out at 130 something. Anyway, let's go back and have a look at the highlights of this one. Pretty classy opening combination. Well, now you see him, now you don't, but that is the Fizz. I know that now he's famous. He doesn't want to show the face all the time. But anyway, it was a case of what might have been, wasn't it, with Brno just dropping some key opportunities. And the openers set a big foundation, and I suppose Natvi got them across the line in the end.
Yeah, it's one of those ones. If they had held the catch early of Bubba, maybe the game could have been completely different, but we'll never know. I thought Yassine did an okay job as well of hitting those 4s early when Bubba wasn't ticking. That was him getting out to the evergreen and relaxed Afridi out there.
Yeah, looks like he needed a pillow there. I still maintain that that was semi-deliberate from Baba, but we'll have to ask him later. Never know what he'll tell you, though. But, yeah, look, Brno, I think you hear a lot of support from them as well. I know coming in from Czechia, they're pretty proud of the way they played today. To not get blown away by Paco Care, obviously they found it hard going. They had that real flat spot there, Innings. A bit of hide and seek over there in the Paco Care dressing room. And Afridi ends up taking a return catch. Get late on the pool there, Baba, who, by the way, he's not going great. He's tried to dye his beard blonde. You judge the results for yourself. Cameron ends up getting stuffed by about 5 or 6 millimeters, but this game didn't have too much longer for this world. 6 tied it, and then a clunk single from Nakfi meant that Paco Care off to a winning start, chasing down the target of 112 with 13 balls to spare.
Yeah, 112, 13 balls to spare. They did the job, and I'm sure we'll see them later tonight, weather permitting. I think their next game's up against Zagreb Assassins, so they'll be looking to go 2-2 and set their group up. We'll have a quick look at the scorecards before you take a couple of hours off, Vinny. And yeah, it was an interesting batting display. It wasn't the Paco Care we know, but they did the job.
Yeah, it wasn't swashbuckling, but it was good enough, wasn't it? And maybe a bit of rust on some of those bats, you could argue. But I mean, Yassine looked pretty good while he was out there. He hit 2 or 3 really crisp on drives. Ended up with 5 4s in his 21. Didn't hit a single 6. Mohamed Baba with 45 though, as you can see there, the top scorer, and brought it up off 20 balls. Did get lucky a couple of balls in a row though during his innings. Nakfi didn't look like he was out of touch. He scored 24 off 9 and started with a very classy 6 over backward point. Kamran made an appearance for 11, and Bikramjit had a very brief look out there as well. Wickets for Riaz Afridi, Rahat Ali and Navid Ahmed in there. Afridi, I think, Afridi is an unpredictable character. He can go off the rails sometimes, but I think that Brno and all the Czech fans were pretty happy with what he delivered here on day 1. So Brno, they're done for the day. They're going to head back to the Sunset Beach Club. I'm going to head back there as well. I'm going to leave you with Rhino and the Rut, but for now, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the action. Rhino back in for me when we return in around about 45 minutes time for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we are 3 games deep now into this opening day of Group D, and coming up, pretty interesting game between the Budapest Blinders of Hungary against the Zurich Nomads of Switzerland. Now, these teams had very contrasting first matches, so it's the second match for both of them. Let's get ready for the coin toss now with Ian Ramage and the 2 captains.
There you go. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Okay, Blinders, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Assassins, as the away team, you call.
Dream 11.
It's been called Dream 11. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
We're going to bat first.
Okay, toss won by Blinders, who will bat first.
So the Blinders win the toss and want to have a hit. Why not? They've got a lot of firepower in there. We saw Jason van der Merwe coming good for them. And in fact, the Blinders ended up taking all 4 points after a big last couple of overs of match 2. And so they're sitting in prime position. Having said that, it's a different story for the Zurich Nomads, who went down. A bit of a disappointing performance, I think, against Brno. And they would hate to go 0-2 here. If they do, then you start to feel the pinch, I think, when we get to the second day's play, obviously, with one team having to miss out on the finals. But I think they can come good. Watch out for Fahim Nazir. I think he is evergreen. It's hard to believe that he's over 40 years old. He's very good with the bat and the ball. Let's get ready for the first ball of this one. And I'm going to leave you with the R&R combination, because I'm going to head off a little bit early today. And that is Rhino and the Rut waiting for you. Match 4 on the way, with the Blinders having a hit after winning the toss. Be careful, guys. Let's get ready for the start of the match.
Mr. Maximo, thank you very much. It certainly is Andrew Ryan here with my good friend Corey Rutgers to take you through here on Drive Time at the European Cricket Network. It is ECL 2025, and a tasty clash coming up here between the Budapest Blinders, convincing winners in their first game, up against the Zagreb Assassins. Messrs. Vandermeer and Gooch batted very, very well in that chase. They're up against the Zurich Nomads, the Swiss champions, who will be looking to atone for fairly ordinary first-up performance from them. They brought Amjid Dawodzai into the team today. Omer Zahid, he's the inclusion for the Budapest Blinders. But the Blinders winning the toss and deciding to bat. Be interesting to see how much of that was about wanting to put a score on the board versus seeing the Nomads really struggle in their chase in game 1 up against the boys from Brno, who happy with their first game. Things were a little bit tougher in their second. Paco Iker Badalona, one of the most well-credentialed teams here at the European Cricket League 2025, putting down some sort of marker. They're going to be hard to beat in this Group D, but we turn our attention now to Zurich Nomads versus the Budapest Blinders. Abbas Ghani, number 5 for the Blinders. He'll be looking to pick up after a tough day at the office in the first game. Didn't bowl well, dropped a catch, went out early, but certainly that previous performance from the Blinders has got the supercomputer all excited about their chances. And they've got an 83% chance to win this game. A man who's probably a little bit more, how do we say, in depth than he's thinking than the supercomputer. Welcome to the microphone, Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, good to be back. Good to see you, Rhino. How have you been? It's been a long 6 months since we've had you in the box.
It's been a while since we've had a cuddle out at the Sunset Beach Hotel, but either way, looking forward to another good clash here, I think. Or I think these are actually 2 of the most closely matched teams in this group.
Well, I know you've got a little bit of a Swiss connection, and I have to admit the blinders impressed me earlier. Maybe a bit rusty with the ball, but they've got some very powerful hitters in that top 4. But no, I don't want to focus on the game just yet. How have you been? 6 months is a long time. How's life? You're looking well.
It's wonderful. I think as we've all discussed in the commentary box, desperate attempt from I think everyone to shed a few kilos before getting on the camera. So been trying to look after myself. Well, went to India for 3 weeks of holiday and learnt a bit of Hindi in the meantime.
What have you got for us off the cuff?
What, you mean a little bit of Hindi?
Yep.
Main tori Hindi samajhta haan.
Oh, Rico full in the box all of a sudden.
Well, where is Rico when you need him? Might need to interpret my own language. But anyway, good little trip over there. Fascinating place to go. Probably my 4th visit, but spent some time in Mumbai, Chennai. Got to a wedding, as we were just discussing as well, which was amazing fun.
Oh, good to have you back all the way here. So we're set to go. Sawari's got the first ball. Garni facing, and the very violent Van der Merwe at the non-striker's end.
I think this is a good move, Corey. Get the big paceman, Sawari, up early. Right into the block holds. Driven nicely, but well fielded. Could have been a shy at the bowler's end, more so. Gone for Van der Merwe's end. I think it's Walker's Kawaja down there at mid-off.
Yeah, so just the one to start, but I think the Budapest Blinders, obviously, they have a very vaunted top 3, don't they? Extremely strong top 3. Garni didn't click in the first game, but this man did. Van der Merwe's got a bit of a reputation at Carter Oval. When he gets going, no one controls him.
Very strong hitter, particularly to the leg side, and then flat over cover the way he opens up that blade. It's very powerfully. Oh, a little bit of lift from Shiraz. I talked in the first game, actually, Corey. He's a tricky customer. Faced him quite a few times in Switzerland. He's quicker than he looks from an ambling run-up. Really strong upper body, and he will enjoy the extra kick from this Kartama pitch.
Oh, I like what I see.
Right into the block hole again. That's well bowled. And probably the choice here for the skipper, Azim Nazir. They went with a couple of their younger pacemen to open up in the last game. They struggled with both their line and length, a few too many extras. Shinwari comes on, makes a statement right from the start.
Yeah, what was wrong with their first game, you think, with the ball? Just a bit of nerves came in?
A few nerves for the youngsters. Bit of stage fright here under the bright lights of Kartama. Short ball pulled. Doesn't get a full piece of it, and it might pull up just in advance of the boundary, and Carmwell flies it back in.
Yeah, no deep mid-wicket in play. It's more a deep square and a fly third at the moment for the edge. Van der Merwe was definitely late on that, so he's got some pace. I think the fielder here for a brief moment thought, oh, almost slid too far, but did a good job.
He's got a lovely strong action up top. Shinwari really generates bounce from a decent height. No bounce there though, full bunger. And it is dispatched. Great strike from Van der Merwe.
Might arguably be the flattest 6 I've ever seen. And that zoomed away off the bat, and it only got about 1.5 meters off the deck. Low full toss, he catches up with it. That is a flat 6. Nice shot.
Yeah, you can understand Shinwari trying to look for the Yorker, particularly wide of off stump. His calculation of his length though. Final ball. Short one, pulled. Straight to the fielder out there at deep mid. Scoot through for the one.
It's a very good first over, 10 for none. And yeah, I like a little bit of Sawari. I like it on a Saturday night, and I like it at Kartama Oval. He got it through there. So, yeah, big game for these two teams. We have a look at what's coming up, Rhino. I know that you won't be around because you only come in for the big stuff, but I'll be off to Portugal, Madrid, Bologna, France, and Malta.
Talk me through, which part of Portugal is that series?
That's in Santarém.
Oh, what a lovely part of the country.
We recently had an event up in Porto, and I can safely say one of the better clubs you'll ever see in Europe. For the Porto Cricket Club, phenomenal. Highly recommend for any cricket lovers out there.
I think they have had plenty of tours there over the years. The Porto Cricket Club been very, very famous for their hospitality, great ground, beautiful city, Porto as well. Did you get up to any of the port establishments?
No, just it was all cricket, my friend. Mikel comes in for over number 2.
That's a nice ball from Mikel. Little bit unlucky misjudgment from Zabiola there. That fine leg though, didn't deserve to get a boundary, but this young man has been really impressive at times in domestic cricket, particularly in the last 12 months, Corey. He looked nervous in that first game, and already from that first ball, looks like the arm's a little bit more relaxed, generating a touch more pace.
Do I see a hint of Jasprit Boomerang action with the run-up and the extended arm? Obviously, must look up to him a fair bit. The way he holds the ball there, almost identical.
There is quite a bit of Boomerang there. It was a tense Boomerang this morning, though. Outside edge, unlucky. He's bowled 2 pretty good balls to start this over, but both of them have ended up at the 4 boundary.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, isn't it? That first ball actually should have been a dot. So in the end, it's misfield. It goes for 4. The next one goes for an edge for 4. And now you feel for the young man because Van der Merwe is due to hit a 6. So you need your fielders to back you up in T10 because it's very difficult to bowl in the power play.
Yep, certainly is. Nice little bit of late shape on that ball, though. Give Van der Merwe something to think about. Gunny can't get near the strike at the moment. Short, wide of off stump. Hit high in the air. The summer mood comes in. Takes the catch and a big, big scalp. Well deserved for Armakal. He's bowled 3 great balls so far. The third one is finally the one that sends the big gun JVDM back to the pavilion. 18 for 1.
Well, he does him on the inside edge. He does him on the outside edge, and then he finally gets the mistake. Goes up. Good catch in the end. He let it get a little bit low on him. But it's a massive wicket just in the context of the game because Van der Merwe is a player that can go 80 off 20, and that kills you. I don't recommend catching it that low, but as long as you hold on to it, it's okay. And this game feels like it's spicing up already. Van der Merwe has to go.
Caught it in the end of Summer Mahmood, and it's a big wicket. That's looked like Van der Merwe was trying to take that to the leg side. He's so strong hitting over cover, Corey. Just thought he should have probably opened up the wrists a little bit and slapped it over the offside.
So Gooch comes out at 3. Gooch is a more traditional player with his zones and the way he strikes ball, but he'll look to bat through, and even if he goes at 200 strike rate, that's enough. So an important player comes at 3. Big moments early in this game.
A little bit of shape. Armakal had his trials and tribulations against the left-handed openers in the first game against Brno. So having the umpire a little bit of a word about running in front of his vision.
Well, not just that. Watch where he goes here. He bowls the ball and he ends up on the other side. That's usually a pretty good indicator that you've gone in the no-man zone. He's gone right in front of Shub there. Shub didn't have a clue what went on.
I love that he's almost got no follow-through, but still went for the wander to his left-hand side. As that's just dragged down the leg. Fired up at the bowler's end. Tell you what, direct hit might have been mildly interesting.
Well, as well, and Ghani putting his bat on the ground through the mud. I've seen a lot of jackknives recently, and you don't want that. So, Armakal, top over. The only 2 boundaries were edges.
Has to finish it, though. Gooch has had a look at him now. Decent bit of space on that leg side, but he probably prefers to cut more than stepping across to the off and manipulating onto the leg, Gooch, especially early. Oh, but that one's just too easy. Disappointing finish to the over. Meta, team manager, just a slight wry grin in satisfaction, but excellent shot from Gooch.
It's a pretty poor last ball. When a player's looking to get off the mark, you want him to try and drive you over your head, not to get the freebie pull shot. So he'll be disappointed, Armakal, but in the end, another over's complete. 24th one. Don't worry, Ryan. I've been here a few weeks. I'm on it. Here we go. Look at the table. It's all happening early. And to be honest, I'm very happy that these teams are getting go. Because when they all arrived yesterday, I ran into them at the hotel. And they kept saying, Corey, are we playing tomorrow? And I said, the Kartama Dome, we might get lucky. We have gotten very lucky to get these games on today.
Very lucky. Some would even say there's a microclimate here that's been mentioned sort of once, twice, or 1,000 times.
The Daniel Weston drones that he's hired, and he's got them hiding over just below the clouds because we have not had a drop that's really threatened today.
Shawari coming on for his second over. That's driven very nicely, actually. It's not a bad ball, but pierced the gap. Ghani gets away with a 4.
Look, Ghani, heard a bit about Ghani, and he is high voltage, high time. He doesn't bother around. He's going to try and smack everything, and you can see there, front leg opening up. He's just going to try welly it all, and in Hungary cricket, they've got big raps on him.
Big paceman Sawari surveying his field, steaming in. That's a better length ball. Top edge, fielder under it. It's the second wicket down. The blinders, only 28 on the board. And this switch of bowling attack to bring Sawari in for the first and third has worked a treat.
Well, 2 pull shots today from Ghani, 2 times he's been out, and that's the difference of playing in your home country to playing at Kardama. There's more bowlers that get it through at chest height, and he looked very late on that. And after a disappointing game this morning from the Zurich Nomads, they've started this one well, Rhino.
Yeah, certainly have. Canny stuff from the skipper, Azim Nazir, getting the big paceman Sawari involved early. He's responded. As you said, Corey, Ghani he was late on that. Never got in good position to play the pull shot. The ball got big on him, as industry insiders tend to say. He's gone for 5 off 3. Good catch from Zabiola. Ball was in the air for a while.
Yeah, disappointing day for Ghani. He'll want to come back stronger tomorrow. But here we go, a little bit of ECN flavour. Mars Baji comes out number 4. He's with Gooch. Both have worked for the ECN before. Mars has got a pretty good record for the Budapest Blinders, but this is a pressure situation.
I spoke to him during lunch, Corey. He was confident. He was calm. It's a good mindset that I think Mars Baji's in at the moment. Full ball, hits the pads. Oh, that must have been very, very close.
Well, he's given it runs. Let's have a close look. Did he get the inside edge? His toes are on off stump. There's a little shuffle. I think Mars Baji just got given arguably the biggest life you'll ever see. That is plumb. That hits pad first. Mars Baji got one there.
Well, you got to make the most of your chances when they come, but Sawari probably deserved his second on that occasion. Mars breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
After we just spent the previous 30 seconds wrapping him up, that would have been an ultimate commentator's curse.
Hard for Sawari there. He probably should be on a hat trick right now, so he got a little bit of luck there, did Baji.
Short ball to the left-hander, just that extra pace of Sawari, ensuring the Gooch paddles it around to the leg side rather than taking a full-blooded strike.
Here's that decision again. Have a look. It is pad clearly first. So, yeah, it gets a little bit like it hit the bat after, and I think that's maybe what confused the umpire a little bit. But on another day, it might have been out. 2 balls left of this power play.
What if they had a third there, the Nomads? Would have been a big momentum swing. Gets a bit quick on Baji again. Spins around to pull, but the extra lift causing some issues. It's been a really good opening pair from Sawari.
Well, you're right. You mentioned that he gets it through. He's quite built top heavy, and he has got it through. He's hurrying up this Budapest Blinders batting lineup at the moment. And so far, the power play, it's all the Nomads.
1 ball left in the power play, 30 for 2. Just drags it down the leg side. He's a good example, Corey, of when people talk a little bit about delaying the bowling arm. There's a really, I know bowling coaching is not your thing. Anyway, look at Sawari. He doesn't rush getting that bowling arm through. He really, really rips the chain with that front arm and has all of his body weight and his propulsion moving forward, and then it's just snap, and he really drives into the deck with that bowling arm, just as he drags one wide of off stump to just help me no end.
I just think Sawari has bowled a good spell here, but just needs to close this out. He's banging it in. I think I'd go full again. He looked late on that full ball, so probably should go full again. That one, could argue that it maybe got a bit, but I think that's a fair call from the umpire.
Another short one. Baji gets put on his backside. That's some fire from Sawari, and this game has got some spice. Budapest Blinders, the end of the power play, 32 for 2.
Yeah, what a response from the Zurich Nomads after a disappointing loss today. They've started this one really well in the power play. It's going to be interesting to see who they bring on in the middle sort of overs, and controlling the middle is so important in T10 cricket, just like any format really. Looks like they're going to go to a little bit of spin, and keeper's calling for his helmet. So Gooch becomes the key. He's going to need some support from Baji and the rest of this middle order.
He certainly will. Skipper Azim Nazir really ringing the changes here. Got plenty of bowlers at his disposal. Khaled Niazi bowled a reasonable over in the first game. A couple of loose deliveries, but bowls both the leg spinner and the off spinner. It's not really disguised, to be honest, Corey. You'll probably pick it from a long, long way, but he does land the leg spinner pretty well.
Now let's have a look how he goes to Gooch here. So he's going to be bowling to a left-handed, right-handed partnership, so he'll probably be bowling both.
Floats outside off stump. Lovely air. You know what, Gooch was not far away from dragging that back foot out.
He actually got a little bit of purchase off the surface. Yeah, he dragged it out for a brief moment. One thing I was just about to mention, I haven't seen spin be too effective today. It's been hit around all around the Cartama Oval. So pressure on him to bowl a good spell here because they're ahead in this game, but sometimes spin can easily go for that 24, 25 run over.
Yeah, it's good observation from you, Corey. Feels like the deck's just dried out a touch. We haven't had really too much drizzle in the last couple of hours.
If anything, the sun's trying to break through.
Trying. Look at the intense face of Niazi. Another slower one. Gooch cuts behind point. Nice bit of fielding. That's Amakal, paceman there, just behind point.
So will he come on now and bowl leg spin to Baji?
I don't think he necessarily bowls the leg spin exclusively to the right-handers, but I think he's far more likely to pull it out for Baji. In fact, I'll take a punt that his first ball to Baji will be a leg spinner.
Okay, well, you've put your commentary career on the line. Interesting to see they've gone with 5 fielders on the offside, so that would also suggest that he is going to try and bowl leg spinner. He's warming up with an off spinner there, though, Ryan. I'd be nervous if I was you.
Let's see, Rutt. Let's see. Just held up off the deck. Nicely struck from Baji, but it's actually well fielded out there by Kamwal.
I think Mars Baji is one of those players. He just needs to get one out in the middle and then he gets going. I know for the blinders he's been effective over the last few years, but just there's certain players out there that once they get that first one, they really start motoring.
Completely right there, Corey. And we've seen him play. He can play some powerful strikes. Baji, when he gets in his zone. Short, wide, it's gone straight to Zabiula. That's an ordinary shot from Gooch. A little bit of extra lift off the pitch and another wicket, and the blinders in a little bit of trouble here. 34 for 3, 2 balls to go in the fourth.
Not just a little bit of trouble, quite a lot of trouble, because that top 3 is very dangerous. And what I'll give credit to the bowler for so far in this over, he's found his length. He's not ragging it, he's not spinning it a lot, but his length's been immaculate. And Gooch gets one to work with here, but it's one of those cut shots, just gets the more thick edge and a nice safe catch there.
Yeah, certainly was. Couldn't have gone any straighter to the fielder. This one wasn't really a great ball, to be honest. Wide of off stump, but as we said, a little bit of extra bounce. Tell you what, Corey, interesting observation from this morning's game. I did say to Maximo, when the blinders were comfortable in their chase, would you retire Van der Merwe and Gooch and have given 2 overs to some of your middle order batters in a game you were absolutely going to win? I see you nodding your head in disagreement there. On the other hand, I reckon a few of these boys would have loved 6 balls this morning.
Not with bonus point parameters and rain around. You need every point. So I get your point, I get what you're trying to say, but maybe if it's a game 3, but not game 1. Set the tone game 1.
Ozzy setting the tone with the ball here. Lovely delivery. Jags back into Farasat, the skipper who's come out. And boy, haven't the Nomads turned it around in these 4 overs.
Well, the big thing we're going to find out here is what is that Budapest Blinders team like without their top 3? Because their top 3's been spoken about a lot leading into this. We're going to find out now who can step up in this lineup.
Oh, tell you what, that wasn't too far away off taking pad first. Niazi, hand to the head, but that's the end of an excellent over from the young spinner. 1 for 3, and the blinders 35 for 3 after 4.
I'm very surprised to see the supercomputer saying this is 50-50 at the moment. For me, the blinders are pretty far behind. Zurich Nomads are streaking ahead. We've seen recently, especially from this end in the past, that scores of 120, 130 usually get chased quite comfortably. So a lot of work to do for the blinders.
Certainly is. And their major strikers back in the pavilion. It's not even like we're in the 7th over and they've got to try to manufacture some runs in the last 3. 4 overs down and all of their key bats already in the pavilion.
Well, one thing about T10 cricket, Rhino, and I know you're a T10 fanatic.
Savant.
Is good word, savant. Is you've got to have depth, and you're not going to always win matches and tournaments with your top 3. I saw yesterday Malta. Royal Strikers were very reliant on Push Parajan. He went 50-50 century, failed in the final, the team loses. You really have to have batting depth. So I know that's not the scenario they want to be in, but maybe it is a blessing in disguise. They're getting volume now into the middle order.
Well, steaming in. He bowled some decent deliveries in the first game, actually. He was just very wayward. Another one of those feisty young bowlers who's got a lot of promise, was just maybe a touch overawed with the circumstances earlier this morning. Playing in front of a big crowd, a television audience, having Maximo commentating. It's a tough gig for a young player.
Yeah, he can get to you. But they've been very consistent with where they've delivered the ball here. They haven't really offered up too many freebies.
Bargy swings hard. Ball just drifts down the leg side.
Bargy would be super disappointed he got nothing on that. There's actually no 45, no front leg. They've got the old 6-3 field, 2 backward points and a third. So
it's almost like the captain's forgotten about the... In fairness, though, Cumwell, if he bowls as he's supposed to, he does move the ball away late. He's far more likely to drop short outside off stump. Oh. But second ball in a row, that's the one place the captain would have said, do not bowl with the field I've given you.
His keeper's done pretty good work not to let it get through again, Hassan Ahmed, and they just need to be calm here, Zurich Nomads. You always see a team that may be searching too much for a wicket. If they just bowl the remaining 30-odd balls outside off stump and stay consistent, they won't be chasing that many.
Very true, very true. Hassan Ahmed doing well with the gloves there.
But yeah,
this athlete going to his left.
Very surprised the supercomputer saying 50-50. Just doesn't feel like that at the moment.
Well, it's good to see that after a wide down the leg side, it's just gone 1% in Switzerland's favour.
Just the 1% in Switzerland's favour. Got a job to do, Camwell. Needs to get it right.
That's the better line. That's the tail away that makes him really dangerous because he comes in from quite a sharp angle. And then when that ball just straightens up, you can see Farahat all at sea.
A little bit worried about Farahat's techers here, looking a little bit twitchy at the crease. Like you said this morning, Zurich Nomads were nervous about being on the cameras. Maybe it's applying a little bit to Farasat here.
Oh, big swing to the leg side. Well, he's taken nerves out of the equation by just launching the Nomads paceman for a Maximo.
Well, what a shot out of nowhere. He's a bit twitchy at the crease. He's moving around everywhere, but he gets one to work with. And they needed that, just to steady up. It was full, it was straight, and he clatters it away.
Farasat, I think he's just one of these batters that if he gets a ball that he's not comfortable with, he looks absolutely 4th tier. But if something is in his hitting arc, he will smoke it. Just plays another gloriously timed shot from a very awkward batting position, but it's just a single.
Camwell just can't get his line right here. He's bowled 4 deliveries, 4 legal deliveries. Only one's been outside the off stump. Everything else has been a bit spray gun, Rhino, and they've got a good start, but these middle overs can very well change quickly, and they've got to be careful here, the Nomads.
Oh, Mars does not play that particularly well. It's almost like he was setting up for a ramp, but tough shot to play. He's been at the non-striker's end for the last 4 or 5 balls. Would have seen that Camwell's moving it away from him.
I just think that might be because of the field. He feels like if he gets any bat, it's a pretty safe shot, but it is high risk as always. Last ball of the 5th. Good contest, Rhino.
Sizzling contest, Corey. Oh, another ball down the leg side.
He got away with that. Oh my word, Bargy somehow gloves it to no man's land. 5 overs complete, 46 for 3.
Oh, have a look at the replay. He has gotten away with a few that over. Carmwell drifted down the leg side, but two men who are not getting away with anything right in the firing line here on the European Cricket Network. Andrew Ryan here with my man Corey Rutgers. In for a good contest here, Corey.
Yeah, looking forward to this. It's good to see that Vinny and Rico are finally getting some rest as well. It's unbelievable.
Noticed, yeah.
Must be the first time. But no, this is a big game because the way the group's working out, everyone's fighting for a double chance. No one wants to come fifth and not make finals day. I think it's a pretty evenly spread group, to be honest. And Pack I Care, they played a good game, but they're a little bit thinner than usual.
No, very true. They've got some good, still got the good variety in their bowling lineup, though. The multiple left-handed pacemen and guys who know how to bring up and down the pace, and particularly in the later overs. Who knows where they've learnt the strategy around that from? Should be the Spanish coach, I think, getting a bit of credit for that one.
Good to have Rhino back, isn't it? Like that, missed that cheeky smile, Rhino.
Stroking the Rutgers ego as a man who doesn't bowl a bad slower ball himself. Fahim Nazir coming to the bowling crease.
Farasat so far is an interesting player to watch because he's played two gorgeous strokes, but he's twitchy. He's moving at the crease a lot. So Baji's 2 off 6. Look, it'd be interesting to see if he goes dot, would they yank him 2 off 8? No. I think he's going to get one out the middle shortly.
Does love to hit straight down the ground.
I would be a little bit tempted. I know it's tough, but 2 off 7, sometimes it's not your day. If he goes dot here and you feel like you've got more in the sheds, you might have to make a call because if it turns out to be 3 off 13, that can lose you a game. I hope he can get one out the middle for him, but it's tough.
Needs one in his slot. Another slow ball. I love this bowling from Fahim.
Well, I'm just looking at the dugout, and he's 2 off 8. And there's 27 balls left. To be honest, his first ball, he's probably out. Sometimes it's just not flowing, and that's cricket. He can come back tomorrow and hit 100. He could come back. That's the sport. I'll be interested to see if the blinders make a big call here.
Just slightly off-speed ball from Fahim there. Well fielded out. It's a deep square. They will just take the one, and I was probably pretty happy to get off strike at this stage.
Yeah, I feel so. Good over from Nazir. He's gone cutter, and this one another little cutter, but a bit quicker. So he's 3 off 9.
I was wondering whether he was going to go for the same slower ball because Baji hadn't got anywhere near the previous couple. There you go, the slowest of slower balls, and it's hit straight to the man at backward point. Well taken catch and an excellent over from Nazir, showing his class, and the blinders in big trouble now. 48 for 4.
He's just keeping that pace off and bowling it on a heavy length, and you're right, the blinders struggling here. Farasat looked really twitchy at the crease, never looked comfortable, and he just pops one to point. Credit to the Nomads, they're holding their chances. That probably buys Baji a couple of extra balls to also get his form up, and they're going to have to pull something out here. The blinders, they're struggling.
Yeah, it's an interesting looking shot from Farasat. As I said, he looks $1 million on some, probably less elegant on others, but he goes for 10 off 8. Nice catch from Khalid Niazi. But tell you what, I said this morning, the Nomads have got some really good experienced heads in their team, Corey, and they've clearly learnt a lot from that first up game, as disappointing as it was, and they're putting into practice here. Another slower ball. Goes flying out past third man. And they do go through for 1. That's the end of the 6th over. The blinders on a one-way trip down Struggle Street, 49 for 4.
Now the supercomputer, I think, is a lot more relevant to where this match is, because under 100, it's been a long time since we've seen under 100 defended at this ground. The ball does fly around it. Look, it's that very vaunted top 3. Garni, Vandermeer, Gooch, only facing 18 balls between them. And you get those 3 at the moment, looking a little bit thin, the blinders.
Certainly the case, Corey. And I think it's probably a good time for the skipper Nazir to give his young paceman another over. It's a little bit of an up and down previous one from Carmwell, but got into a little bit of rhythm.
I don't think so. I think he got away with a lot. I'm not sure if I would have given Carmwell this over. As you can see, I don't think he had any rhythm. I think he bowled 4 balls down the leg side that got glove punched for 0.
I was trying to be more positive.
I wasn't. I thought Camwell bowled it everywhere, and that confirms it. I can't believe they've gone back to Camwell here. Just would have gone a more senior bowler to really put the foot down, because He sprayed it. That was a spray gun over, and if Bargy was in form, it would have gone for 30. Sorry, Rhino. Facts are facts.
That's all right. Some of us are trying to give the youngsters a boost while you're just trying to rip them down.
Well, he's not a youngster. That's a beautiful goatee. Michael Jordan, early to...
Come on, steams in. Well, he cracks Ikram. Bargy desperately trying to get down on strike, but
How old is Camwell?
I have absolutely no idea.
You said the youngsters.
Well, yeah, but they're just collectively referred to as youngs. Since when has facial hair been a determinant of whether you're young or not?
I think it's a pretty
I
common
just
way.
started shaving when I was about 9.5. It's got absolutely nothing to do with age.
Anywho, Camwell again.
Yeah, that's a nice ball. Throwing it back at Corey Rutgers, who didn't have much belief in the young paceman. Struck Ikram on the previous one, beats him outside the off stump.
It's better from Camwell.
Good stuff.
Keep it simple. If he can bowl 4 more balls outside off, whatever comes, you take that. But at the moment, the Blinders need someone to get into some flow. They're just stuck in the mud.
Oh, big swing. Makes pretty good contact. That actually wasn't a bad ball from Carmwell, but struck well down the ground and a much-needed backsmoke for Budapest.
There we go. There's Ikram just saying, don't forget about me. I'm here, and if it's in my zone, I can bang it for 6. So a confidence builder for him. Camwell, maybe a little bit straight that ball. Just needs to keep it outside the off stump, but a much-needed boundary for the Blinders.
One wide outside off stump. I think regardless of what happened on that last ball, Corey, I'm completely with you. Camwell, just stick it just short of a length, just outside off stump. Let your natural away swing do the job.
Yeah, he's definitely got the right tools. It's just about the execution. He's still swinging a ball that's 7 overs old and been hit around a bit as well, so he's obviously got a very good wrist position. Just the control factor now.
He's getting time to go back and think about what to do on this next delivery. Going for the cross seam, trying to stop the away swing. Good, hits the pitch hard. Pretty ordinary looking shot from Ikram, but the Blinders need to swing hard at the moment.
Do you think that the Blinders, maybe this middle order, just a little bit over swinging? It seems like a few of them losing their shape a lot, where if you just time it or clip it, it'll go away?
Yeah. I guess it's hard. You're in, you're in the 7th over here. 57 on the board. Pretty tragic run rate in T10 purposes.
But it's for me, I get the intent, but it's the over swinging. They're not looking to time the ball. It's more just trying to hit it as hard as they can. And I always find players that once they start to overhit, it gets a little bit ugly.
Yeah. Especially with the bounce here that you get at Cartama over. You just really need to ride that bounce and use the natural pace that the pitch delivers. Carmwell, hoping he can get through this last ball with another dot. Big swing across the line. Wasn't really looking at the ball at any time, but makes contact. And the Nomads probably won't be that disappointed. Ikram getting himself back on strike. Bargy can't get near it. And at the end of the 7th, Budapest Blinders 58 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a tough old innings for the Budapest Blinders, but all credit goes to the Swiss team, the Swiss champions. This is a little bit of a tale of the tape, Ryan. I know you've only joined us today, so if you haven't had a chance to tune in, Darmstadt Hornchurch at Skanderborg. Great story last night. The Danes, they got there in the last ball of the match. And back at the hotel, I heard a little bit of the noise. Let's just say the spectators, they enjoyed that victory.
They did, didn't they?
They did.
That was actually a really, really good final last night, wasn't it? It's Fahim striding in for his 2nd. Another slower ball. Delicious stuff from the Swiss superstar. Fahim Nazir picks up his 2nd wicket. And if the Blinders weren't in trouble before, they are in real all sorts now. 58 for 5.
Yeah, another slower ball. And it's just another very loose-looking stroke where he's trying to overhit it. There's some celebrations for you. They truly believe they're well ahead, and they are. Have a closer look. He's got this lovely little off-cutter. That head position, I hate to be critical, but that's a terrible head position. He's not actually looking at the ball.
I don't think he's looked at the ball during his entire stay, to be honest. But on a more professional note, Corey, I've always felt the off-speed ball, and particularly the big slower ball, has been underutilised here at Kartama. Feels like it's coming into fashion in 2025.
Just feel like players are starting to learn. They've been here a few times, most of them, and the scores are always going up, and bowlers are now trying to find ways to combat that. And you're right, if you've got the slow ball, you have to show it during your spell a couple of times.
Runs the off cutter, Jags back off the deck.
Oh!
Excellent effort down there, the mid-wicket region. Unfortunately, it just gets parried over the boundary, but pretty good bit of athleticism from Shiraz Shawari.
Oh, that could have been catch of the millennium. That was a seriously good effort. Landed in that big pocket of space, and he made good ground, stuck out the right trick, but I think his body weight would have taken him over anyway.
Another big slower ball from Nazir. That's just underneath edge. Tell you what, one thing I love about the slower ball, even if a batter picks it, it is turning the field into more, let's just say 270 degrees threat. Because the chances of getting a flying outside edge or inside edge that goes down to the boundary, taken out of the equation. This fast deck, you're as much as possible making the batters hit using their own power. Bargy digs that Yorker out, just drilled out to cover.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the better players, we saw in the previous game, Pac Okez, Rabani and Atif just came in and bowled maybe 60% slower balls, and it choked to the middle. And against players that are over-swinging, the slower ball's a 10 out of 10 option. Really impressive spell from Nazir Rhino. I've liked what he's offered so far.
That one's top edged. Hassan turns around, can't get there, but we'll just go for one as Zabiola collects. I think that's going to be a big moment for Fahim, getting a Corey Rutgers seal of approval.
Good. I'm glad he'd like it. But what I've also liked how they've bowled is their length. We've seen a lot of cross-bat shots. They haven't offered too many half volleys or step hit deliveries. So they've been good so far, but they want to finish quicker, or finish well. And there's a nice little stronger together. There's a
lovely message.
Lovely message.
Big set of shoulders to have the core message of European cricket carrying on your back. Last ball for Nazir. Another big slow ball. Bargy picks it. Swings helpfully across the leg side, but it's taken. Excellent catch. Well, Sawari almost pulled out a classic earlier in the over. This one a little bit simpler, but still had to judge it well. And that's the end of Mars Bargy. And tell you what, it's not far the end of this Budapest innings. 67 for 6.
Well bowled Nazir. He takes 3 far. The slower ball does the trick. Bargy, it ends a pretty painful innings. He makes 4 off 11, but really, I think if he had his time back, he probably wishes it was the Golden Duck because he struggled there. Good catch in the end. It could have easily burst through for 6. They've caught everything. They've bowled in the right areas, and it just goes to show if you can execute your plans right, you can keep teams down.
Yep, certainly. Their plans have been good. They've followed them through. Strike rate not looking too good for Mars. It'll be better for the knock at the crease, but certainly this Budapest Blinders batting lineup looking a little bit short of a gallop after the top order monopolised all the deliveries in their first game. And they now have to face Osama Mahmood, genuinely one of my nemesis at the bowling crease during my occasional times batting in Switzerland.
You still played?
He has nagging little in-swingers, Osama, and comes from a tall height. You don't think they're particularly threatening, but they can do some damage. And he's probably going to end up with a wicket first ball. Oh, Rockus sort of bailed out of it. Needed to put the full-length dive in.
You can see it's a tactic, though. Another ball dug in hard. Just basically saying we're going to bowl that chest height. Good luck. Left-hander at the crease now. It always helps. Ibra Ahmed's come out at number 8. And I tell you what, they need Ibra to have a little cameo here. We think 20. Mini 20 is a good cameo. Let's say if he can get a 20 off 6, a 20 off 7, it helps.
If they can get it up to, let's just say, sort of 105, 110, at least give themselves something to bowl at. But that is a big ask.
Obviously, the lefty-righty partnership just takes the captain a bit longer to get the fielding angles right.
Oh, huge swing from Ahmad will get him up the order. The big left arm paceman annihilates Mahmood from Maximo.
Well, there you go. It takes one player to just get on a little bit of a kick and gets one in the wheelhouse, puts it away. If he can have a little 20, 25 maybe off 7 or 8, they get to 100, you pick up 2 early wickets, game back on.
Still a long way to go, 74 for 6, but 10 balls still left. As you mentioned, Corey, you can still do plenty of damage in that time. It's Mahmood's first trip to the bowling crease tournament.
Don't think he can get straight here. This has to be outside off now.
Another ball going high. Kawaja tracking back, and he takes the catch comfortably. So they restrict the damage of Ahmad. 6 off 2. Another wicket down for the Blinders. They're 74 for 7.
Does the 6 off 2 go in the cameo bracket? It does not. Yeah, almost. He hit it pretty well, but just lacked maybe a little bit more fizz on that ball to get it over the rope. And the 7th wicket down. I've been really impressed with the catching, Rhino. Really calm under the high ball.
Yeah, it certainly was. Canny piece of bowling from Mahmood as well. Didn't look that different in the air to the previous ball, but just a little bit wider, a little bit more oomph off the deck. And Ahmad couldn't help but sky it. And big smile of Wakas Kawaja down there at long on. One of the genuine good guys of Swiss cricket. He's been around the scene for a long time, and I'm sure he, along with a number of the senior guys in this Zurich Nomads team, will be very pleased to be out here at Kardama.
This is modern day batting fun. 2 balls, 6 runs, I'm done. Thanks for coming.
Goes in the better than nothing category, doesn't it?
Well, Mulder gets a go, and I haven't seen him bat too much, actually, personally. He's usually playing for some very good teams that don't lose too many wickets.
Oh, you can see possibly why he's batting down at number 9 as tries one of the more ungainly scoop shots we've seen.
I don't mind it. You know what? The fine and third were in the ring, and he knows he was going to bang it in. So it's not the worst option. Execution, though, 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10. Oh, jeez. Not sure where the extra 2.5 came from. So 2 balls left and Mahmood's over. That's another skyer. Bowler's called for it himself, and he takes his 2nd catch of the innings. Neatly done. So Mahmood doing a good job. All happens in the 9th. Well, we've had 2 wickets and a Maximo, and the Blinders plummeting 75 for 8.
Another ball back of a length, and it's trying to swat it. It's not really cut. It's not really a pull. They're not going square. They're just trying to play a flat bat baseball line drive. And yeah, it's a poor shot. I know it's the lower order, but Mahmood goes, I want the fantasy points. Caught and bowled, though. It's always helpful. I hope you've got him in your team, Rhino.
Always big fan of Osama. As we see the Rado clock ticking down as Budapest chances are somewhat ticking down in this contest. Been an excellent job from Zurich. So 1 ball left in the 9th here. Only 2 wickets left. And Ahmed Khan comes out to the crease. Depth of the Budapest Blinders being sorely tested. Another one back of a length. Well, he actually plays the line and length, and it wasn't the most elegant late cut you'll ever see, but it's 4 runs. Takes the Blinders to 79 for 8 at the end of the night.
Just a small thing with teams here is obviously when you get down to the 8, 9, 10, 11, you've got to have 3rd man in. You don't need deep mid-off. If they hit you over mid-off, fair enough, but if you keep that 3rd back, you'll probably save more boundaries than not. Quick look at the bowling figures, impressive. Everyone's been impressive. A lot of variety. The spin worked at a stage. I thought Nazir bowled extremely well for 3 for 12. I thought Sawari's opening spell was exceptional. They've just outperformed them here with the ball, and the Budapest Blinders are going to end up on something under par, but early wickets, and you never know.
If you're Khalid Niazi, you're feeling a little bit gypped that you haven't got a 2nd over. First over, 1 for 3. They've gone back to the big paceman, Amakal, for his 2nd.
No, I'll take it. Well, I walk off and say, I'll take my 1 for 3, protect the stats.
You would.
Job done.
You absolutely would. If someone had let you near a bowling crease. So Mulder on strike, last over. Speared in by Amakal. I don't think it's a bad thing to get a 2nd over into the young paceman, as that's a truly awful piece of fielding. Will allow them through for the 2nd.
Oh, and they're going to get a 3rd. It's garbage cricket. Tell you what, the easiest misfield you ever see, then he's thrown it into no man's land. They've given 2 free runs here. Poor cricket.
That is appalling.
He's gone one hand for no reason. No reason at all. He's then picked it up, flung it nowhere. Oh, no. A 3. That might be the first 3 in the last 3 weeks. It honestly might be.
After a pretty good fielding display from the Nomads as well, that has just plummeted the standards in one ball.
Gets Mulder off strike and Khan gets back on strike also.
I thought that was in the slot, but swung across the line. Ahmed once again diving to his left, does well.
Yeah, the dressing room probably not too thrilled at the moment, but
I noticed our camera people have been going less and less to the blinders dressing room as the wickets have kept tumbling.
probably fair. Not too far away from the leg pole there.
Spear down the leg side, not a good ball.
Just outside off stump, you've got the number 9, 10, 11 to bowl to. You don't even have to aim at the stumps, just keep it simple, get off the field, and there's still a little bit of weather around. You don't want all this to get washed out. They need to just wrap this up, get out there and chase these runs now. I think looking to the skies would be hopeful for the blinders.
Praying for a change of weather. Michael on the stump, swung and swung pretty well. That's a Maximo for Khan. Lovely strike. Blinders still fighting.
Just shows you a half volley's a half volley to anyone in this lineup. And he gets one to work with.
That felt like a not a half-hearted ball from him. One of those, a boulder wide. I really just want to get this one on the stumps. Wasn't quite as zippy. Big swing. Sort of back onto that short length that the Nomads have executed really well today, Corey. And as you've said, we haven't seen a huge amount of cultured cut shots or people rocking onto the back foot, playing a thing that's known in the game as a pull shot.
Yeah, it just sort of feels that they've been trying to hit everything straight. Look, everyone's coming out of a bit of a winter slumber. These players probably haven't played too much in Switzerland or Hungary of late.
Steps away, big swing down the ground, and they've made good contact again. So Mulder showing his leg spin is not the only trick in his toolbox. Lovely strike, and this decision to bring back Armakal is not paying dividends.
I think Armakal's wicket hunting right now, and it's costing his team. He's just owning in at the stumps, and, well, Mulder says, I can bat. That's a 10 out of 10. Last ball time, Rhino.
Oh, big top edge. It's going to go flying, and the spin will take it over the boundary. So 10 runs off the last 2 balls have given the Blinders a bit of a boost. They end up with an even 100 off their allocation for the loss of 8 wickets. And from where they were, Corey, I mean, it's not a great total, but it at least gives them something to play with.
Not a great total, but it's a total. And if Mulder can get his flipper right at the start, let's say they pick up 3 wickets in the power play, you've got a shot. I think if you bowled out for 75, 80, it's really pretty much done. But 100 plays, and credit to the 9th wicket stand there to get a couple of extra boundaries. But overall, I think Zurich Nomads, they impressed in the field, they impressed with the ball, and they will go into the sheds the happier of the 2 sides.
Yeah, they certainly will. Probably just let themselves down a touch, not closing out that 10th over, but skipper Azim Nazir will be very happy with how his troops have responded to a fairly mediocre showing first up today, and it was an excellent bowling effort all round. Basically, everyone who came to the crease did their job, their tactics were spot on, and most importantly, they managed to take some early wickets because this Budapest Blinders batting lineup has got some power up top. No more so than that man, Jason van der Merwe, but he was collected through a neat catch by Osama Mahmood early on. Stefan Gooch, he carried on where he left off from game 2 earlier today and looked in good nick. The rest of the batters, Ghani in particular, looking at the middle of the bat, hasn't found it too often so far in this competition, and he went early once again, and probably a few worries for the Blinders about his form. This was absolutely plum, but Mars Baji got a reprieve despite the vociferous appeal from Shawari. Nice bit of fielding on that occasion as the athleticism of the Zurich Nomads group meant that they pocketed just about everything that came their way, even things that went straight to the chest, as the big Gooch, fortunately not able to repeat his heroics from earlier on today. There was the odd Maximo, but they were few and far between for Budapest. And this spell from Fahim Nazir in the middle of the innings, just an array of slower balls and off cutters, really perplexed the Budapest lineup, and they never got on top of him. He was duly rewarded with a couple of wickets, including this lovely slower ball that took out the leg stump. And his 2 overs, 3 for 12, really probably was the pick of the bowlers during this game. That was a nice, neat catch from Shawari. Almost took a stunner earlier in the over as well, but safe pair of hands. Big pair of mitts out on the boundary. And despite the big left-handed paceman, Imran launching a few, he was not really able to do anything more to damage. And Wakas Khawaja, big smile. There were plenty of smiles from the Nomads almost throughout the entire fielding effort as they caught just about everything that came their way. Even Osama Mahmood got into the wickets with a caught and bowled in the 9th. But tell you what, if the Nomads find this chase a little bit harder than it should have been, that final over from Amakal was really taken to the cleaners by 2 of the lower order batsmen. Mulder managing to find the middle of the bat. And that will just give the Blinders a little bit of a boost going into the defence of this total. But in the end, they've only managed to score an even 100 runs, so 10 and over in modern day T10 cricket. The Khartoum Oval is not really going to do it, so they're going to have to pull out a special performance with the ball. Have a look at what is a relatively sorry batting card. Venomur, a couple of strikes early on, although got a couple of lucky ones as well, and Amakal well deserved his wicket. 17 off 8. Not too much else in the double figure category. Farasat launched 1 big bomb. Mulder and Khan really did well at the end there though. 14 off 4 and 11 off 4. And if not for their efforts, they would not have reached triple figures. The Zurich Nomads bowling card. Excellent switch to have Suari open the bowling. He probably bowled better than he's at 1 for 18. Amakal, expensive second over. Khalid Niazi probably could have got a second, but those 2 experienced campaigners down the bottom, Fahim Nazir and Osama Mahmood, 3 wickets and 2 wickets respectively. Good performance all round for the Nomads, and they generally caught very well as well. So having a look at the mid-match summary, the Blinders put 100 for 8 on the board from their 10 overs. Zurich Nomads needing 101 to take a first-up victory for them here in Game 4 of Group D here at ECL 2025. It's Andrew Ryan here with Corey Ruckers for the European Cricket Network. Please join us back in a few minutes' time as we have the chase in this match 4.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Kartama Oval. It's been an exciting couple of weeks. We started with the Western Shield. We're at the halfway stage of the ECL for 2025 and thankfully the weather gods have been very kind to us. I think when most people woke up this morning it said 80% chance of rain in Kartama today and it has completely avoided us. We're going to get all 5 games in, which is good news for everyone. So we're at the halfway stage of this game between Budapest Blinders taking on the Nomads of Switzerland. They might fancy themselves to try and get this inside 7 overs. If they do, they'll pick up all 4 points. If they're somehow restricted to 70 or less, the Budapest Blinders will pick up all 4 points. It's going to be an interesting encounter. So far, you'd have to say the Swiss team are ahead, but there's a long way to go in this game, and a couple of early wickets might send some nerves and some shudders into that middle order. Umpires make their way out to the middle. Shub and Suleiman, our 2 officials for this one. There's the Blinders. Wasn't their best batting display. They'll know that, but you don't win a game in the first half. Still think there could be a couple of twists in the tail. Almost set to go. The lights have started to come more into effect as the sun sets behind the mountains. We haven't seen too much sun today, but the ball does zip a little bit under lights as well. So a couple of early wickets, maybe, just maybe, this game will open up. Bring back a man who's been here for his first day and enjoyed all the cricketing action again. The Joker, Andrew Ryan. Andrew, is there a path for the Blinders back into this game?
It's a path, but it's a very narrow one. The way I see it, Corey Rutgers, always appreciate your insight and analysis. These T10 contests, certainly getting the 2 men at the crease here early would be part of that pathway. They're throwing the ball to the big left arm paceman, Ibrahim Ahmad. It was pretty useful in the previous game. A little bit wayward at times, but when he gets it right, he's a handful. This left-handed opening pair, Sama Mahmood and the man on strike, Fahim Nazir, absolutely key wickets for the Hungarian team. Still have Hassan Ahmed to come in at number 3, and then certainly more depth than they probably showed off in that first game, Corey, so they should feel pretty comfortable about chasing this.
This morning against the Czech team, what did they end up with their batting? What was the rough score?
I don't take notice of those types of the details.
Okay, that's good, Rhino, because
No,
I was enjoying my sleep in. So
they were about 25 short. While you continue to analyse this sort of pre-game thing, I'll have a look at our wonderful Palantir setup.
yeah, well, Palantir saves us, doesn't it, on the old match centre? Yeah, just curious to see how much depth they've got in that batting line, but if they lose early wickets. But that's an if. We're all set to go. 101 the target.
128.
Okay, so they've got some batting boots. Here we go, Rhino.
They're better than that. Full toss, flick down the leg side. You won't get away with too many of those. It's a man of Fahim's quality. Just to flick it straight to fine leg.
Tell you what, Nazir's missed out on a little bit of a freebie there. That was a low full toss, and you'll sort of feel that if he had got that left or right of the fielder at all, it would have been 4.
Zana Vinny, it was a very unusual side this morning. We had left-handed combinations for the opening pair of both teams.
Wow. Takes you to the Justin Langer Hayden and the Trescothic Strauss era.
Great years. Great years of international cricket. But short, beautifully pulled. It's a thing of beauty, the Fahim pull shot. And he's just showed off part of his range. That's a poor ball from Ahmad. You might get away against that sort of length against other batters, but not against this man.
Yeah, short and a bit of a hit-me ball early. I can understand banging it in, but I think when that ball's zipping about and the lights are on, you might want to see if you can get it a little bit fuller and get it to swing, because if you can get it to swing under lights, chasing 100 can always be tricky.
Got a bit of protection down the ground too. Fielder at long on. The deep man down here at third man on the boundary. Good change of pace. Myrtle down to third. It's a good response from the young left arm paceman.
Yeah, he's gone, dug one in, and he's gone the cutter. It's not too bad. 7 off the first 3. Mahmood on strike, and it does feel like this power play will dictate a lot where this game goes. If the Swiss team get off to a fly, I can't see them being stopped. But look out for Mulder as well. He's got 2 very good overs to come, and I think they'll bowl him quite closely up the top.
Does bowl a good wrong into the righties too, so he'll be able to push the ball across the bat. These left-handers at the top of the Nomads order. I'd be surprised if the blinders get him into the attack very early. Just defended. Well, that's something you don't see every day in T10 cricket.
Well, the other side of the ledger is if they don't want to try and get it inside 7, and you don't actually have to, you probably, this is one of the few chases, you can give yourself a ball or 2. If it's 120, I still think you're probably trying to hit your first rock for 6, but 100 flat, already a boundary in the over, I can sort of understand it.
We'll come back to that in a moment. Some Corey Rutgers coaching theory.
I'm a commentator today, thanks, Rhino.
Well, I don't care. I'm going to pick your brain for this. I at least pretend that I'm interested in your response. That outside off stump. Bit of a baseball swing from Mahmood. Oh, it should have been a catch. That's a poor effort. And Harvest Ghani, his torturous tournament continues as he's shelled what was a gettable catch. He made good ground to his left.
Oh, Ghani's dropped a sitter, you'd have to say. He made really good ground, and maybe he just couldn't slow himself down at the right time. But yeah, he just seemed to be falling over at the point of contact with his hands, and that means the eyes are shaking a bit. He drops a Mahmood for a duck, and you're defending 100. If you take that, the team starts to believe.
Ahmad, towering left arm paceman. He'll be furious missing out on Mahmood's wicket last ball. That's a little bit of a jumpy ball outside off stump. Caused some discomfort from Mahmood, but manages to get away with the one, and it's an okay start for the Nomads. 10 for none off the first. Still needing 91 off the next 9 overs. So back to this coaching question, Corey. When you're 42 matches since a goal.
Yeah, we'll move on. Go on, get into it.
When you're working with the national team, how do you actually do you actually send them out in sort of 10-ball spurts into the nets and sort of genuinely get them to work on developing the physicality and the cognition of going hard from ball 1?
Oh, a few years ago we had the intentometer. We were tracking how many reds and greens players would have in their innings over a tournament, and what percentages we wanted them to have, and we soon realised.
Was that based on outcomes or the actual intent of the shot?
The intent of the shot, because the outcome's always going to be a bit different. You can have the right intent but not execute. And in the end, after probably a year of doing it, we realised the guys were at the percentage we wanted and we didn't have to do it anymore. So you're just tracking players' sort of ability at the top, but it also helps if you've got batting depth. It really does depend how much depth that you have as a team to show how much intent you should show, because if you don't have that much depth, you maybe have to rein it in from time to time. In comes Mulder now.
I was going to say, you still haven't answered my actual question.
Yeah, I've gone.
When you're doing training sessions.
I've skirted around it a bit, but you don't do too much T10 training. To be completely honest with you,
Skirted.
Don't you start, Rhino.
You've evaded completely.
Well, Mulder into the attack.
Did say he should be in there early. Watch for the one pushed across the left-hander. Oh, inside edge, not that far away from the sticks.
Oh, on another day, that easily could have cannoned into leg stump. He's got this lovely flipper. He's got a genuine flipper.
I saw that in the first game. It is, tell you what, especially when there's a bit of moisture on top of this deck, it is a vicious ball.
Yeah, he clicks it out the front, and when it pitches, it actually gains speed. So it looks like it's going to be a leggy, but it's not. That ball there easily could have gone into the leg stump. He's a little bit hard done by it.
One just quickens off the deck.
So that's the one. It looks like it's a leg spinner, but it's not. It really isn't. And he's got one of the best economy rates on the network. Not many players get a hold of him. Tough test this early for the Nomads.
Get the man at third man too, so chance of a late cutter more difficult, but that short one, that's what he did this morning. Dropped 1 or 2 way short of a length. And Fahim Nazir is going to punish anything in that area.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed he missed his length there, just a tad too short, and he's able to get into a position to get it away.
See Nazir really moving onto the back foot almost before the ball's bowled. Wants to give himself as much chance to play those back foot shots and see what's happening off the deck.
Oh.
Well, we said there was a bit of spice in this game.
Well, you know what? Fair enough. He just, but I like that. It's probably a warning. He just probably said, look, you're backing up a little bit too much, and that's fair enough.
Whip the bails off. Another short one, and clever manipulation of the wrist from Nazir. That shot is class personified. Got the elevation. That's classic stuff, Corey.
Nice shot from Nadir. Do wonder about if they had a thought that there's two lefties on and his Mulder not as effective against lefty, because he probably can't bowl his traditional leg spinner. He's probably always got to try and go across here. So maybe a matchup thing here as well, but I don't mind that previous warning. I don't mind if a bowler stops and says, look, that's a little bit much, but next time.
My eyes roll in the back of my head. Mulder drifts it, and he gets the bottom edge. Huge, huge wicket. And the Nomads superstar Fahim chops on, and the first wicket down, 23 for 1.
Oh, well, here we go. Here's it on. And Fahim has to go back. Thick inside edge, cannons into the stumps. He'll be super disappointed because he was looking good. Bit of a nothing really shot, sort of in between ideas of whether to whack it hard or just steer it to the offside. He does neither. Comes back a little bit. That was the leg spinner.
That was the leg spinner.
Well bowled.
A little bit of air too. Tell you what he was doing this morning too, when he was bowling his genuine leg spinner, was getting a fair bit of drift as well. Which if you're a left-handed batter, is shaping up and getting the ball. That one didn't really drift, but he can bowl to the left-handers very effectively, Mulder. And tell you what, if I'm the blinders, I'm giving him over 4 as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think you go top heavy and hope you can get through the top order. So Ahmed comes out number 3. We're going another left-hander. 23 for 1. I don't think this game's done and dusted just yet. Two teams fighting it out.
Another short ball from Mulder. Ahmed just pulls it for the single. So that first wicket, end of the second over, 24 on the board, just made things a little bit interesting, Corey.
Yeah, it's made things a little bit interesting. Still the Nomads are ahead. We have a quick look at the table early. Budapest Blinders picked up 4 valuable points earlier today against the Assassins. So if they are to steal a win back here, they'll go home tonight very confident. Brno showed some signs, 1-1. Pakai Care did what they usually do. It's an interesting group. If Pakai Care win convincingly tonight versus the Assassins and Nomads win this one, I think you're going to have a very big squeeze on for that second place in the group, Rhino.
Could be a very crucial second place as well, Corey.
You want the double chance.
Extra chance, absolutely.
If you go to...
Well, not only the double chance, but even if there's a little bit of rain around on finals day as well.
You just never know. Sometimes the rain... in Group C, I don't know if you saw much. I know you were travelling, but the rain really, really worked against the Scottish. They didn't get it. They played 2 of the stronger teams. Their seamers couldn't run in, and they had a lot of spinners that couldn't grip it. And in the end, they were good sports about, but it worked against them in a big way. So the weather conditions can always play their part. Here comes a man that always plays his part with bat or ball. Wasn't his game with the bat, but if he can have a good game with the ball, you never know.
Well, the man still with the best figures in ECN cricket history, Stephen Gooch. Outside off stump and Thrashley offside. Oh, sends him back.
Oh, no.
That was a half-decent throw. Mahmood is gone.
Oh, he was a suicidal run from the non-striker Mahmood. I don't know why he went. All he had to do, the field, I think it was Ibra, I'm not sure, just had to give it to the bowler, had to give it to Gooch, and he pulled the throw massively. He's missed him by a mile.
The ball just tails back in to Ahmed a touch and drives it for the 1.
Don't know what it is in the air right now, Rhino, but this just feels like one of those nervous little chases. I don't know why. If they were chasing 130, they'd be going ballistic, but just feels like that in-between score.
Between, isn't it? They've been a little bit tentative at the crease. Not too many balls off the middle of the bat so far. The Nomads, probably a few thoughts going around the opening game. They weren't particularly fluent with the bat. Got got the guile of Gooch coming in for the third over. Pitches outside leg, no chance of the LBW despite the
So that's a great example.
begging appeal.
If they're chasing 140, Mahmood puts his hands through a ball that pitches outside leg and probably smacks it through leg side. Chasing 100, he just tries to tap it, dot ball. The mindset.
Comments from the super coach. Big swing. Well, he hasn't let that one go past him. Didn't really come off the meat of the bat, but unfortunately for him in a way that it's just tailed away from Mulder down there and long on.
It's not really getting him out the middle at the moment. Easily could have gone to Mulder. Two left-handers just trying to find their groove here.
Zahn swings it straight down the ground. Well, Mulder's had to go to his left, he's had to go to his right. On that occasion, cannot stop the Grizzly, and it goes for, I wouldn't say a much-needed 4, just the Nomads, but a bit of a settler.
Yeah, settler, steadier, same thing. 4 runs. I think Mulder actually, yeah, he just moved a little couple metres to his left there, and then it goes a couple metres to his right. A little bit of hard luck. I'd be very tempted to go to Mulder the next over. Just say, look, let's go heavy at the top. Even Gooch the next over after that and try burst through a little bit.
Big swing across the line. Ball nibbles away at the last moment. A smile on Stephen Gooch's face. And the end of the power play, the Nomads still just trickling along at 10 runs per over. They're 30 for 1.
Not convinced yet, Rhino, from some of the shots I've seen in this match from both teams so far, and that's just a wild slog. Oh, look at their heads looking at deep backward square leg by the end of it. That 21-run last over in the first innings, you just have to wonder, how big could that be in the context of the game? Will that actually prove to be the difference?
Tell you what, we were mocking the golden ball graphic being put up a couple of overs ago, Corey, but you never know. They are tracking the same run rate that the Budapest Blinders had, and it's certainly not looking easy out there. They haven't gone for Mulder in this over though, Corey, despite our calls to have his second.
Yeah, it looks like Khan will come in and bowl the 4th.
Oh, he's got a wicket first ball. Big swing across the line from Osama Mahmood, and he's been castled. And the Nomads, 2 wickets down, 3.1 overs gone, 30 on the board, a few nerves coming in.
Tell you what, Mahmood would love his time back because that's just a wild slog. Some of the batting techniques in this game in particular have been all over the shop. That it's a straight ball and his head's looking at square leg as he's trying to hit it. So another wicket gifted. Game on, game on. This looks like, and it just feels like a bowling game.
Tell you what though, I think compliment to the Blinders though, those last couple of overs have built up the pressure. Good ones from both Mulder and then Gooch. And that is, I'm not saying that Mahmood should not be looking to hit that ball hard, but it's probably a little bit of premeditated, not in his flow. And that's a big wicket all of a sudden. Seeing a little bit of a spring in the step of the Budapest Blinders here.
Well, the old BB can be a little bit tricky sometimes, Rhino.
Bit of a mouthful.
Zabiola, you know much about Zabiola?
What I do, we saw him a bit last year. He was an absolute gun in the T10s in particular. It was one of the main reasons why the Nomads actually managed to win the domestic T10 competition. They've got huge raps on this young man. He actually batted very, very well first game today. Wickets tumbling around him. I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good ball to give to a new batsman. Ahmed Khan spearing in the swinging Yorker.
They pick up Ahmed here, and all of a sudden this feels like it's back to a genuine 50-50. They haven't had the power play they would have liked. They've lost 2 pretty big fish. Just don't seem like they've found their timing yet.
Khan just getting a little bit of attention from the umpire. Maybe the contact lens has fallen out.
A bit of a kiss on the forehead, I thought, at one stage.
Caring group, our umpires.
Stronger together.
Ball swung straight down the ground, but timing's not just there for Hassan. at the moment.
Yeah, they're clothing it. A couple of plinks, and I think besides the 2 pull shots, they've not hit one straight convincingly.
It's almost been the opposite of the Blinders innings. That
Yeah.
Nomads haven't been able to strike down the ground. The Blinders couldn't play anything square of the wicket. Short ball, well, Zabiola probably should have rocked onto the back foot on that occasion, but swings it straight back down the ground. And Khan's got through 4 balls here, 1 for 2. It's been an excellent over.
Oh, you take it for sure. If he can close out the over, he's put his team in a good position, and they've got Mulder still in the shed, so it's paid off going to Khan. Some real pressure growing on this Swiss team.
Short ball, Zabiola swings it straight down the ground, and he's made good contact. It's a much needed Maximo.
It is, because it gets him back up to the rate, which is around 10s, and he needed that. I think the team needed that. The dressing room needed it. It was a back of a length ball, and he's just line drived it straight. So 6 runs to the total, and a handy 6 runs.
Lovely baseball swat. Skipper,
So
Azim.
modern day shot, the old baseball line drive in cricket.
Hit it pretty cleanly, Zabiola. Wide ball. Been pretty disciplined with the extras so far, the Blinders.
That's the first. You're right, that is the first extra. If you compare that to the first innings, there was a couple more at this comparative stage. In the first innings, in fact, there were 7 wides.
Ball just jammed down on it, manages to squeeze the ball for a single, but that's another pretty good over. And the Nomads continuing with this trend of 10-run overs. They're 40 for 2 after 4.
It's one of those innings where, as a batting unit, you're just praying you get that 20-run over somewhere. You get that 21-run over, it pretty much kills it. The longer the Blinders can hold on and get through some of these overs without using maybe Mulder's second, they'll believe they've got a shot here.
Still reckon you should bowl him now.
I
I don't mind Gooch coming back on.
Okay, yeah, I think
but these are the 2, and get Zabiola facing the leg spin. Certainly more comfortable against the pace. Gooch just drags it slightly back of the length, and another swat shot for 1.
Not convinced on Zabiola's techers so far. A couple of swats at it. Ahmed I've seen before, and he usually hits it quite nicely, but hasn't got going yet.
I don't think Zabiola's been wrapped up as a technically superb batter. I think it's more so he's a strong hitter. Probably one of the most consistent 6 hitters in their group. It's an outside edge, it's gone flying down to third man. Will just be a single. Hasn't been too much come off the middle of Hassan's bat so far.
Well, Ahmed's struggling. He's 8 off 7, just really hasn't got going. And that one there was probably in the zone to get away, but a thick edge. And I think the Blinds would be devastated they didn't make a 120 here, because defending 100's hard. One boundary and over just keeps the Swiss going.
Gooch on off stump. Whoa! Zabiola's annihilated that one. It's probably still flying. And poor Gooch has been dispatched for a massive Maximo.
Wow. Well, you just told me, don't worry about the technique. He's got brute power. Zabiola's hit that about 100 metres. He's got every single piece of that. And I think the umpire was already calling for a new ball as it came off the bat. Oh, yeah, they enjoyed that one.
Not sure. How's your lip reading there, Corey?
Unbelievable. That's what he said.
Well, some questions now for Gooch to answer. Zabiola raced up to 15 off 16. It's 15 off 6. Short of a length. Nice change of pace, though. It's a big thing for a bowler, isn't it, Corey? You're going to get hit for a Zach occasionally in this form of the game.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But if you can come back with a smart ball the next delivery, keep it to a 1 or get a dot, make sure you're just not going for consecutive boundaries. Short ball. That's been smashed as well. Gooch tries to get it upstairs. Clean swing of the bat by Zabiola. What a strike.
What a strike, because that was actually so high. I can't believe he's caught up with it. They were wanting that breakout sort of over. This is it. 14 off it with the ball to go. He's done so well to get that away, because that was actually a very good short ball. He got the height right, but credit to the batter to catch up with it. Every over, it's been the bowling side head-to-head, but this over has gone to the Nomads. Last ball.
Well, That one's not well timed, but unfortunately for Zabiola, it does drop short of the fielder. And as you say, that's pretty good over for the Nomads. 5 down, 55 for 2.
Yeah, 55 for 2, and this proving to be quite an interesting game as we welcome you up to the Dream Cube. And good to have Andrew Ryan with us for this one, and you're here for the next 9 days, is it, or so?
9 days of Brno today coming up, Corey, so big time for all the fans of European cricket, but I know how much they love Rutgers on the microphone. It's a rare chance for us to get to call a game together.
Yeah, it is, and I'm enjoying this game so far, sort of both teams going to and fro. We've got Zagreb Assassins and Paco Care coming up later. How do you see that one shaping up?
I can't wait for that. That is a very even matchup. Sorry, no offense. Actually, the Assassins, I thought, actually put in a really good stint earlier today. Their batting's probably actually better than we expected, and particularly Babu played an exceptional innings earlier on. Just the attacks, probably a lot of medium pace. They don't have that one bowler that can really blow away the top order.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But hey, look, we have had amazing upsets. A few weeks ago, well, last week actually, Fatah from Cyprus beat Northerns of England. So it happens on the network.
Who'd have thunk it? Khan gets brought on for his second. Full ball. That's pretty easy pickings for Ahmad. I still continue. Where is Mulder?
So once Gooch got hit for 15, you had to go to Mulder, because the problem was if you go someone else and this over goes for 15 all, the game's almost dead then, and Mulder then has to bowl the amazing over. So maybe they've missed a little bit of a trick here. But look, game's still on. They just need to pick up a wicket. Definitely need to break the partnership now, because 2 more sixes in this game and it's over.
Yeah, start of over 5. My question myself as captain, who's most likely to take a wicket? Because if you get down to the middle order of the Nomads, it's a very different proposition. Swings across the left hand.
I think it still happens with a lot of teams still at club level, of course. They think, oh, we need to keep one of our spearheads at the back, but sometimes the spearhead comes on when it's 5 runs left in a couple overs and it's done. So, bit of a misstep, but look, if Khan can get out of this over, maybe pick up a wicket. I won't say it's over just yet.
Zabiola 23 off 10. And a few question marks from Corey Rutgers early on, but he's answered most of them. Full ball, actually nicely driven, just out to cover for the 1.
Yeah, well played. Just nudging that for a single. Zabiola's obviously seeing them quite well and realised that ball there wasn't one to hit away to the boundary. Ahmed's got his first big 6 in this innings. He'd like to hit another one here.
Done well. They haven't drifted onto his leg side too much. It's certainly his favoured area. Not usually in that fashion, but things started to go the Nomads' way, and Khan starting to go for a quite expensive spell here. 23, still got 1 ball to go. The Nomads really climbing towards this target now.
23 with 1 to go would be a good spell if your team has hit 140, 130, but with 100 on the board, yeah, you can't do much. Those little things can always go against you. A thick inside edge for 4, so they've sort of bursted a bit open now, have the Nomads. 1 more 6, and then it almost is a runner ball.
Full ball, swung straight down the ground. It's actually pretty well timed, and despite the despairing dive of Stefan Gooch, it does go to the boundary.
Oh, I hope he's okay. Oh, that's not good signs if you're a Budapest Blinders fan, and he seems like he's in a lot of agony. I think they're going to have to get the medics out there, because I think he's slid across and he's gone with his right shoulder. He's getting on his feet now, just off camera. But yeah, just something didn't feel right there. And
did look like his right shoulder too.
Looked like his right shoulder.
So bowling arm.
Well, you have a look here. As you slide, maybe he took the wind out of himself. I'm not too sure. He's back on his feet now. Just an overextension maybe. But Gooch is a tough man. I'm sure he's okay. And there you go. He's smiling again.
He's always smiling.
He's always smiling, the Gooch. 23 and 24 for Ahmed Zabiola. They've broken the game open. Surely they're going to Mulder now. Still no Mulder. That surprises me.
That's almost X-Files type stuff. He's Scully coming on.
What a show.
Ahmed. Did you like it? Yeah.
Just a wee tuck. It scared me a fair bit. Yeah. Don't like the supernatural.
The paranormal activity.
Oh. There's Hitman back. Look at that hair. You ever play? Honestly, Hitman's got a different look and the speed's the same.
I'm not sure I'm down with the new look. It's a cami with hair. It just doesn't fit my memories of him, to be honest. But anyway, So Ahmed coming on for his second, coming around the
Oh,
wicket.
no.
My goodness, that's a terrible ball.
Well, that almost confirms game, set, match. Now it's down to a runner ball. Ahmed bowls arguably the worst ball you can imagine. Poor Mars Baji. I don't think he could have stopped that in any lifetime. Tried his best.
Mars has taken 3 steps to his left and he still hasn't got it.
Yeah, and the disappointment for Ahmed. 24 off 24 without Mulder bowling his second, and this is exactly what we were talking about.
24. They still are on for the bonus point here.
I don't think so. I don't think we're going to see 24 off 6.
What are you talking about?
Well, I look at the strike rates of the two batters, both going at around 225, and I don't think they'll go at 400 for the over.
But Hassan was basically nothing off about 8 up until the previous over.
I don't see it.
This is a big call from Corey.
They won't even
the first ball has
Won't-
literally gone for wides down to the boundary.
They won't get close to it.
He's come over the wicket now. Wow, Zabiola has hit it high. He's hit it just handsome enough. It will carry Abaskan, who continues an almightily ordinary tournament. He's now injured himself somehow, not even taking a catch.
I think he must have got a finger on it because he seems like he's in a bit of pain now. You don't want that to be a little dislocation. Let's have a closer look. Yeah, the old finger buster. Ow! He knew straight away, so he's had a tough old day. Oh, he's tried to tap it back.
To tap it in.
It's like going against a comet. These grizzly balls are so hard. And he says, don't worry, boys, I'm okay. 18 or 5 for the bonus point. I stand corrected. You could be right, Rhino. The majestic Rhino again.
Great chat from Rutgers. Ahmed steaming in. Oh, good slower ball, but they should shoot through for at least one. Absolutely no intention from Zabiola to look through for the second. It's a nice change of pace from Ahmad.
Yeah, nice change of pace, but beat Baji as well. So a bye, 17 off 4. Get this one for 6, maybe. Maybe.
That's only 2 balls into the over.
Yeah, the 5 wides really hurt. Came at the wrong time, but they've missed a trick. Mulder had to have already bowled
You
here.
made your claim that they
No,
weren't going to chase it after the 5 wides.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
Not inside 7. I stick by it, Rhino.
No, that's fine. You can stick by it. I'm just saying there's at least a reasonable chance. Oh, that's gone high. Not perfectly timed, but it will carry the boundary. And boy, oh boy, my prediction is looking better and better by the ball. That's a Maximo.
Ah, well. This is why I'm paid the small bucks. 11 off 3. To credit to Ahmed, he had a pretty sedate start for his standard, and he's come good at the right time. That one banged in back of a length, and he got enough on it. I thought he skied it originally, but he gets enough. 11 off 3. You get this one for 6, then you never know.
Ahmad suddenly 27 off his 1.5 overs. I always got the feeling he was going to bail out there. He's just sort of ambling into the bowling crease.
Looks like he's got potential, just one of those bowlers that's run ups a little bit stop-start. He has a couple little Flintstone steps in the middle as well. Good head of hair, though.
There's some good volume around this Group D. Oh, that's been annihilated. Shot of the game from Ahmad.
Oh.
That's gone up near the car park. Stunning power from the Nomads left-hander.
Oh, that's bus bound. That is huge. That is up by the bus, the cars, past the porta potties. That is massive,
Do we
Rhino.
still have the toilet attendant up that
Yeah,
way?
we do. Good luck. That is one of the biggest we've seen in quite some time to clear it up, and they are stoked because, look, this group's interesting. Obviously, there's a lot to play for, and there could be rain around tomorrow and whatnot. They're 2 balls away from getting all 4 points. That would be some sort of response, and I apologise, Rhino.
Getting all 4 and also not allowing the blinders, who could be their main competition for that spot,
True.
to take the 1 point from this game.
Yeah, great call from you, Rhino.
Oh,
Here we go.
This is a huge couple of balls. Oh, big swing from Ahmed. No contact. And all of a sudden that means that the bonus point requires a Maximo off this final ball.
Told you they couldn't do it, Rhino.
Okay, question for you, and I know you don't bowl, but what would you be doing if you're our mate? Going for full slower ball here, spear in the wide Yorker?
Nah, to the left-hander, wide hole. Land your Yorker wide. Good luck, young man. Bit of pressure. 5-1. I love the bonus
I
point.
reckon it's a full bunger coming here.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, that's a pretty good ball. He's inside edged and excellent bowling. He's executed and thought his way through that very well. So it's a small victory, but protecting the bonus point might come in handy for the Blinders. Great bit of bowling.
Wide hole. That was his best option against an informed batter that was batting outside off stump. And
I agreed with the tactic. I just thought he was going to miss cue, bowl a full toss.
this is what's coming up next. David versus Goliath. Look, David. Did David ever win a battle?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what the supercomputer said about David versus Goliath back in the day.
I'm looking forward to the supercomputer for the last game. But 35 off 15. Hassan Ahmed, he took a bit to get going, but he came good. He's given his team a W. Maybe slightly disappointed he didn't get it complete there. 3 sixes in his innings.
3-6. Why aren't we using the proper term of maximos on that scorecard?
Don't inflate the head too much. Let's have a look at these teams. And Nigel Vincent and Peter Bosnack have come into the team. Get them in your fantasy sides. Pakai Care, obviously, a little bit more under strength than we're used to in previous years, but they'll be confident going into that one as Mulder comes back in with a couple to defend.
Well, what's going on here? It's the big leg spinner. It's just cut away for an easy one for Zabiola. But yeah, well, that'll send the fantasy players scurrying to change their lineups, Corey.
Yeah, it potentially will. How many we got left then, Rhino? 4 to go. New batter on strike. Camwell, what's he offer with the bat?
Well, he's a little bit unorthodox, but had some good strikes in that first game. In fact, it was these two, Zabiola and Camwell, who allowed the Nomads to get as close as they did. Game 1 against the Czech team, Brno. Short length, but kicks off the deck. Comes a little bit quicker. Just plays it straight back.
Impressive performance overall from the Swiss, though. After losing this morning, this was a big game for them, Rhino. They've played pretty well.
Huge game. Ball was just swung down in the air. A little bit mistimed. But scoots through for the one. So
these two teams will go home tonight, both with 4 points, a win and a loss, but they both got a point in their previous games.
poorer balls that Mulder's pulled out in his career.
Yeah, I think you could see on his face there, just got that one all wrong. That is one thing with a leg spinner. You got to give him some leeway. It's the hardest art. It's like the dark arts of cricket. Voldemort-esque.
A little bit more flight.
So it sounds critical, but the fact that he's bowling now with 4 to win at the start of the over is ridiculous. He had to bowl a lot higher. Big misstep from the Blinders.
It's almost cost them the bonus point too. Oh, big strike! And Zabiola has finished this contest with a booming Maximo. Good innings from him again, showing why he's one of the most highly rated T10 players in Switzerland. 37 not out, and after a poor first up performance, that's an excellent display from the Nomads.
Yeah, brilliant comeback from them after losing an early game today. So they'll go home with a win and a loss. So will the Blinders, and they'll both believe they're setting themselves up for an important day 2 tomorrow. An interesting game of cricket. It was cat and mouse for a while, but just those middle overs, a couple of big sixes happened. But I think we've got to look back at the first innings, Rhino. I thought the Nomads executed their back of a length bowling to a T.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Corey. They thought their way through that game really well. Some of the old stages in there, Asim Nasir, Fahim, Hassan, manager Azwan Lakaraju. I'm sure they got together, had a good look at what the Blinders did in that first game, and devised some very intelligent bowling plans. And for the most part, their bowling corps executed it very, very well. Look at the fantasy dashboard. As we said, the Zagreb Assassins, a few changes to their team for this game, but they need that man at the top. And Naushad Babu, the wicketkeeper, to fire again, opening the innings. Pakai Care won the toss in this game, and they have elected to bowl, Corey. big news for the fans out here.
Yeah, they've decided to have a bowl first, so that game coming up in a little over 25 minutes. But, well, credit to those men on your screen. They did the job after a loss this morning. They've responded in the most positive of fashions. And I think in this group, it is shaping up. That second spot's going to be very tight indeed.
Certainly is, and a good chance to look back at some thrilling highlights from this chase. The Blinders, as they always are, they're a good team unit. There's good vibes around them. Mars Bargy, smile on his face. It's like we see more from him with the bat later in the tournament. But that was a big drop early, and poor Garney is having a horror show here today at Cartama Oval. I'm sure he'll be back day number 2, but the boys from the Nomads, they were off their feet early as Fahim Nazir hit a couple of Maximos, but Mulder got him with a very nice piece of leg spin bowling.
Yeah, he got him really good with the one that sort of spun back in. And at this stage, you just felt, well, maybe they're opening a door a little bit. This was a real loose shot. That's a wild slog. And at this stage, they weren't looking too confident. 2 wickets were down. The rate was around about 9 and over, and we thought game on.
Yeah, we certainly did, but as we mentioned during the commentary, just a bit of a tactical misstep to not get Mulder back into the attack, because for the total that they were defending, it was all about wickets, and ultimately, Zabiola, they needed to get the leg spin against him early.
Yeah, they had to get him early. Well, look, it's never easy to defend 100. You need everything to go your way. And it only took an over of 15, I think, off Gooch, and then the next over went for 16, and that was almost curtains. Credit to the Nomads, they held their nerve. If they had lost that, being 0-2 would have been a long way back in this group. And it wasn't without trying. The Blinders threw everything they could at them, but a top response from the Nomads.
Yeah, and I suspect the Nomads will be very happy to see Hassan Ahmed get a few out of the middle of the bat. He was scratchy again to start that innings, but showed in the later stages that he has got immense power. When he gets the opportunity to free the arms and hit over long on and mid-wicket, he can belt a cricket ball.
Yeah, he definitely can. That was a late wicket in the piece, and that was the winning runs, a massive 6. That dressing room absolutely ecstatic, and you can understand why. It's been a long old day through some tricky conditions, but they get their first win to the 2025 ECL, and they progress a little bit further in this tournament, because I think if you get a win, it's very, very difficult to finish in 5th place.
Very true. So good vibes playing out of that one. Teams enjoyed what was a pretty hard contest, and wouldn't be surprised to see these two teams play each other later in the week. But as it is, the Nomads have gotten on top in this one. It's match 4 of Group D. Zabiola again showing his talent with the bat, 37 off 16, and he was accompanied by Hassan Ahmed for most of that innings, 35 off 15, really accelerated towards the back end, and in the end have done that chase pretty comfortably, Corey. Maybe the only disappointment, just missing out on the bonus point, which was in reach.
Yeah, it ended up being very close. They needed 5 off 2. We have a look at the bowling figures, only 4 bowlers used in the end. They tried their best, but it was the batting in the first innings that didn't match up to the level they would have liked. So that's game, set, match. I'll be back with Rhino in about 20 odd minutes for the final game of today. Pakai Care of Spain taking on Zagreb Assassins of Croatia. Join us back then for match 5 of Group D. Bye for now.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's our last game today and thankfully the weather is still clear. It is a miracle. It's Pakai Care Badalona taking on Zagreb Assassins. Let's go to Ian Ramage, the match referee for the coin toss.
In you go. All the best. Thanks. Assassins, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Pakai Care as the away team, you will call. It's been called European Cricket, it's come down European Cricket, so you won the toss.
Bowling first.
Toss won by Pakai Care, who will bowl first.
So news from the toss, Pakai Care have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl first. And I tell you what, it is a bit of a David versus Goliath match. The Pakai Care team, we're known for their fast bowling. You've got Mohammad Atif, Rabbani and Mohammad Kamran. Hitman's back with a head of hair. He's going to be bowling quick under lights. Zagreb Assassins, look, they played a pretty good game this morning. They actually compiled 130 versus Budapest Blinders. If they can somehow scrounge some runs together and get to 110, 120, maybe it plays under the lights. Babu batted really well for his 70-odd earlier, but this really is going to be a big test. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be an interesting day, and I'm so thankful the rain has cleared. Credit to the ground crew again, who have been working tirelessly to get us all 5 games today. Let's go to Andrew Ryan, who's been with us for day 1. He's in the commentary box, ready now.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive preview of Game 5 here. It's the first day of action. Group D at the European Cricket League for 2025. The sun is sort of just creeping out around the ground. We've still got some heavy grey clouds, but nonetheless, looks like this Game 5 will get away without any problems whatsoever, which is great news for all of European Cricket Network fans as we have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Zagreb Assassins coming with a few changes here. Nigel Vincent's been brought in to solidify the padding. Peter Bosniak has come in to give them an extra bowling option. And they may need it against this powerful Pakai Care Badalona team. We know they're 1 or 2 players down from a full-strength squad, but solidified that by the inclusion of the Italian superstar Zayn Nakvi, who is also taking the gloves. And great to see the hitman, Mohammad Kamran, back in the contest. So the supercomputer believes that 17 out of every 100 contests between these two teams that the Zagreb Assassins will win. Well, we'll put that to the test tonight. I think Pakai Care Badalona very much going in as favourites, but in the T10 format, anything can happen. Teams just making their way out to the field. The magnificent specimen that is Mohammad Babar leading out Pakai Care. They started off the tournament in pretty good fashion earlier today, dispatching Brno. They will be looking to get a second win on the board here against the Croatian champions, the Zagreb Assassins. And a man who, much like every assassin, does his best work at night. Great time to welcome back to the microphone, Mr. Corey Ruckers.
Yeah, this is when I come into my own, Rhino, and I tell you what, 17% is generous. Zagreb Assassins, if they pull this off, I'll go as far to say one of the greatest upsets in the history of world cricket, any format, any network. But you never know in Kartama. The lights are on. We know Pakai Care are definitely missing a few this year in the group stage anyway, but they're confident they've got enough to get through. Zagreb Assassins, to all their credit this morning, they pushed the blinders. They made a very good score, started well with the ball, and then they fell off the rails in the sort of middle overs, thanks to one partnership. If they can somehow, as I mentioned in the pre-match game, sort of get themselves to 115, a little bit of luck, maybe a couple of edges and some nice shots in between, they could potentially cause one of the biggest upsets we've ever had. It's going to be an interesting one.
How biggest of big upsets would you classify?
So this would be up there. This would be up there. Only because you just think about the experience of Pekka Care. Yes, they're a little bit undermanned this time and they've brought some youth, but yeah, this would be up there, Rhino. Top 3 ever, I think.
Oh, huge call from Corey Rutgers, but
What are your
man has seen a lot of T10 cricket.
What are your thoughts on Hitman 2.0 with hair?
I just don't believe it's the same human being.
It is the same human, Rhino. With hair.
Well, you've used David versus Goliath. Will this be sort of reverse Samson of having the hair come back?
There we go.
It slows down. Cammy.
Oh!
Full ball, driven nicely. And that is going to roll to the boundary. Well, the upset is on. Zagreb Assassins going. Somehow have actually dropped in supercomputer chances after hitting a ball for 4 first delivery, but a lovely shot from Babu. And they are rocketing along at a 24 runs per over run rate, Corey. This could be bad news.
Tell you what,
Pack I get.
What a start from Babu with the check drive through mid-off. He's in form today.
He goes wide outside off stump. Ball doesn't come back as might have expected.
Here's some stats, Rhino, from the ECL that you've missed so far. 8,337 runs. We're going at 13.1. Maximo rate 11.7. Wicket rate around 5.6 per innings. It's been an eventful ECL.
Stats powered by HCL software, bringing you some incredible insights into the tournament. Cameron gets that ball to just tail in as he traditionally does. They'll scoot through for the single, bringing Power onto strikes. He played very well through the leg side earlier today, Corey. That gets the strong Budapest bowling lineup.
Cammy's looking fit here, and he did do well, Power. Just waiting, when's that short ball going to come? You know he's always going to use it at least once or twice in the over. He hasn't used it yet. New batter on strike. Does he go short, straight up, or does he try hit some timber? Oh, how has that missed the leg pole? Whew.
Well left by the opener.
My word, that swung late. Quick, still got his pace, and that's actually just done too much, incredibly.
I love the way that Barward just played a little forward defensive stroke immediately afterwards.
You know one thing about Cammy, when he is on form, he is swinging the ball. That means his wrist position is perfect. That one went. He looks majestic with that bit of horsehair these days.
Ball's just pushed outside of stuff.
Far lap.
Oh my goodness. With such a bad line that we... Anyway, Cammy into the final
Isn't that what
furlong of his over.
Isn't that what it is?
I don't know. I didn't have the guts to ask whether this was El Natural or whether it's a little bit of artificial assistance, but
Either way, it's majestic.
The main coming back, and that's actually nicely played. That was a pretty good Yorker. The batter scoot through for the one, and well, I'll tell you what, I've seen teams more awkward against Cameron in the past. 7 runs off the over, and Zagreb, neat little start.
Yeah, nice over from Cameron, but well done to the Zagreb Assassins. They got through it, they found a boundary, and they take it for 7, and that's all you need to do. This is the sort of tale of the 2025 ECL, and well, we've had A, B, C, we're in D, we've still got 3 groups to go. Some excited teams must be watching and itching to get out here.
Who are you looking at? I mean, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but that Group E, who are you looking forward to seeing here, Corey?
Ariana CC from the Swedes have a very good sort of T10 lineup. Vorberg's going to be missing 7 national players to a Dutch series, so be interesting to see if their sort of twos team can get going.
Just outside off stump. It's actually reasonably well connected. Pull up in front of the boundary, but they will make it through for a double.
Barbard just lost a bit of zip in the last couple of years.
He has. I was about to make the same comment. The ball's just not carrying off the deck like it used to.
Look, mother age, father time, whatever you want to call it.
Mother age. That's the worst brand name.
Look, eventually it catches up with you. Barbard looks like he's just maybe 5 kilometres slower than 2 years ago.
Bit of width outside off stump, and it's thrashed. It's a good shot from Babu, proving that the first game today was no fluke. And Zagreb, 13 for none.
Well, he's got a deep third, and with that lack of zip from the big man, I think they might be putting someone straight here. But Babu's been in sensational form, backing up the name of Baba versus Babu. I always knew I'd be commentating a Baba versus Babu one day. I'm glad it's today.
I'm glad we've gone from that from Mother Age, which sounds like the worst nursing home that exists.
I usually come good last game of the day, Rhino. It's my peak period.
Babu just plays gently back down the track. Where are we? I mean, if we were on a radio show now, what would it be? It's not quite the sort of late night with Rutgers and Ryan.
Martin Sheargold sort of.
Not sure it's a name we'll hear on the airwaves for a little while.
Yeah, rest in peace. Just an ECN after dark time.
We've got the lights on, so it is technically dark. Babu just pushes out. It's a pretty smart play. It's a good length ball from Babar.
Well, tell you what, to have one of those big upsets, the top 3 upset on the network this would be, you need to get through the first couple without losing a wicket. And they're on track for that.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. We've seen some crazy results here at Cartama Oval. I like Farlap as a second nickname. That could stick, you know.
Stride down the crease. It's well struck, and actually pretty decent job there at mid-on, because that ball was travelling at some speed.
That was Farlap there, actually, that made the stop.
No.
The evergreen. So last ball of the second. Love one more boundary here, just to get to 18 or 20 off 2.
Push down the leg side from Babar, not getting his traditional away swing. Question for you. Did Cammy used to wear a cap when he had no hair? And is he now deciding to wear a cap that he has the mane?
No, he always wore a hat.
Okay.
Yep. Some players wear it during the night, some players don't wear it at all, but he's always been a cap wearer.
But if you made that sort of investment, you want to show it off as much as possible. Oh, that is in the slot. And pretty nicely struck despite the despairing dive of Mohammad Yassin down there at a long off. Power times it nicely. He gets himself moving. And Zagreb Assassins doing enough here in the first 2 overs.
Yeah, nice shot. Dead straight, gets it away for 4. That's Yassin out there with the despairing dive, but couldn't rein it in. It made a cannon noise off the bat. And a very good start from the Zagreb Assassins. Not losing a wicket, a couple of boundaries. You never know.
Certainly these two will need to do the majority of the damage. Great opportunity to look at how Group D sits at the moment. And despite that pumping defeat in the previous game, Budapest Blinders sitting on top after 2 games. Thanks to that big bonus point win. Their first up contest. Cammy on for the second. It's well played again. Blue just angles the bat. He's been pedestrian between the stumps. I think he's gone.
I think it was Power, and I don't know why he didn't run, or was it Babu? I'm unsure. Either way, it's Muhammad Atif the Fizz, who realised he was ambling, has pinged it in, and that looked out.
That's a terrible piece of running. We'll see on the replay. I spotted him just ambling between the sticks. And Atif Muhammad, left hand, got to pick it up in full stride.
What's he
Have
doing?
a look at this from Babu, just continually looking. That is gone.
What's Babu doing?
That is an excellent piece of fielding from one of the most talented young cricketers in Europe.
Well, let's have a closer look, and yeah, he's gone. He just slowed down. I think he thought he's not going to throw it. And the Fizz, that's his nickname, Atif said, you know what, cat and mouse, I'm the cat, you're out.
Not sure where to go with that. It's just awful. Anyway, Babu walking off the field. He just whacked himself in the head with his bat. I tell you what, a bit of self-punishment I think is necessary. Such a good batter. Looked in decent form again. And he has literally committed suicide on a cricket field there. No need whatsoever to keep an eye on where the throw was coming in from.
Yeah, disappointing. So, first wicket goes in an unconventional way.
It's just push behind the third man. So Yogesh Balaji comes to the crease. He didn't score a run off the 4 balls but he faced this morning, Corey, before he was part of one of the more comical run-outs that we've seen on the European Cricket Network.
Probably no harder test than if you've got a duck off 4 to come up against Hitman under lights.
Oh, that's a sippy ball from Cameron. Well, he's just got his hand around his neck, maybe a signal to the batter of where this next one's coming again.
I'd be surprised if the next one's not at the timbers, but he has not seen that. That was self-preservation 101. Life flashed before his eyes.
I like the way that he's trying to play with the angled bat to drive. Oh, he's timed that. Oh, Balajee gets off the duck in the most spectacular fashion.
Well, when it's this quick, if you can just get your bat on it, it flies, and that flew. That really raced away, so he's going to get his first boundary.
I'm waiting for... Balajee is certainly hedging leg side here at the moment, Corey. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cammy give him one right in the guts, outside leg stump.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he goes short again or if he wants to hit the timbers. He hasn't got a wicket just yet.
There we go, the awkward one.
Oh, no.
It's going to be a shy at the bowler's end. Fortunately, just puts his head down. Teammate Babu, he had have done that, he'd still be out in the middle of the wicket.
Yeah, Parwa was backing up a long way, never a single there. So last ball for Hitman, and the power play.
Short ball, good line, and Elijah just shoulders arms. And that's the end of an okay power play in the circumstances for Zagreb. 24 on the board after 3.
Could have been a lot worse, to be fair. They've gotten some runs. They've haven't lost too many wickets. Actually haven't lost a wicket to a bowler yet. So that's a little bit of a shame with that run out.
Moral victory.
Great to see the Grizzly bats. They're the only bats in the world hard enough to take down the Grizzly ball. So we've seen some kookaburras get bust recently. 7, 12 and 5 off the power play.
Yeah, certainly that second over, 12 runs was a fairly tidy one. Babar just struggling a bit with his line and length in the early stages. And man, coming on to bowl now, one of my personal favourites on the network, Mohammed Atif. He's a talented young left arm.
Yeah,
Corey.
New nickname, the Fizz.
Fizz, did you give him that?
No, Max O'Dowd did.
Really?
Max O'Dowd, he played his first game, and Max goes, this guy is the Fizz.
As in Mustafa Rahim?
Yes, correct. He bowls the same ball across, left armour, and he was probably the story of the Western Shield. A lot of the Big Bash boys are going back to Australia trying to sign him. Got an agent now. Things happen quickly. The Fizz.
Lovely ball.
Yeah, things have happened very quickly. It looks like his UK club have come in to sign him, a Dutch club, and maybe he's moving to Denmark for a club there. He has an agent.
How many different clubs can you play for in one season?
3 have come in to try and sign him. So he's got options now, and probably going to Australia in September at the end of this year. Jack Wood from Brisbane Heat's going to help sort him out a club. They've become real good friends. What a story.
I mean, it's what the Western Shield was born for, isn't it?
Exactly a story.
Creating connections.
Yeah, exactly a story like that. A couple of questions in the chat asking why Hamza Salim Dar isn't playing for Pakai Care from a hill. He doesn't, that's not his team. He doesn't play for Pakai Care. He plays for, I can't remember the name of the squad in Barcelona, but not the Pakai Care team.
That's not off some. This is what's so hard about it. He's got so many variations, some of them more subtle than others, but he could literally go through 6 balls in an over and not give you the same thing twice.
Well, during the Western Shield, on a 50-metre boundary, the scores were about 170, 180, and you had Big Bash level players saying, we can't pick his slow ball. He took 4 for 9 and 4 for 11 versus the world 11.
Outstanding.
So he took 8 for 20 against very big names, and he got Ross Taylor out with his first ball. Handy. And there's the kibosh.
Let's not include that in his highlights package for any of the clubs that are looking to sign him.
There's the old curse. Gets the bouncer wrong. That's usually his go-to variation. So he'll go slow ball, and then he likes to either jam in a Yorker or go fast and short.
Yeah, it just looks like he lost his rhythm on that occasion. That's probably the worst ball I've ever seen him bowl. Assassins 25 for 1. Big charge down the wicket. Pawar, after one pretty good shot down the ground, struggled to make an impact against this bowling lineup.
Yeah, so that's that sort of off-cutter again. He gets it to spin off the deck. And yeah, it was
I mean, as a creative batter, Corey, What would you do against a team? Would you
Retire.
set up?
Retire and send out the left-hander.
Let's just say you were number 11.
Yeah. It's so hard to play. You know it's coming. You know he's bowling it, but we saw pro-level cricketers not lay a bat on it about 8 days ago. And they just said his arm action doesn't slow down. And what he'll do, he'll release his thumb late, but when he keeps his thumb on it, he'll just go full speed and he can get it through. So I reckon this one now might be the quicker one as a surprise. Yeah, it was, and you can see the difference.
Big appeal, and he's given him
class from the Fizz.
Rutgers in the commentary box picks it. Pawar gets a little tickle through to the wicket keeper, and that is the icing on the cake of what has been a sensational over from a Teeth.
No, it's not a tiff anymore. It's the Fizz. He is the Fizz. He goes slow, 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 rip snorter at the jugular, and he gets it through at pace. The Fizz is back. He's late on that. Great bowling.
Probably a bit better than his previous attempt at an on-speed ball as well.
No, it's very, very clever, and this is why it worked so well during the Western Shield. He had the best economy out of all 4 teams, and he continues his plight to be the first player on the ECN network almost at 200 wickets.
Oh,
what a story.
double ton.
Now, okay, put your coach's hat on. Does he go on speed first ball to dust or off speed?
I think it'll be an off-speed ball, just try to push it about a foot outside of off stump.
That's why they pay you the big bucks. And he's got him!
Just tickling the outside edge of off stump. That's a good piece of bowling from Atif. And all of a sudden, the Zagreb Assassins are in big, big trouble. 3rd wicket down, 25 on the board.
Oh, the Whiz Fizz is back, and can you believe it? He goes 2 in 2. As it's 25 for 3. They are well on top here. I'll have a close look. He doesn't get too many LBWs, but if that's pitching in line, that's done enough. The batter caught on the crease. Yeah.
It's a good shout, actually. Really good shout and good decision, particularly with the batter sort of squaring up a touch. It could have looked like it was going to miss the off stump, but that's a really good call from the umpire.
So, golden duck for Saran Das. Score 25-3. Mohammed Atif, the Fizz, will be on a hat-trick to start his next over. And that upset looks a little less likely as the players are going to take a little 2-minute break here. Just obviously it's Ramadan, and a lot of them are breaking their fast now. It's something that's not mentioned enough, but these players obviously playing a good level of cricket still throughout this period. Credit to all of them. So I think there's just going to be a little bit of a minute delay while all that goes on.
Good to see special arrangements being made.
Yes.
Be respectful of the players and the teams who are practicing Ramadan.
You have to do it as well. So that's why there was just a drinks run onto the field.
Just full credit to them, isn't it, to be able to play at the level they are. It's the upside for the teams that are impacted by observing Ramadan. It is cooler conditions here at the moment. It's not baking hot, which is helpful, but nonetheless.
Here comes a man that also bowled extremely well this morning, Rabani.
Short ball just jabbed away for the single. So you've seen a lot more of him than I have, Corey, but getting to watch him from the sidelines in the first game, hasn't he got a delicious change of pace?
He's got one of the better slower balls you'll see as Zanko sets up for his first delivery. Yeah, back of the hand slower ball, and he gets it to dip and actually get a bit of purchase off the surface. So the key to his slower balls, he's on speed ball as well. That's quite a big difference. He can get it through at good pace as well, young Rabani.
Zanko outside off stump, so the Croatian skipper, the man leading the Assassins this tournament. Good to see him at the batting crease. Rajay still there, 5 off 5.
It's David versus Goliath battle, favouring Goliath big time now. The first few overs were promising, but they're starting to fall away.
Short ball, swings hard, just light contact out to the inner cover region. take the one.
Yeah, I think that obviously Pakai Care, we've mentioned, are missing a couple of senior players with the bat, but their bowling's still strong and they've got some genuine pace, which is always helpful in the T10 format. So Balage back on strike.
Speared in, just pushed away, so they're dealing almost exclusively in singles at the moment, Zagreb. Disciplined bowling from Pakai Care.
Well, Pakai Care obviously will be sniffing 4 points tonight. They'd like to do that. They'll go home then on 7, top of the table, and with every other team losing a game already, it almost sews up a double chance or early doors in this group. There it is. It's a very, very well disguised off-speed ball.
Zanko swatting across the line. So the Zagreb Assassins 28 for 3 with 1 ball left. First half of their innings.
It was always going to be tough, Rhino. They got through Mohamed Kamran, but they've struggled against Atif and Rabbani so far.
Goes to show the value of the big change of pace bowlers. Oh, another one. It's caught the wide line. Excellent piece of bowling from Rabbani, and that closes the 5th over. Zagreb 28 for 3, and boy, do they need some fireworks in the second half of this innings.
Well, that's the beauty of the ECL, Rhinos. We welcome you up to the Dream Box, the nighttime fixture, but this is what it's all about. Sometimes you have the heavyweights versus more teams that are in the development phase, but lightning does strike, and you never know when you'll get that upset.
Yeah, I think we might have been able to carry that off about half an hour ago. Probably at this stage of the game, though, it feels like Pakai Care is in control, I think, to say the least. And unless the Zagreb Assassins lower order can really pump some runs in the next 5 overs, Corey, should be a good win for Pakai Care. But as you say, anything can happen in this 10-over format.
Well, looking over there, it's hat-trick ball, slip in, gully in, hat-trick time.
Oh, top edge, wow. It's gone flying over first slip's head. They had such an attacking field in there. Cameron's got a big smile on his face, but probably less so for Atif. And that's some much needed runs for Zagreb Assassins.
Well, it was the hat-trick ball. They went aggressive with the gully and the slip, but it ballooned over first slip, so opportunity missed. Handy for
Balage makes his way to double figures. He's 10 off 7. A few manoeuvres in the field, going back to a more conventional defensive setup. Big swing across the line. And having to come around for a square leg. It's another direct hit, and Balage had to get his skates on.
Pakai Care tonight in the field are looking $1 million. Rhino, direct hits from left, right and centre. Good bit of fielding there from Bikramjeet this time. Was safely home. This is something else that the Fizz has added to his game. He's going to come around the wicket here, and this is something he's been working on a little bit more. I believe
he doesn't really bring the ball back into the right-handers, does he? His action doesn't allow it to.
Actually, he's going to come back over.
Happen.
So we're not going to see it, but when he comes around, it's also very effective, that off-cutter that he has.
Attempted a little sweepy shot. No contact from Zanko. Didn't quite know how to describe that, to be honest.
I am a bit sweepy, thanks, Rhino. It wasn't really the right option. Credit to Zagreb Assassins. They're giving it their all, but obviously a little bit of a mismatch at this stage.
It's a tough job, isn't it? I mean, when you're not facing this level or quality of bowling in domestic cricket, try to step up here in the early weeks of March. Not only just survive, but actually score freely against players of this quality. It's a big ask. Short ball, that's smashed over the top, and Zanko unfortunately will not get the 4, but he will scamper back for a second. Nicely timed.
Oh, it's crunched. They've gone up to 2% with that shot. That intent there has just made the supercomputer say, hold your phones, you never know. I like that he's sort of walking at him, just mono sort of stuff.
How would that be on the Corey Rutgers intentimeter?
Yeah, green.
Yeah. Oh, tries the sweep again. That ball's just dropped underneath the horizontal bat, and unfortunately, Zanko can't make contact. I can see what he's trying to do, though. I like the intent.
Tell you what, Rhino, is it just me or are some really dark clouds rolling over? Imagine the scenes. This one gets washed down. Pakai Care can't get their points.
controversy corner here at Kartama. Last ball of a Teef spell. That is just swung late, and Zanko survives to fight another day. Zagreb Assassins 35 for 3.
I think Zanko's retiring himself here. He's missed that one and gone, well, can someone else come out and have a go? And I think we're going to see a retired out. Wouldn't surprise me. And just having a look at the corner line. New batter's walking down the race. Zanko's still out there, but I think he's going to give himself one more ball. 35 for 3. So a Tiff, 2 wickets. Also the run out.
Must be a tiny bit of rain around. It's harder to see here as we see Corey Rutgers has picked it as Zanko goes sprinting off the field. And
yeah, that's pretty selfless from him. He actually called for it himself. Said, look, it's not my night. I'm not getting on with it. Let's give someone else a crack. And that's fair enough. You never know who could hit fire.
Exceptional stuff from the leader of the Zagreb Assassins.
Selfless.
4 overs to go here, Corey. What do you think if you're the Assassins? What are you looking for as far as an objective?
Well, for me, obviously, I didn't realise relation to Lou Vincent has come out to the middle, so I understand the switch now. And,
So this is Nigel.
Nigel Vincent. I reckon I'd be a bit twitchy if I'm Pack I Care, because it's actually gotten extremely dark around the ground. The wind has picked up, which scares them. And it looks like the heavens could bucket down at any moment.
Keeping some tension out on that field as Rabani steams in. Another one of those off-speed balls. Vincent just swinging away to leg side. Slightly more correct option with his shadow batting immediately afterwards.
It's funny how so many cricketers nailed the shadow batting. I mean, he plays a pretty loose shot, but the shadow shot, 10 out of 10.
It's almost like in tennis when you get a second serve. Get the chance to redeem yourself. It's actually nicely played.
To their credit, actually, nearly every on-speed delivery they've been able to get their bat on. It's the slower balls that they've been missing.
Slower balls that'll kill you.
It's the hope that will kill you sometimes, Rhino. Good spell again from Rabani. He'd love to pick up one in the wickets column though, wouldn't he?
Tight spell, none for 5, halfway through his second. Short ball, and it swung! And it swung powerfully. It's the first boundary we've had the chance to call and get excited about for a while. Pelage, who's sticking it out there. Had a tough start to the tournament, but he's set up outside off stump. He's waited on the slower ball and he's maximised his opportunity.
Oh, what a shot from Pelage. That's one for the highlights reel for many years to come. It's it away for 4. Rabani ain't going slow again. This one's going to be a bit quicker.
Well, this time he decamps out to the about 7th stump. Leg side. Rabani just pushes it wide of off. Gets the dot ball.
Yeah, Rabani, good spell. Might go hunting for a wicket here with his last.
Good man to have in these middle overs, isn't he?
Yeah, he's effective. Very effective. Played a lot of T10 cricket also.
Lovely strike down the ground. But it will just be the one. There to the safe hands of Mohammed there at long off. And that's the end of an exciting 7th over, 42 for 4.
42 for 4. Just looking at the mountains in the background, I reckon we're about to get a bit of rain. All day it's threatened. As we have a look at that's coming up tomorrow. Pack I Care taking on Zurich Nomads in the morning. Obviously Brno and Zagreb Assassins in the second game. Budapest Blinders versus Pack I Care. That should be a good game for match 8. Zagreb Assassins and Zurich Nomads for match 9. And Brno versus the Blinders to end the group stage.
Get the feeling that match 10 could be a pretty interesting one. And tell you what, after the way the Nomads played in game 4, that matchup tomorrow against Pack I Care first thing in the morning. Let's hope Ahmed Cameron gets a good night's sleep because he's facing some good batters at the top of the order as Pelage thrashes another ball out to the covers. Won't reach the boundary, but they will scamper through for 2. Vincent, big dive into, make sure he found his ground.
So this is young Jaffa Raza, born in Spain, a young 17-year-old who's been entrusted to be their 5th bowler for this trip. Another left arm over and got a lot of potential, does the young man.
You were talking him up in between games, Corey. I'll tell you what, that's outstanding timing as he sprays one about 4 metres wide of the pitch.
At 17, you're allowed to have the odd spray. Good beard, though. Very good beard game for his age. He's a good cricketer.
Given your commentary on me identifying youngsters in the last game and then saying couldn't possibly be because of the facial hair, how do you explain Raza?
Raza's just got it.
It sounded pretty good off the bat, but this time, even the camera team from 2 circles struggling to pick that one up. Scoot through for the one.
Right,
A little bit of wind coming now, Corey.
This has happened before. I've got deja vu here where I warned you about the incoming something, and feel like these dark clouds are rolling over. Pakai Care need to get off this field and chase these runs very quickly.
Nigel swung that away to the leg side. It's popped off the pitch.
Oh, he's almost kicked it off. He's had an absolute shocker. Well, has he saved it? He's gone the kick off a stuck ball in the grass. That's quite comical.
Bikramjit Singh has managed to overcomplicate what seemed to be a pretty simple pursuit of the ball here. He's actually given away a boundary.
Oh, poor Jaffa Raz has had a few of these today on his bowling. What can you do? Then he goes the tumble afterwards as well.
It's extraordinary stuff. It's a good ball, but driven nicely down the ground. Nigel Vincent's pretty comfortable out there in his 4 deliveries so far.
Yeah, look, he's made 20 so far. Good on him. They can get a couple more boundaries that cap off the innings. A couple of questions asking where Muhammad Ihsan is, one of the more popular figures. He's actually getting married currently.
Congratulations
to Ishi.
Muhammad. Wish him all the best. That's actually a nice shot, really well timed. And Balajee is playing a little smoky of an innings here. He's up to 24 off 15. Almost single-handedly trying to keep the Assassins in the game. 55 for 4, so not exactly a towering target, but this young man showing he's got a bit about him.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. So 4 more to the total. And Jaffa hasn't really got his rhythm up too much today.
Oh, he stepped away, showing scant respect for Raz's bowling as all of a sudden the end of the over. 14 off it, and the Assassins 56 for 4.
Have you seen the movie Twister? Because just before a tornado hits, it gets a bit eerie around the ground, and right now it's getting a bit eerie. But, the old patio's going to blow off any minute. Pakai Care, I think, realise it. They'd love to wrap this innings up and get out there with the bat, but they haven't been able to run through this team with the wickets, that's for sure.
Certainly just a clump of them in the middle, but Balajee's managed to solidify things in the middle overs, and he's been given some reasonable support here by Nigel Vincent. So a couple of lusty blows in these last 2 overs, and tell you what, if nothing else, they're going to make Pakai Care work for this win.
Well, if they can go 10 and 10, 76. So Bikramjit Singh's going to have a bowl. I haven't seen him bowl too much before.
Well, he might not be getting a second ball if he keeps the bowling half track as they get spanked for a Maximo.
That's a gentle delivery, isn't it? And Balajee, who's been there an age, cashes in. That was loose, wasn't it?
It's good reward for his fielding effort in the last over, though, isn't it? To get tossed the ball, 9th over. Balajee's gone long handle again. That's thankfully for the Assassin's going to pop up. Could be a run-out opportunity, but it just holds up in the turf.
Yeah, so Vincent's going to get another crack here. And look, if they can get to 80, it does make Pakai Care, who probably want to win this inside 7, have to have a good start. As you can't just dawdle inside 7. You really got to get on with it.
A little bit fuller, better length from him, but nicely driven by Vincent.
Yeah, lovely shot, just for the 1.
Still a 2% chance for the Assassins.
I can understand that.
Corey Rutgers getting in the mind of the supercomputer. It's a good ball from Bikramjit. Well, it was an inelegant piece of fielding from him in the last over, but he's made up for it somewhat with a lovely Yorker. And the danger man, Jorgesh Badaje, goes for 32 off 19 balls, and the Zagreb Assassins 64 for 5.
Yeah, full straight, you miss, I hit sort of stuff, and wasn't the prettiest of strokes, but he did well to hang around for as long as he did and make a score in the 20s. In fact, ended up, in the 30s. He ended up with 32 off 19, 4 4s and a 6. Just a full straight delivery, and he almost ends up outside the wide line down the leg side. So, goes to show.
Good chance, I think, Corey, after excellent innings from Balaje, really held things together well with 32 off 19. Good time to say hello to the folks in the chat. So excellent to see Christopher Ward there throwing out some detail about cricket clubs throughout Europe. Johnny He, Adnan Tanvir, Pavana Shetty, Kroom's still with us, which is great. Stevie Creed and Steve McVeigh. Great to have you all joining us on the coverage of yet another scintillating day of play here at Cartama Oval for European Cricket League 2025.
Yeah, there's always the faithful viewers that will tune in every ball, every day.
Vikram Jid, tough start with the half tracker to open the over that got sacked. Comes back pretty well, ends up with 1 for 8 off his over. Magdalenic out there keeping Nigel company, and they have one more over to do some damage to this Pakai Care team. Corey?
Yep.
Good couple of overs from Cami at the top. Babar looking a little bit sluggish, but Mohamed Atif probably the best of them so far.
Atif and Rabani have bowled really well in the middle phases today. Cami didn't get the wickets he probably would have liked, but he bowled well with the power play. And yeah, the bowling's looking solid. I think they'd like a little bit more from the youngster Jafar Raza. I'm glad they're giving him the last over and not to Babar. Get the youngsters' confidence up, and it could be important for the tournament.
A bit of a pacier ball on that occasion. Vincent very comfortable pushing out into the covers as he rolls yet another single, moves up to 8 off 6, so brings Magdalenic to the crease. Let's see what he can do with the long handle.
He gets a chance for a highlight, doesn't he? Deep in the crease. He's going to bat out the crease, actually. See if he can get one out the middle. Get them into the 70s.
Oh, he gets flying. Mistimed ball, the offside. Just going to be the 1 run. Plenty of singles in this Zagreb Assassins total.
That's one of those ones you wish you just get that top edge and it zooms over the keeper, the old Baximo. That dressing room obviously know that they're under par, but enjoying themselves nonetheless.
Still keep on fighting the Assassins.
He's got some good pace for a 17-year-old. He's got a lovely little rhythmic action, and
it's very tidy action, isn't it?
It is a very tidy
Compact.
action, and the bigger he gets, the stronger he gets. He's always got a smile on his face. Born in Spain, learnt his cricket in Barcelona. It's a good story, young Jafar Raza.
Right off stump, Vincent. Front leg going out to leg.
And for him as well, as they've blown up to 4% shot now on the supercomputer, how good is it for him to have someone like a Mohamed Atif or a Kamran, just two other left-armers that he plays with regularly, just to learn off and talk to, so he can learn his art in his club cricket as well.
Certainly true. Turning it into quite a grounding for young players, the Pakai Care squad. That's another lovely ball. Look, it looks like he's just getting into his rhythm a little bit more in this over. Corey, ball hitting the keeper's gloves nicely.
Well, there's not too many 17-year-olds that I've seen around continental Europe so much, with such a nice long action and decent pace. It'll be interesting to see his journey in the next few years and how much he comes on. Last ball of the first innings.
It's full toss, just swung out to cover. And they'll resist the temptation for a second, and rightly so, as the Zagreb Assassins end up 67 for 5 off their 10 overs. Not sure that's going to be enough to defend, Corey.
No, it more than likely won't be, Rhino, but credit to them to not get bowled out there. They actually showed that they were brave enough to take on some pretty fiery bowling, and we know this one's a little bit of a mismatch on paper, but still, you got to respect the competition and what the Assassins bring to it. The champions of Croatia and their development phase as a club and a country, they should be proud of their efforts there in the first 10.
Yeah, so there was no shortage of boundaries in those opening 3 overs, but it was just the run out of Babu that really hurt them. He was looking good and comfortable against the pace and again showed plenty of skill in that first game earlier today. But unfortunately, a little bit of sloppy running between the wicket from him. And from that point on, Balajee really was the only man who looked in full control.
Yeah, I do agree. Balajee did pretty well. Let's have a quick look at the highlights. And as we expected, it was going to be a pretty tough sort of 10 overs for the Zagreb Assassins, but they applied themselves as good as they could. The bat saying brutal, it was anything but that, as the Pakai Care team did exactly what they had to do.
Yeah, had to throw themselves around in the field occasionally, but they got off to a nice start. This was probably the turning point. Babu just taking one or two looks at the fielder, and Atif Muhammad fizzes a throw in from covers, and he was caught well short of his ground. Excellent fielding, but diabolical running from a very good cricketer.
Yeah, it was a big error from Babu, as he is their main batter. This brought on the Fizz, and the Fizz showed us why his bag of tricks are so effective in any format of cricket. He got 2 in 2. That was dead pudding, and that put him on a hat-trick, Rhino.
Certainly did. Couldn't complete the hat-trick, but nonetheless, he was the most impressive of Pakai Care bowlers today, showing why he had so much success against better players in the Western Shield a couple of weeks ago. Captain Zako, he took himself off the field. Mighty good team play there. But Balajee, he stood tall amongst the onslaught of the Pakai Care bowlers. Played really well after a tough start to the tournament earlier this morning. And they never gave up, the Assassins. Even that, Vikramjit Singh dragged a half-tracker down and it was smashed over the boundary. But he soon had his revenge, a nice Yorker, and Balajee, unfortunately, big step out to leg, and he was back to the pavilion. And not big celebrations from the Pakai Care boys. They feel like they've got this one under control, but a brave effort from the Assassins with the bat, and they've certainly done themselves proud against a pretty good bowling outfit.
Yeah, absolutely. Not being fully bowled out is a win in itself. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? And yeah, it was tough sailing. We knew it would be tough for the team that was sent in to bat, but credit to the number 3 there, Balajee. He gets himself into the 30s. That's something that he'll be able to tell his grandkids about in many years to come. And Zanko, I think, actually should be accredited to. The captain being pretty selfless there and making sure Vincent got a hit.
Yep, certainly did. Nigel Vincent looked pretty comfortable out there for his 9 off 10, but they just couldn't find the boundary with regularity, and to be expected against a very, very good bowling attack. Muhammad Atif, the pick of them, with his 2 for 8. Unlucky not to get a hat-trick. Ball going flying over the keeper and first slip's head. And Jafar Raza, a couple of good overs from the young paceman.
Yeah, but it was very impressive from the young paceman, and of course, the Fizz Atif, they did their job. So 67 on the board. Will the weather hold up long enough for them to get the runs? We'll find out in a little over 10 minutes. Do join us back for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the Brno Oval. It's the nighttime fixture between Zagreb Assassins of Croatia taking on Pakaiker Badalona of Spain. At the moment, it's the halfway stage. 67 for 5 was posted from Zagreb Assassins. Obviously, we knew this game would be a bit of a David versus Goliath clash, and it has proved to be that so far. First innings total of 67 means that if Pakaiker can make 68 inside the 7 overs, they'll get all 4 points. And if Zagreb Assassins restrict them to 46 or less, that would be something to talk about for many years to come. We're almost set to go in the second half. Warm welcome back to the viewers, wherever you might be watching from. Been another long day of cricket on the ECN universe. But thankfully, and quite incredibly, we've been able to get 5 full matches in today. I know last night before the head hit the pillow, had a look at today's forecast, and it was an 80% chance of rain in Kartama, and somehow it has missed us completely. We have been able to get every single over in, so a little bit of luck went our way today, and hopefully it stays like that for the next few days to come. As these players make their way out to the middle, it's going to be Mohamed Baba and Mohamed Yassin who will open the batting, and they'll look to do this pretty quickly, you'd imagine, with a little bit of rain around and also the opportunity to get all 4 points. As I welcome back good friend and co-commentator Andrew Ryan.
Well, we had an 80% chance of rain today. It didn't happen. We had a 17% chance of the Zagreb Assassins winning this game.
Didn't happen.
The supercomputer. Don't want to write it off just yet, but they've got a fairly mountainous task in front of them, trying to defend a target of 68 after they ended up 67 for 5 off their 10. They were powered somewhat by Yogesh Bataje with 32 off the 19.
Well, I'll give you this, Ryan. I'm just checking my weather app, and I think I need an update, but it's telling me in 5 minutes' time it's a 100% chance of rain. 100%. Not 90, not 99. 100% chance of rain in 5 minutes. So I don't know if meteorologists are paid to be wrong, but I'm expecting some rain any moment now.
Is that for the Cardamom microclimate?
It must be the drones that Daniel Weston has somehow put above the ground to protect us. If I'm Zagreb Assassins, I'm not too sure if I'm bowling the first 3 overs too quickly. Eat the clock up.
They haven't got too many guys who come in off an extended run, to be honest. It's a relatively medium pace attack. Oh well, bowled with some zip earlier today. A little bit of movement off the seam. He's directing his field. They've currently got a man out of deep. It's a slightly straightish mid-wicket, more cow corner. Is being brought into the infield and pushing another back out to the deep extra cover position.
So set to go. Power. First ball to Mohamed Baba.
Swings and misses, but it's called wide.
Good way to not eat the clock up as well. It's not a legal delivery. 18 balls will determine this game almost.
That would be an extraordinary way to not complete 3 overs, wouldn't it? To just bowl extras continuously.
Take it as deep as you can.
Don't want to give teams any ideas. Oh, hits the pad. That's not a bad shout at all. There was a little inside edge on that.
Unsure, but they were confident, the Zagreb Assassins. I think Baba selling the story. It was that high. It wasn't that high. And closer than you think. I tell you what, I reckon that it has definitely close. He was sort of squatting as he played the shot. If not, I think that might have been out as Baba responds with a 4. Interesting one, because it looked like it hit him higher than I thought, but maybe it didn't.
Well, he's still rubbing.
He's selling the story.
Not sure you need to do that, Mohamed, now that you've hit a 4 immediately afterwards as We see the imposing head of Mohamed Cameron. There he goes, one of the true characters of European cricket. So Power, it's been interesting. Well, he's hit the pad again. That time the finger goes up. That's two pretty good shouts against one of the better batters in European cricket, and Pawar has got the Assassins off to a fantastic start. Back I care, 5 for 1.
Well, dare to dream, dare to believe, and that was plump. And Pawar gets it on left. Did it look like it stayed a little bit low?
Certainly did, Corey. Good observation.
Bubba just falling across one, and yeah, that's just out. That is just out. They knew straight away, and Bubba goes. He hasn't looked too fluent with the bat today, and well, the score is 5 for 1.
What was it you said earlier today? Mother age catching up.
It can happen. It can happen, Rhino.
Oh, the poor cousin of Father Time. It's a good early start. Bowled, as I said, bowled well in the first game today for the Assassins. Pawar, he's a talented cricketer, and he started off well again. Gets a little bit of movement off the deck. Certainly be happy to see Babar could have ripped through this target. He got to face 3 overs, and well, the man who's more than capable of tearing apart bowling attacks, Zayn Naqvi, coming to the crease. Oh, beautifully swung over the leg side. Pawar just loses his line of touch. Lovely timing, and that's the first Maximo of the innings.
That's how he started in the first game today. He hit a 6-over point, and this time a 6-over square leg. And he's an important player this trip at number 3. We know that they're very, very reliant this tournament on their top 4 pack I care. A lot of batters missing in their lineup. So they've gotten one big fish. If they can go bang, bang, you might be dreaming big.
Oh, he's done it! What an absolute seed from Pawar. Brought the big in swinger, curled past the flashing blade of Zayn Naqvi, and that is a huge dismissal. The Spanish superstars, 11 for 2.
Well, he's got that one to come back in. It swung late. Pawar's got it on a string. 11 for 2. What do they need to be on 3 overs with Duckworth-Lewis? All of a sudden, all permutations are on the table. That came back. Jimmy Anderson, eat your heart out.
That is one of the seeds of the tournament. Sensational stuff from Pawar.
Oh, you've got to enjoy that. That's come back a gigantic amount. That is a seed.
Tell you what, hasn't the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons been thrown down? British Pawar, 2 wickets in his opening over.
Get me a Duckworth-Lewis sheet right now. Could you imagine the scenes? Well, I've mentioned to you with batters from the middle to lower order, Bikramjeet Singh, who I've not seen too much of previously. He's played some ECS cricket for Paco, but he's got a big role to play at 4.
Mohamed Yassin hasn't faced a ball yet. Seeing the carnage. That is a cracking opening over from Pawar. 2 for 11, and keep in mind he had such a good shout against Babar at the opening stages too. This is a tremendous start for the Assassins.
Yeah, 11 for 2 after 1. That ball swung a mile. 43 games since our last golden ball. Would be lovely to get one again. And I tell you what, if it happens in this game, it'll be a golden ball of golden balls. That.
I was going to say stranger things have happened. I'm not sure they have.
No, this would be up there. Mohamed Yassin facing now. Now, Yassin's a little bit more technical compared to some of the pack I care other batters who will look to on drive and touch the ball more than show too much power. But that was really a lot of late movement. It is still that misty, cool air. There's a breeze across. The lights in play. Maybe that ball's ready to go around corners.
Suraj Wadekar coming on for the second over. He also bowled a couple of nifty overs earlier today as he drags his first delivery down the leg side. Really probably the job now to try to just get Yassin to play a couple of singles, see if they can get Singh, remove him, and then really get into the teeth of that middle order. Hit on the pad, probably just swinging down the leg side. But nice ball, still a bit of movement.
They've got that pace where it's just going in the air a bit right now. It's got
a bit of cross breeze too.
Yeah, it's a bit of cross breeze. It's gotten a bit cooler, And they're getting late swing. That one's going down the leg side. But they're just getting that ball to go around a little bit at the moment.
Create a few nerves for Yassine. He's an experienced customer, but you see curl in the air. He's just tried to cut that late. Look at the activity from the bowler. He's refusing to let any of the 2 or 3 fielders within the vicinity get near that ball.
Well, the supercomputer's gone into hiding because it doesn't know what to predict right now. The ball is zipping around just a bit. They've got a fragile middle and lower order this time, Pakake. You add 2 wickets on the board. Uh-oh.
Big swing out to the leg side. Oh! Has he got it? He's taken the most extraordinary catch you might ever see. Yassine has hit an absolute bullet out to deep mid-wicket. And that is an unbelievable grab from Pradesh Power. Not only is he knocked over 2 of the best batters in the team, he's just taken the grab of the tournament.
He's just knocked himself out and he's getting a back rub for his trouble. Touch him, boys. Touch him because he is God right now. Yassine has mullered that ball, Rhino. How has he caught that?
Unbelievable stuff. You can see he's taken it on the 3rd grab. The hands have gone up. That's unbelievable stuff, Corey.
Oh, and he's just getting a back pat for his trouble. The boys just want to touch him. I want to touch him. Yassine goes for a globe. And can you believe it? The Zagreb Assassins have them 12 for 3.
Corey, the supercomputer, you do not doubt it. It said 17% at the start of this game. We thought it was crazy, but you would never have envisioned that the top 3 of Pakai Care would be back in the sheds, 9 balls into their innings.
What a cat. That was, he hammered that. He hit that so hard, it was flat, and in this little night sky with the low-lying lights, it's never easy. Mohammed Cameron comes out with the bat at 5, and they're going to need to rely on players that don't usually make too many runs for Pakake, coming out at 6, 7, and 8. Game on!
Oh, this is getting tasty. Short ball, what a letdown after you've just had all the momentum in the previous ball. I'll tell you what, doesn't that next time, undoubtedly, Pradesh Power is going to have to come back to bowl the 3rd. Doesn't that become a big over?
Rhino, I just love seeing just the little club cricketer take hangers, and I've seen a couple in the last week. It is spectacular.
Adhikar pushes outside off stump. That was actually in the air for a little while.
Well, they're twitchy because listed at number 6 and 7 is Muhammad Achif, Jafar Raza, Asad Abbas. We're talking about players. It's a huge tail for Pakai Care this time round. This partnership has genuine pressure.
Tell you what, losing that big 3 at the top, that is just unfathomable. It's pushed out to the offside, still no run.
Tell you what do they need to be on at the end of 3? What's the DLS? Imagine the reins open in 7 balls time.
Let's hope Maximo's watching us. He can send through a message. Bar looking pretty nervous.
What a catch.
Sheds.
What a catch. So last ball of the over.
Outside off stump, flashes outside off. It's a diving effort down there on the boundary, but unfortunately for the Zagreb Assassins, goes over 4 of 4. Much needed runs for Pakai Care. They're 17 on the ball with 3 wickets down after 2.
This is the beauty of the format. Any team on any night can show you what can happen. Zagreb Assassins looking for one of the all-time boil-overs. If they can somehow do it, their tournament breathes some life. Long way to go. But they are getting this ball to zip around, just do enough in the air, and they don't have too much pace, which makes it a bit awkward to hit. It's almost like when you're in England and you're playing that dibbly-dobbly place. It is hard sometimes. It really is.
You get the feeling that the Pakai Care boys would almost prefer facing some genuine pace at this stage. Oh, coming on for his 2nd. It's cut, but there is a boundary rider out there, so they'll keep it to 1. Tell you what, if I was Pawar here, I would be pulling out that big in-swinger, seeing if he could replicate what he did to Zane Nakby. Cameron's been a little bit proddy just outside off stump.
Can he get that big bowling innie to come again?
Oh, that was a straight seam ball. It's no movement. It's flashed outside the outside edge.
It's amazing what a bit of lateral movement will do, because then you get one to hold its line just a little bit. The batsman plays the wrong line, and well, we thought they'll try chase it inside 7. Don't worry about that at all. There is some nerves in that dressing room, and I tell you what, there is a lot of young batters to come. Young.
Oh, beautiful flick. It's not a good ball from Power. Drifted onto the leg stick, and it's a nice piece of timing from Cameron. He's probably a better batter than he often gets credit for, isn't he, Corey?
Doesn't get too much of a chance usually when Pakai Care have Isan and Sikandar Ali and a couple others, DDC who plays for them from time to time. But if you give him a go, give him some volume, he definitely has a good enough technique to succeed at T10 cricket.
Big step up. Tell you what, that was not that far from the outside edge again.
He's got that one to go away. He's genuinely getting it to go both ways, which is quite remarkable. A bit of Jimmy Anderson for the Zagreb Assassins. That one swung late and it went away, not in.
There's still a long way to go to this target. 46 off 44, so it's just over a run a ball, but it's the wicket columns that are the most concerning. Outside edge just flashed past again. So 3 times he's managed to beat the bat. We haven't seen the big innie come out.
If he bowls a big inning here at Castlesham, he's the greatest bowler I've ever seen. He's just getting to zip about. And imagine if the heavens open up now. I don't have any sheets in front of me, but they must be ahead.
Tell you what, imagine if the Assassins had another 20 runs on the ball.
He's really getting it to go late. It's quite impressive.
Final ball of the spell. No one zeroed in it off stump. Cameron just pushes. They'll take the 1. So 23 for 3 after the power play. Corey, who would have predicted this?
Well, I didn't predict it. I don't think many people would have, but credit to the Zagreb Assassins who are fighting. They said, we didn't have too many big overs, but neither will you. They're only going at 7.67.
Question for the Assassins though. Their opening pair with the ball, pretty good. Need some of those supporting bowlers to step up. There's a long way to go in this game. See, there's just an edginess around Cartama Oval, isn't there now, Corey? We're under lights, the conditions favouring the bowling side. A few nervous-looking bodies.
Well, it's a
Pakai Care dressing room.
It's a young dressing room this time around, and there isn't too many senior heads to come in that batting lineup. So you add another wicket on the board, and all of a sudden, that unbelievable upset could be on.
So Wadakar's been throwing the ball for his second, coming around the wicket to start this over. Cameron just eases it. Offside for a single. Nigel Vincent makes a little bit of a hash of the fielding, but it doesn't cause any extra runs.
24 for 3. So Cameron's got himself to 10. Singh would love to get one out the middle just to get his account going. I think they're not going to try and chase this inside 7 or anything, just to nudge it for a bit, maybe keep them calm.
Another extra down the leg side. If I was a skipper, I'd think about really bring that infield in, crowding Singh a little bit. He's a young player, probably feeling quite a bit of responsibility to not lose his wicket unnecessarily here. See if you can induce a rash shot.
Yeah, don't mind that. That's a fair call.
Big swing across the line, but he's made good contact. Just be the 1.
Yeah, well, I've not seen him play too much at Cartama Oval, Bikramjit Singh, so it's new for him. And new for this sort of order.
It's an imposing place to play, particularly when you're under lights. Well, that ball's in the air. Not brilliantly timed, but the fielder actually does really well coming around and keep it to 1. Not a huge amount of intent in the running between the wickets from these two.
Yeah, I think they might have thought that was going to be 4, but some very good fielding out there to get around to it. So, in the end, saves a couple of runs. They're just looking to get that boundary, but the Zagreb Assassins are putting up a fight tonight. Could be going deep.
Very deep indeed. Slow ball, swung across, just out of the reach of the fielder coming around there. That's unfortunate for the Zagreb Assassins, Corey. Another metre to the left-hand side, and that might have been a catching opportunity, but that'll release the nerves of Singer Touch.
Yeah, it just releases the tension a bit, doesn't it? They couldn't find the boundary for a while, and that gets Bikramjit Singh going a little bit of a shorter ball, pumped away.
Through the offside, should just be the one.
This is what I've been saying though. I think that these teams in this group, this is an eye-opener that the other three teams needed to see, because there is a lot more fragility in the batting lineup this time for Pak Care than we're used to. We're used to seeing them go gun-ho with a top 8 that can all hit sixes. It's not there this time. So you pick up those early wickets, you're always going to be in the game.
Nicely bowled, but calmly played. Cameron's actually playing a pretty good knock here, just doing it in singles, but it's really all they need. Pak Care, 4 overs down, solidified a touch, 33 for 3.
Yeah, I just think Mohamed Kamran's thought, you know what, let's just shut up shop a little bit and not offer too much, and maybe Bikramjit Singh will be the more aggressor. But yeah, 33 for 3 after 4. I don't think anyone called this or saw this coming. Credit to the Assassins.
They've certainly shown themselves to be a bunch of fighters, and they've turned to Anthony Razmilic to come on bowl, the 5th over the innings. It's really the key now, Cameron, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's an experienced customer. He won't panic.
Well, you never know. You never know what pressure does. Razmilic's first ball.
It's outside of stump, popped up. Oh, Nigel Vincent might have just lost his balance a touch going to the left, but that was a big opportunity to send Cameron back.
I don't know if he didn't pick it up. It was maybe on our angle. It looked closer to him than it was, but it just felt like that was half an opportunity.
Razmilic, the little outswingers, just proving difficult to get away here.
It does feel like one of those scenarios where they would prefer the ball coming on than this sort of pace with a bit of movement in the air. And, well, a little bit of a smile there, but there'll be nervous smiles if you ask me.
He's gone for that wide of off-stump line just a bit too aggressively on that occasion. Proving difficult to get away, taking pace off the ball. Canny decision from the captain, veteran Zanko. He's an experienced cricketer, marshalling his troops well.
Oh, they rued the fact they didn't hit 100 here, Rhino.
A good full ball right in the block hole. Driven for 1.
Just holding on, just doing what they need to do. 1 wicket. 1 wicket, bring one of the youngsters out here. He could yip up a little bit. Credit to the Zagreb side. No one could have seen this coming.
That's nightmare stuff, isn't it? Just a floaty ball outside off stump, and Cameron gets away again. Desperation dive. He saved that. It's an exceptional piece of work in the field.
Oh, they're going to have to double check it. It's a 10 out of 10 effort. I'm not too sure he reined it back in. Maybe he did. Let's have a closer look.
Gutsy stuff from Sarun Das.
Oh, it's close.
I reckon he's pretty close to saving that.
Have a look here. Oh, I don't know. That view's good, but it's very tough to tell. I'll have to slow this one up a lot more. I think he does it.
I mean, he lifts his chest.
I think he's done that.
Crucial moment. Seems the soft signal. No, they've called it as just the 2 runs. So
just the single. No,
it was just the single.
I think Pak Care thought that was definitely 4. Brilliant fielding.
Just a swing hard to the leg side, but once again, not much pace to work with. It's been a good over from Razmilic so far. It's gone for 5, 1 ball left.
38 for 3 now. Just that little bit of wobble.
I can't believe the supercomputer's got Pak Care at 96%. not that far away. Decent appeal from Raz Milic. Tell you what, if that have had the late outswing that he's got on the rest of the deliveries, might have been mighty close, but in the end, Paco Care, 5 overs gone, and the Spanish superstars, 38 for 3.
Well, welcome up to the Dream Box, where we spoke about upsets, and we've seen some huge ones on the network. If the Zagreb Assassins are to pull off the best last 5 overs, this would be maybe number 1, because we don't see low scores defended much anymore.
No, it's extraordinary against such a well-credentialed team. They've knocked off the 3 top batters from Paco Care. They're now into the middle order, and as we said, Corey, it's probably only 1 or 2 more wickets, and you start getting into a panicky, inexperienced lower order. This could really turn out to be a thriller, and who would have picked it?
I think 1 more wicket, this game's alive, because, yeah, we're talking about some youngsters that have probably not batted at Kardama Oval before, and under lights, it's a totally different thing when you're batting under lights here. So, credit to Zagreb, 1 more wicket, Rhino, and we could be on for one of the greatest finishes ever.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, struck him in front, that's gone! Finger goes up, and Magdalenic strikes first ball. Vikramjit Singh has looked uncomfortable for his stay at the crease, and that's another huge scalp. Paco Care, 38 for 4.
Well, it's full, it's straight, and he falls across himself, and now we do get into some players that are not known to bat at Kardama. They have a very thin top order, Paco Care. That's Plum. It doesn't matter if he's batting out of his crease. He falls across a ball and just looked awkward. Absolutely plum. Absolutely plum. And he'll have to go back to the sheds. Should be falling across at bowlers bowling at that speed. And Vikramjit Singh, not a great innings, 9 off 9. Big credit to Zagreb. They've just got this ball just doing these little things in the air at the moment.
So it's just incredible stuff, Corey. That's exactly what they needed coming back after the break at 5 overs. Magdalenic bowling stump to stump. And it brings Asad Abbas to the crease. Cameron stuck at the non-striker's end. Oh, big strike and a powerful one. What a way to enter the game. Abbas Maximo.
Well, we were talking about an inexperienced sort of lower order that haven't batted at Kardama before. That is a shot and a half first rock. Over extra cover, he pumps it away for 6, and, well, any boundary steadies some nerves. They've still got to do something massive here, as I said, but what a shot from Abbas first ball.
It takes it down to 24 to win off 28. Oh, inside edge has just missed leg stump. Good response from Magdalenic.
Well, that's the thing. I think Cameron's probably going to try and bat through, nudge the singles, but maybe these younger fellas, the younger generation, they're brave, and they're just going to go at it.
Certainly are. Abbas, he's not going to get tied down. It's been a good over so far. Aaron goes for the big swing. Tight call on that wide line. Magdalenic thought he'd got another dot ball.
No, just outside the wide line. Only just, though. There's the freeze frame. Tight.
Floated on to the stumps, full toss. And he's dropped. That could be the game. Unfortunately, Raz Milic coming in from the boundary, sprinted to the ball that probably would have carried comfortably to him. Could have had Cameron out, and as it is, that ball has rolled away for a boundary. That could be the moment, Corey.
It's a big full toss, and his eyes lit up, but he clothed it. He didn't get it out the middle of the bat. And in the end, it's a dropped catch. And those boundaries really sort of stemmed the tide a bit.
40s. That's drilled again to the outfield. He's taken another screamer.
Oh, what a catch, Rhino. He's come charging in. He's dived forward. He's done a cartwheel, and he's taken a 10 out. And what is going on tonight?
Power has somehow become the world's greatest fielder in this contest. And after Milic has dropped a relatively gettable chance on the other side of the field, Cameron gets another full toss. hits it, probably would have booked a boundary, but as it is, Power's taken a sensational grab. What athleticism.
Hey, Jonty Rhodes is lurking at deep cover. Look at that, the boys are fizzed up. Zagreb Assassins are fielding like a team possessed. He hit it well. There's a deep extra cover, but to dive forward and catch that underlights, what a catch.
Unbelievable. Hasn't he had a game? Power. He's taken a couple of wickets, a few of the biggest names in the tournament.
Well,
he's taken probably the 2 grabs of the tournament.
This is how thin they are. Mohamed Atif, who's usually a number 11's out there in batting. He's not a traditional batsman at all, and they are still a bit twitchy. 51 for 5 after 6.
Oh, we come back to it, Corey. If they were chasing even 85 here, you would probably have Zagreb on top at this stage, and this is a long way from being over.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to Mohamed Atif. He's a number 11 traditionally. Jafar Raza, Moksham, Khalil Ahmed, Rabbani. It's a huge tail. They are going to be so reliant on the top 3 this trip, Pack I Care. And maybe it's a good thing they're getting this little test now, but they'll be a bit in shock. But the fielding tonight, besides that drop, 10 out of 10.
Little nerdling away swingers from Razmilic. Getting called on for the second over as a tight first one from him. And I guess Atif's done his job the last 2 balls. A couple of singles.
What you're asking from these younger players is just to get a little bit of bat and ball. This was the catch again. What a catch. It was hit pretty well, but takes it, diving over the top. Wow.
Unbelievable scenes here at Kardama. Oh, big swing, and he's made great connection. Well, Abbas is closing this game with aplomb. He's come out in a nervous situation. He looks like he should be at the study hall in university, but he's out in Kardama smacking Maximos.
Well, the funny thing is, Abbas is probably saying, well, this is easy. If I hit 10 off the next 4, we get all 4 points. It's a bit funny.
Well, he might have the opportunity. Full toss. And they've taken it! And finally, Magdalenic has completed the catch out there. The man who did damage in the last over with the ball. It's a good grab running to his right. The eyes lit up from Abbas. He could have almost finished the game there and then. But as it is, 6 wickets down.
Well, 6 wickets down, and that dressing room probably thinking the youngsters need to get the last 10 runs. And never easy as a youngster. And I tell you what, he's not out there just yet. And they could get, if they don't get out there now, he's in trouble. The helmet's not on. He's running out of time. Oh, they're going to get penalty runs here for sure. Just looking up at the dressing room, and this is 100% going to be penalty runs. The youngster's forgotten his helmet. Well, this is interesting because this is going to be 5 penalty runs. I do not think he's going to make it there in 60 seconds. If I'm the fielding team here, it won't count if his gloves aren't on. Just watching. He's dropped a glove.
He's dropped the glove.
He's dropped a glove. Here we go. This is going to be 5 penalty runs. Oh, he's not ready. 100% 5 penalty runs. Maybe even timed out. Oh, this is why when you've got a lot of youngsters.
How could you not be ready, Corey? They've lost so many wickets so far.
Well, he's still not ready. Is this 90 seconds? Is this out?
I'll tell you what, there's a spot. The wicket keeper's doing him a big favour here, sorting him out in under pressure conditions.
I think he's out. I actually think he's out. He might be sent out. He's going to be out.
By Joe Foster just saying, calm things down, taking your time.
5 penalty runs or out. Here we go. Well, is that 90 seconds? This could be. Well, I didn't see a signal, but is that 5 penalty runs? It is. So they're chasing 73 now, not 68. It's been given. So all of a sudden, oh, this is why when you have youth sitting there, he wasn't ready. He didn't know what's going on. 5 penalty runs award to the field team. I want to know how close it was to 90 seconds.
This is incredible. I mean, we talked about the Assassins needing an extra 20 runs. They've just been gifted 5 because of, frankly, a bad error. The ball's just pushed out. Could be a run out. Oh, not a clean pickup. And chaos between the two batters out in the middle. The nerves are taking over.
This is the youth right now who aren't very experienced at batting are feeling it. And they are feeling it big time.
This has been glorious captaincy from Zanko as well. He's kept his two medium paces on, just taking the speed off the ball. Oh, he's got that's almost hit the stumps. There's a big appeal. This is extraordinary scenes.
How's the ball not go onto the stumps here? I was looking at the appeal. It spins backwards through the legs.
Goodness.
If that had bowled him, so it hits his body, then has top spin on it, goes through his legs and past leg stump.
How is it spun that much? I just can't believe it. 59 for 6 after 7 overs. They still need 14 off the last 3, courtesy of the target being increased by 5 penalty runs. Unbelievable. I can barely think about tomorrow.
Well, I can't think about tomorrow because I still feel with youth at the crease, there's a game here. And when you've got youngsters, they yip up. There could have been a run out. That could have rolled back onto the stumps. Rabani, I've not seen much of Rabani ever bat. I know he can bowl, but he's got work to do.
Oh, that's an awful ball. Unfortunately, this is Anupam Singh coming on to bowl the 8th.
All he has to do is sort of make sure that he bowls on a good line and length and lets the youngsters almost make the mistakes.
The error.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Don't try go look for the wicket. Just put it in the right area.
He's going for the cross seamer, trying to take any swing out of the equation. Oh, a couple of extras.
The extras hurt you. They really hurt you here. I'd love to get the stop clock out and know how long Rabani took, because it's 60 seconds for 5 penalty runs, but 90 seconds is timed out. It must have been close. And the panic when he was running down the stairs.
He dropped the gloves. He couldn't put it. I was almost like watching a triathlete completely mess up the transition, trying to do it too quickly. Well, Anupam Singh finally gets one on target. And tell you what, if you wanted an exhibition of Rabani being a bowler more than a batter, I think that shot is pretty good evidence.
I think that's the shot of the tail ender. This was the panic, and it's the helmet, the thing, and that was why they were saying time. Jumpire Joe did well there, just say, look, you're inside 90 seconds, okay, but it is 5 runs to the team. So, Rabani on strike.
Slapped down the ground. He's made pretty good contact, diving effort, but unfortunately Magdalenic can't get a good enough hand on the ball.
Oh, the energy there, the nerves in the room. They actually started running 2. They just thought it was he stopped it, but it rolls for 4.
Good effort from him down there at the long off boundary. You can see he's disappointed. It's just fine margins.
Pretty good shot that, to be fair, from Rabani.
Big swing across the line. There's a fielder down there at deep square, so it'll just be the one.
Well, that's the thing with youth. They don't think, I might just nudge the singles here. They see the ball, they just try and smack the ball. So 66 for 6, all the 6s. It's 7 to go. A Tiff, look, I have seen a Tiff every now and then hit one really well, but he isn't really known for his batting at all.
Standing deep in the crease. Not a great ball. Dragged around for just the single.
Yeah, not a great ball. If you bowl that to a top order batsman, I think that one's put into the shrubs. But you bowl it to a lower order batter, it just hurries them up a bit. Getting it high on the bat.
He really hasn't challenged the batters in this over, as he's seeing after an excellent job from the medium paces in the previous couple of overs.
Well, a 6 will do it. That's how close we are now. After all the fun of all this.
Oh, he has gone and launched a big one, and it's cleared the boundary by a metre. Corey Rutgers has preempted it, and what a finish to an outstanding contest.
I don't think the youngsters out there even realised, because it was panic set in, but they end up winning it with 2.1, and that's why the exuberance of youth, they don't truly know what's going on, and in the end, there was penalty runs, there was stress, and you can see that's a nervous smile. I look at Rabani. Rabani's eyes right now, I don't think he knows what's going on.
I'm not sure he had the required rate in his head as he was taking some pretty hefty swings during that over. But it's a subdued and a relieved Pack-Eye Care camp as they have dodged a bullet from the Zagreb Assassins in this late night game. Corey, that turned out to be an absolute cracker.
It was pretty fun to commentate, actually. Two of the better catches you'll ever see. One of the better balls you'll see to Zain Nakvi. And just some spirited display from Zagreb Assassins. And then we got to finish with sort of the chaos of Rabani running down the steps, dropping his gloves 3 times. He really was stressed. But credit to the young man. He ended up hitting a 4 straight there, Rhino, and then he clipped one away for 6, and he hits the winning runs and just makes them relax a little bit more.
Just a little bit. There were plenty of nerves in that camp, I can tell you that much. That was an incredible defense of a really mediocre total. Rabani probably sitting there thinking, oh, well, I got my score up because I had the extra penalty runs to chase.
There was a bus as well, Innings. He came out, he smacked 2 6s and then got out to the full toss, but yeah, just a funny old game. I think that's the thing with the opposition teams watching this. Pack-Eye Care, we know they're a good team overall, but they're very thin with batting this trip. If you get the top 3, nerves will set in.
Didn't they? And that top 3, Zanko led his troops out well there. Babar looking a little bit of a shell of his former self, and that man, Pawar, wasn't he the superhero? The big eyes of Cammy, well, they were open wide after some of these opening deliveries as Babar went early. That was the second good shout of that over, and Pawar showing that he got some ability with the ball. They were laughing for a little bit, but after the top 3 were dismissed, it was a different story, and that was an absolute peach.
Oh, he got it to come back a long way, a real long way. It's a perfect delivery, and that wasn't the last we'll see of this man. So that was 2 down, and then Yassine smacks one, and he takes an absolute hanger. 3 attempts, holds on, goes down with a mild concussion, and that was the top 3 all out.
Well, you could not have done much more with the ball and in the field than that man, Prish Pawar, did for the Zagreb Assassins. But the boys in the middle overs actually did a really good job as well. Alan Magdalenic came up and used his medium paces with a little bit of swing to cause some chaos. He was fired up, and then there was some continual peppering of the boundaries, but it also led to wickets. But in general, the catching was very good, although this one probably turned out to be a big drop in the end.
It sort of did. It was 4, and then Cammy smacks a cover drive, and the man again takes that. Under these lights, that is a really good catch. He bowled an unbelievable ball. He takes 2 special catches, and we thought, not again. Then Rabani, he panics. He's not out there after this wicket. This one goes for caught at deep square. And we thought, okay, game on. And then poor old Rabani never thought in his world that he'd be batting. He gets 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, and those extra 5 runs could have presented a really tough challenge, as it was the biggest challenge for Rabani. Getting his gloves on, and quite rightly, Zagreb Assassins saying, where's our penalty runs, umpire? Well, they got them, but in the end, a couple of big strikes from Rabani. And that's 6 to win the game, and a sigh of relief from Pack-Eye Care as they escape with a victory here in the final game of day 1 of Group D.
Yeah, they get away with it in the end, but just shows there's maybe a bit more fragility there than what you know in previous years. And good to see the sportsmanship between the 2 teams. It's been a feature of all the groups so far, the teams getting along so well. Let's have a look at the scorecards, Rhino. And 72 in the first innings. We thought, will they chase it in 7? They did it in 7.5. Just, that's the thing. If that top 3 doesn't get going, they are fragile.
Yeah, 10 runs from that top 3 off 8 balls. And Pradesh Power, just an unbelievable performance from that young man. Keep in mind, he had a great shout against Babar even before he had him LBW, and then an amazing catch to get rid of Mohammad Yassine. He took 2 for 17. Whitaker was pretty good in the opening stage as well, and then Razmalic and Magdalenic did a good job in the middle overs, but unfortunately Anupam Singh throwing the ball as a 5th bowler couldn't quite keep it together. And the winning runs taken off him, and in the end, Zagreb Assassins go down for their 2nd loss of the day. Pack-Eye Care of Badalona So they take their second win, chasing 73 for victory off 7.5 overs. Good win for them, Corey, but didn't that turn out to be some late night drama?
It just goes to show that when there's youth in the batting lineup, anything can happen, but credit to the Assassins for probably showing us a little bit that they could fight it out. But what an interesting start to Group D. 5 new teams, your first day. What did you like about it, and what team stood out for you besides these two?
Yeah, I honestly don't think anyone is looking like an absolute front runner here. I mean, you had the Nomads, who are a very good team, some good top tier players. Ordinary first game, came back and really put the blinders to the sword. I thought that would be a much closer game. Pakai Care Badalona, you would say they're probably the best team in this group, but they have almost legitimately been taken down by the Zagreb Assassins in this late game. And to take your word, because you've used it about 17 times, fragility. That is how I'm describing this batting lineup once you get past the first few.
Yeah, I do agree. It's an interesting group so far. Budapest Blinders, look out for them still. I think, obviously, if they can fix a couple little things with the batting lineup, with the Mulder factor and the Van der Merwe factor, still thinking they might go deep in this group. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Looking forward to this. It's going to be Pakai Care in the morning versus Zurich Nomads. And after watching what I've seen from both teams, it could be a 50-50.
Yeah, certainly. I tell you what, I reckon the Nomads would fancy their chances. Their bowling got a lot better in the second game today. Did a good job against the Blinders' strong batting lineup. They might fancy themselves pulling what would still be somewhat of an upset against Pakai Care Badalona, but certainly on the evidence here tonight, that team has a few more question marks over them than previously. Brno looked good at times today as well, but that game against the Assassins, after what we've seen from the Croats tonight, that will be no walkover.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got five live games tomorrow. I'll get that out. And luckily today we got all 5 games in. The weather gods were nice to us. There's so many thank yous we need to say. Obviously 2 circles. They're always doing a fantastic job. But the ground crew, they're always here. They're making sure they're here early to get the covers off. And they're always raring to go, aren't they, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this field and whole facility has been in magnificent condition considering the deluge that we've had at various times over the last week. Keep our fingers crossed for the weather tomorrow. Things are certainly changing almost by the hour. We've gotten lucky today with the Kardama microclimate. Let's keep the fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Well, Rhino, it was your first day. Great to have you back. Vinny Sandu as well, on behalf of him, a massive thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And we always say we've got the best viewers in the world. Do join us again tomorrow. 5 live games at the Kardama Turf. And it's a bye for now. Bye for now. Bye.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.